Alrighty, everybody. Welcome back to Questing for Glory, Hope and Healing 2. We are here with our Lost Odyssey runners. Why don't you guys go ahead and introduce yourself?
Good morning to everybody from Europe. Good afternoon to everybody from Asia, Australia, and hello to everybody that is Insomniac in the US. My name is Ragnar, and I will be your company for the next 7 hours with me, Steve, and we're gonna bring you some Lost Odyssey action.
I'm super excited for this run to be shown off. Anybody that's played this game knows how awesome this game is. Super excited.
So yeah, if everybody's ready, I'm gonna give you the countdown from 5, I guess. That's good. So we'll get going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go.
Welcome to the world of Lost Odyssey. So right away we're gonna most of the cutscenes we're gonna be skipping, and right away, this is the battle between Ura and Kent, and the I have a wiki up. Sorry. In a decisive battle between Magic Republic of Ura and Kent on the Highlands of Wohl, in the midst of the battle, the skies become ominous pitch black, and a giant meteor mysteriously appears in the battlefield. So right now, right away, we're going to be just one good thing about this game is that you can literally just hold down the A button to attack, and it was one of the settings that we did that says save what we're gonna do. So right now we're going to be doing left, right, left, right, left, right until this this is dead. Whatever this is.
Yeah, there is actually the first piece of speedrun tech that you might not even have noticed in the very first fight. If you watched close attention, in the first turn I actually attacked the top soldier, on the turn 2 to 4 I attacked the bottom soldiers, and on the last turn I attacked the top soldier again. The reason for that is, depending on which soldier you attack in the first turn, you actually get less counterattacks, and therefore you're able to actually skip the fight a little bit faster. So this is, there is generally a lot of minor optimizations in this game that a lot of people that are not familiar with the run probably won't even notice. So I'm gonna try to mention those every now and then when they actually happen. So yeah, like Steve already said, this is basically the tutorial fight. We're just gonna switch from left to right and back to left until the thing's dead. You might notice that my HP are starting to get a little bit low at this point. The good thing is, technically you cannot lose this fight, even if you make a mistake and you, say, attack the right part twice in a row. It doesn't even matter, because if Kaim's HP go down to 0, he just gets back up and you can continue fighting, because that's like the whole gimmick of this game, is that Kaim is immortal and he cannot be killed. So obviously he's one of the strongest soldiers around because there is nobody else to stop him.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna try and save for the story, but yeah, after this battle is done, Kaim manages to survive the meteor that comes down, and he doesn't know why he survived, and so you'll see now that the whole place is just completely destroyed, and he's trying to figure out, well, how did I survive this when everybody else is kind of like zombies at this point, and so we're hoping for very little random encounters here. Like, I think the most you should get is, what, 3 if you're lucky enough?
Yeah, this encounter we're fighting right now, this is actually a scripted encounter, you're always getting those. There is an encounter at the end of the screen that I like to call forced encounter. I'm gonna go into a little more details once we actually get there. But with the right setup and a decent amount of good luck, you can actually get through the Highlands of Wohl with only that one forced encounter you get at the very beginning. Also, we're about to grab the first ring here. Rings are basically part of the equipment in this game. And wow, okay, that was a really
Yeah,
encounter.
yeah, it was.
Okay, that's a very early. I'm really not a fan of saying something like this, but in a marathon. But that's literally never happened before. But okay, we're gonna be fine. That's gonna be all good.
Yeah, so with the rings, what you're gonna see is, obviously a ring on the screen, and as long as he's holding the right trigger, he's going to hold that and then release it, and if he releases it at the right time, it's going to get a perfect, and that will be more damage compared to, like, if he gets a good, releases it a little bit. Like,
So yeah, we're getting really bad encounter luck right now. This is already the second encounter. I might actually get a third one as well. Speaking of the rings again, like Steve already said, you can either get a bad, a good, or a perfect. If you hit a bad, it does the same damage as if you wouldn't have a ring to begin with. If you hit a good, the damage increases by roughly 10%, and if you actually hit a perfect, it increases by roughly 20%. So, especially in early game, that's going to be important because certain enemies you can one-shot, but only if you hit them with a perfect in the beginning.
come on, make it through. Oh, no, okay, yep.
Marathon luck, everybody. We're off to a good start.
Great.
So yeah, I basically lost a minute already on this section over my PP. So if this were serious PP attempts right now, that will already be a reset. But that's fine. We can use some extra money to begin with. So technically, you could also run from those battles because there is a flee command as well. But the flee command has a very bad chance of working. I think it's only like 25 or 30%. So we're gonna fight most of the battles in the beginning of the game because one, we need the levels for the first couple of boss fights, and two, it is oftentimes just faster to run from to defeat the enemy than trying to run from them. We're gonna get an accessory later called Turntail Shoes, which have a skill on them called Turntail. And Turntail actually gives you an escape rate of 100%, so it's gonna become much easier later on again.
So right here, he's going to be picking up the bruiser. He's going to be obtaining 4 whetstones and 1 angel's plume. And angel's plume, if you've ever played a Final Fantasy game, it's like a phoenix down.
Yeah, Angel's Plumes are basically the Phoenix Downs of Lost Odyssey, and Whetstones, you might have noticed that the icon next to the Whetstones is a little different. Those are basically ring assembly materials. We're gonna craft a couple of rings throughout the run, and 4 Whetstones make for a Bruiser ring, which is the one we just grabbed early as well. We grabbed the 4 Whetstones in order to make a second Bruiser ring for the next party member, Seth, that we're gonna get later. And we're gonna be mostly using physical attacks in the beginning of the game. We're gonna switch over to some magic later, especially Gamble. We're gonna go into more details once we get there. And we also do a lot of item abuse. We're gonna talk about that later as well. Like, damaging items in this game are really, really powerful.
We're also going to be interacting with, I believe, only 3 items throughout this entire area. And those are important for money as well as a couple of items as well. But for story related, the only reason that we're here right now is because the council wants to figure out why we survived. They don't know why we survived. And they're like, well, you're here, so you survived, so we're going to bring you here, and we are going to figure out why. And then once we get to the council that we just skipped, they're going to realize that the Urin Council suspects a leak of magical energy from Grandstaff to be responsible for the meteor. And
basically, Ura is trying to build a grand magic staff that supposedly is mostly here for actually powering the city. But obviously, this is a world that is at war, and all the other kingdoms, towns in this world, they're obviously afraid that the Grand Staff might be used for war reasons. And since a meteor like that just happened in the Highlands of Wohl never happened before, and there is rumors that the magic staff might be leaking some energy, obviously there might be the assumption that, the magic staff might actually have to do something with that big freaking meteor that dropped down and killed thousands of soldiers.
So there's a little bit of movement here that you're gonna. It looks a little bit strange, but he has to do it in order to continue on. But right here in the story, Gongora confesses that there was a spell that he put on them to um, make him survive the meteor. The Grand Staff does not know that they're immortal, I believe, at this point, correct?
Yeah, they actually don't know. Like, Kaim, Gongora says one of the side effects of the Immortal spell is that the one that is actually casted on loses all of the memory. So Kaim has... He basically doesn't know anything that happened. He knows that he's been alive for roughly 1,000 years, but he doesn't really know what happened or why that happened and all of that stuff. And he's gonna have flashbacks in the forms of dreams every now and then that remind him of happenings in the past. And those dreams are actually very, very good short stories. Obviously, we're gonna skip them in a speedrun, but if you ever decide to play this game casually, I can highly advise you checking them out. They're very well written, and I enjoyed them quite a bit.
Yeah, that's actually, if you play it casually, that's this, a lot of people's favorite part of this game is those flashbacks.
And here we actually got the first one of them already. There is also an achievement for collecting all dreams in this game. And like I said, it's like short stories that take like 5 to 10 minutes to read. That just explain what happened to Kaim throughout the last 1,000 years. And yeah, those are really, really good. So yeah, we're basically done with most of the storyline related stuff here. We're gonna go to Gongora's mansion, where he's going to tell us that we're gonna have to check the Grand Staff. Then we're gonna get our next 2 party members, and then we're actually off into the first dungeon, if you will, already.
Yeah, so going into the mansion, it's kind of funny. Like the movement in here is ridiculous. It's moving to a door, talking, moving to the left, going up an elevator, then going up an elevator again, going to the left again, going through another elevator, and then going out the door. Like with speedrunning, it's completely useless.
Yeah, I mean, the entire thing makes a lot more sense if you actually watch the cutscenes in between, but since we skip all of those, some of those things seem really weird. And I do have to admit, I have lost a couple of runs in the past because I forgot a certain thing, and then I went down and was like, why is the cutscene not triggering? Oh yeah, right, because you forgot to go back up again.
Yeah. So right here, I believe Tolton, who is the king or the prince here, is saying that he doesn't want. He's for the unity of both Kent and Ura, but Gongora is trying to convince him otherwise.
Yeah, so basically Tolton is the prince, but he doesn't have any power anymore, because Ura used to be a monarchy, but at some point the monarchy was dead and it became a republic, so even though he's still somewhat considered the prince, he doesn't really have any power over the country or anything at this point anymore.
So, like I said, going up the elevator, then another cutscene skip, then we're going to leave, go out the door, go to the left again, and then leave again. It's a matter of, a lot of this game is just, once you skip the cutscenes, just a matter of knowing where you have to go.
Yeah, this is, in a regular speedrun, this is the only time we're actually going into Gongora's mansion. Since we are in a marathon though, and we already got the donation incentive for the Royal Seal side quest, we're gonna come back here towards the later in the game, towards the end of it, because there is a Royal Seal hidden in the Gongora's mansion as well. But that's not gonna happen until we get to Disc 4, so we still have roughly 5 hours until we get there. Most of you have
Speaking of,
probably forgotten by the time we come back.
Speaking of donations, I do want to remind you guys that we do actually have a couple of prizes that are available during this run. So if you have let me double check what the actual minimum donations are. But there is a gaming headset by Game KMD that is a $10 minimum donation, and then there is a Steam key for Why Eat Trilogy that is a $5 minimum donation. So as long as you get the donation in before the end of the run for the Why Eat Trilogy, or by the end of Chroma Squad for the headset, you'll be entered in for a random raffle to get one of those very awesome prizes. Again, thank you to all of our donors for all of the awesome prizes throughout the week, and keep an eye on the prizes. There's some really, really neat ones in here as well.
So right here, we're going to be buying a bunch of different flare bombs, as well as, well, it looks like you didn't buy the the healing medicines. Or did you?
Yes, there is. There was actually a slight change here that I made a couple of months ago. Because usually, what you're supposed to do is you usually buy 2 healing medicines and 8 flare bombs. We have 10 healing medicines to begin with, and you're gonna buy 2 more, so you have a 12 total, which you can exchange later for 3 healing herbs. But usually you're fine with 2 healing herbs as well, so we don't do that anymore. Quickly need to do a bit of menuing here.
Yeah,
Right.
this is the fun part. Obviously, for RPGs, there's a lot of menuing, and this is kind of like a tutorial sort of situation as well. Like first teaching you about spells. So you have 2 new people. There's Seth, who also survived the meteor when she was in the middle of battle, and then Jansen, who Gongora proudly suggested that he go on the adventure with you guys, with Kaim and Seth. So we'll find out later why he was so excited to bring him on the adventure, but also here, this is a scripted fight, obviously, with tutorial, but also we did menuing with the rings, as Ragnar explained earlier about the bruiser rings that we needed some of the stuff, or some of the items for, the whetstones and everything.
Yeah, there's another thing that I did before this fight, which you might have noticed, that is called skill linking. Now, immortals in this game, they don't learn anything by themselves. The only way they can acquire new skills is either by skill linking to a certain skill tree of mortal characters like Jansen, or by equipping certain accessories. And
Yeah,
this is what we did right there. So we skill linked level 1 white magic for both Kaim and Seth to Jansen, which means once they learned it, they can equip it, and then use all the spells that are related with level 1 white magic. Immortals start out with 3 skill slots, so you can safely assign 3 skills to every immortal. There are items in this game that are called slot seeds, and if you use them on an immortal, they gain an additional skill slot. Throughout the run, we're gonna be picking up a couple of them. We only need 4 slots on all the immortals, 5 on Kaim for the end of the fight. But I do think that if you actually grab all slot seeds, I think every immortal has like 20 slots, something like that. So there are actually quite a few of them, but we don't need most of them throughout the run.
And we're also trying to get Jansen up to a certain level at this point before our first boss fight. He needs to, what is it, level...
For the Gridman part, it's actually not that important, but you want to try to have Jansen at least at level 15 by the time you get to Bogimori, which is the second boss fight we're gonna be having. Generally, like I said earlier, we don't have access to the Turntail command yet, so we don't really have a good chance of fleeing, which is why we're gonna fight most of the battles. Luckily, we need the levels anyways, so it's not like it matters all too much. And depending on what kind of encounter formations you get, you can either gain levels faster or not as much. This is the Kellon encounter, which is usually not a big deal. We got a little bit unlucky with the attack there, because as you see this combination attack there, it actually takes quite a while. Like, damage at this point is not really a big problem. The characters are rather beefy for this part, so you want to try to just end the battles as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and then we're going to be going into the hut here, and we're going to be collecting 3 different items: the search glasses, power drink, and mana herb. And all 3 of those are actually kind of important, including the search glasses. Those are going to be pretty important later on for some of the bosses that we need.
Yeah, the search glasses give the one wearing it the skill status analysis, so you can basically check how much HP they still have left and what kind of enemy they are, like if they're a beast, a machine, organic, whatever. And also their elements, if they have society, which also means you can find out their weakness. We have 4 elements in this game, so we have basically fire, water, earth, and wind. And depending on what element an enemy is, you can obviously do more damage by hitting the correct weakness. So yeah,
Yeah, so
like we're gonna skip. Sorry, we're gonna grab the search glasses here, and we're also gonna grab a power drink here. Maybe a brief explanation about what a power drink is. There are certain spells and items that raise your attack in battle, and power drink is actually the strongest of those items. There are gonna be spells later on, mainly Powera and Powerus, but we're never gonna get that. And Powera, I think, raises your attack by like 20 or 25%, and Powerus, which has the same effect as a power drink, raises your attack by 60%. And especially in the beginning, that is a lot.
Yeah. So, what we skipped for that cutscene is kind of important to the story. Time during the rest that they had, like, you actually have to take that rest in order to continue on with the story, which is kind of strange. But during the sleep that he had, he sees somebody falling off a cliff. I believe that's when this comes in. He sees somebody falling off a cliff, a young girl falling off a cliff, and he doesn't know who's actually pushing him off the cliff, but they do know that there's somebody pushing him off the cliff.
Yeah, he's having flashbacks. He sees that there is a little girl that is jumping or being pushed off a cliff. He cannot remember accordingly, but he remembers that he has some kind of special connection to this girl. So it is already implied that this girl might be his daughter. And we're about to unlock another dream sequence here. Of course, we're gonna skip those. We're pretty much done with the first part of Epsilon Madness. Like, on the top of Epsilon Madness, we're going to fight Grilgan, which is the first actual boss of this game. And everybody that has played this game casually probably remembers the first 2 bosses, because you're still not very accustomed to the game's mechanics. And the first 2 bosses are ridiculously overpowered. So I know a lot of people that actually dropped the game before the second boss already, because they're like, yeah, I'm not gonna play this. This is like a SMT game.
Yeah, we're. I was talking earlier, and I was saying I never actually beat this game when I originally played it. I never beat it until I started speedrunning this game, and it was kind of funny because it was like disc 3 or disc 4 that I got to, and I just never beat it. So, learning this game was interesting because I didn't know how the story ended until I learned it completely.
I mean, the thing is, the game isn't necessarily hard, but it has a couple of bosses that might not be properly balanced, and if you can get through those, you're usually going to be fine. But especially in Disc 1 and Disc 3, you have a few bosses where you're just like, whoa, game, what is going on right now?
Yeah.
Alright, we're actually about to fight the first boss. We're gonna do a little bit of menuing here again. Yeah, I should have everything else. Okay, let's go. So what we did, we put staff in the back row. Why? Because we actually have a GC that we didn't even talk about yet. Maybe, Steve, you can explain that quickly while I'm setting up the first turn here.
Yeah, so, the back, if you see up in the top right, there's a little bar there. that shows the attack power of the front row, and there's actually a shield, wall that's behind the back row that protects them from damage. I don't know what percentage it is, but there's a pretty good percentage that it defends them.
Okay.
Yeah, and we got a turn 1 Poison Claw, and okay, good work. I was actually afraid a little there, because this boss in the past was very, very unsafe. But it has become a little safer. There is only one pattern that can still potentially wipe you, which is a turn 1 Poison Claw into a turn 2 Downburst. And when I saw the turn 1 Poison Claw, I was kind of afraid that this was going to happen. But we should be fine for the variation that we're up to right now. So you will see we're mostly attacking with fire here, because the boss is weak to fire. And we're pretty much already done here. You can see that both Kaim and Seth actually go before the boss, and this is because they're throwing flare bombs. We already briefly talked about item abuse earlier. There are bombs in this game that, for each element, so like a flare bomb for fire, aqua bomb, wind bomb, ground bomb, and those take priority in battle. So usually by throwing a bomb, you're the first one to go. Same goes for generally all the items, doesn't necessarily have to be bombs. Can also be healing herbs, angel's plumes, whatever. Items usually take priority. And we're gonna use that mechanic quite a bit throughout the run to make a couple of the boss fights a little bit easier, if you will.
As somebody was asking in the chat, is this available on the 360 still? I believe is it not on the Game Pass?
It is not on the Game Pass, but you can get it from the store.
Yeah, and it's pretty cheap, I believe, because not a lot of people know about the game.
Yeah, I think it is up for $20 in the store, if I remember correctly. I don't know if you can still buy it on the 360. I know you can buy it on the newer consoles. If you only have a 360, you might actually have to watch out for a disc version of the game. But those usually don't cost a lot either.
Yeah, a quick scan on eBay, it's about a $20 disc, so wouldn't be too difficult to get a copy of even a physical one if you wanted one.
So yeah, we beat the first boss now. We're going down Epsilon Mountain in order to reach the Grand Staff. And we talked about earlier how we're just gonna fight all the encounters at the moment in order to gain levels. There is one specific encounter here that we're gonna have to run away from. I hope that it's not going to appear. And by saying that, I probably just jinxed it.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't come up. It's always my luck. I always get it. Oh,
it was
we're good. Okay.
But we're actually fine here. So there is, like I said earlier, we're gonna fight most of the stuff, but there is one encounter that we're not going to fight. And that is an encounter with a big crystal and 2 little crystals. And the reason why we don't fight those is they have ridiculously high defense. So basically, Kaim and Seth, they both don't do any damage at all. Meaning that Chance is the only one with the spells to actually damage the enemy. And since there are 3 enemies, you need at least 3 turns to get through the fight. And to top it off, they don't even give a lot of experience. So usually this is the only fight where you're better off just running away. If you get unlucky though, and you get a couple of those, you might be missing levels in the next area, and you might have to grind a little more before you reach the next boss in order to get Chance into level 15. So all of that, those are just like some tiny things that can either gain or lose you quite a bit of time, depending on what kind of encounter RNG luck you get.
Some people are talking about rumors about it coming to Steam. No, unfortunately, I've read recently that Mistwalker, I think it was in the past year or two, has said that they have no interest in actually bringing it to any other consoles but the 360 or the Xbox. So if you want to play this game, unfortunately, you would have to get a 360, Xbox One, or Series X.
And I also read that one of the issues with porting to this game comes to the fact that Mistwalker isn't actually like just a company that has employees, but more like a company that hires freelancers for their work. So I think with licensing and stuff, it is a lot more complicated than it would be with a normal game studio.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine they also downsized a lot when they started focusing on mobile games as well. So even if they did, it's probably they'd have to expand probably to get the port out.
So this is kind of good that he didn't get encounters, but also kind of bad because we do need levels coming into the next area.
We
But
got one encounter, which is fine. Chance is still on level 12, though, which is kind of worrying a little bit. I would have liked him to hit 13 before we leave Epsilon Mountains, because the Sea of Boss encounters usually give more experience, so he would probably hit 14 by the first battle. So now we'd have to have an extra battle to hit 13 before he can hit 14, so it's probably going to end up with me having to grind a little bit of encounters before Bogimori in order to get him to 15.
oh, and also to say Ragnar is actually playing this on the Series X right now, and this saves. What'd you say? How much time does it save with cutscenes?
Yeah, just to put it into comparison, my 360 PB was a 645, and the first run on the Series X that I did was a 615. So I saved roughly 30 minutes just on loads. So if you ever happen to get this game and you decide to speedrun it, I can highly recommend you doing that on a new console. So this is a Pippo in the pot here. We've briefly talked about this earlier. You can exchange items at a Pippo and he's gonna give you something in return. In this scenario here, we're gonna give him 4 of the healing medicines and we're gonna get a healing herb in return. Now, the reason why we do that is a healing medicine only heals for 100, and if you check Kimes and Saf's HP, they both have like 600 or more HP, so a healing herb that heals for like 100 isn't really gonna do much. But, okay, I screwed this up, good job. But the good thing is, we can exchange those for a healing herb, like I just said, and the healing herb actually heals for 500, which is quite a bit more, and actually useful. So what we're doing here right now is basically a little mini game here. We need to sneak in there without the guards catching us, so we can get down here where there is a secret shop and the pot that actually gives us our first set of Turntail shoes. We talked about that earlier. Turntail finally gives us the ability to actually run from battles with 100% success rate. So we're gonna have a shop here. We're gonna buy the Aqua spell as well as only, unfortunately, 9 Aqua Bombs, because I cannot afford more. And we're gonna use that for the next boss, because the next boss, Bogimori, has a water weakness. Ideally, you wanna grab at least 10 Aqua Bombs, because Bogimori is a fight that comes in 2 phases, and for both phases, you wanna have 5 Aqua Bombs. You can manage with 9 too, but every bomb that you're missing, the fight becomes a little more RNG reliant, and those who played the game casually probably already know what Bogimori's gimmick is, and that one is a big run killer, but we're gonna go into more details once we actually get to the boss there.
I never would have guessed it's a run killer, even though I've failed Bogimori 3 times in one run during a marathon before. So...
Big problem with Bogimori is since it is actually a 2-phase fight, I think the fight takes like 4.5 to 5 minutes. And usually if you die in the fight, it is rather late. So just by having to retry the fight, you already lose like 4.5 to 5 minutes just because the fight itself is taking so long. Also, we're gonna grab All Shield here. All Shield is the first level 2 white magic that we're getting here. And there are 2 spells in this game called Shield and Barricade, which is basically the Lost Odyssey version of Protect and Shell that you may know from the Final Fantasy games.
Yeah, so we're gonna try and fight anything that we can until Jansen gets to level 15. After that, we just want to run from everything that we can.
Yeah,
And-
there is one encounter here that you don't want to fight, which is the one with two fishes. But
Yeah.
even then, it's really not that big of a deal. And another thing we didn't mention yet is you can actually change your equipment mid-battle, is what I just did. And that is going to be essentially very important for a glitch that we're going to perform heavily throughout the later parts of the run.
It's basically mandatory, the glitch is, in order to complete the game.
Yeah. Before it is called the persistence glitch. I'm not gonna go into too many details just now, but just as a just to understand what this glitch actually does, your characters basically become immortal as long as they don't get attacked more than once per battle. And to put it into perspective how much time that actually saves, Potato Handler, who did the initial routing of this game back in 2013, lowered his PP by, I think, over an hour after he found the glitch. So that should already tell you how important it actually is for a run.
Yeah, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, the first routes of this game were actually without the persistence glitch, because I think it was pretty much an accident when they discovered that. But before that, the run was a lot more risky. You died a lot more often if you got bad RNG, and now, thanks to the persistence glitch, it's become quite a bit easier.
So right here, you're gonna see Ragnar. Yeah, wait for a second for the lightning to pass by, because if you manage to get close enough to these pillars, he's gonna be picking up specific pillars, items from pillars. But if you get too close when the lightning is going off, then you're forced into another fight that you cannot run away from. And sometimes you just don't want it because you could get the two fish. Sometimes it's just like, it also, does it hurt you?
It doesn't hurt you, but it basically gives you an ambush attack, and obviously that thing's gonna cost quite a bit of time. And I usually like to wait, especially for the pillars that are out of sight, because I've been sniped by those things so many times. So I'd rather just wait until the lightning goes out, and then just ram them.
And you're also, with all these enemies, there's specific orders that you kind of want to attack these enemies with. That was one thing that we kind of didn't mention, but Jansen is gonna attack specific enemies because they get hurt. They die a lot faster with Flare. We're gonna use Flare throughout this entire early section, but they die instantly compared to being attacked. They're weaker to magic than they are to attacks.
We have time for a quick donation here.
Sure, go ahead.
We have $10 from Mirioki. Just says, great gaming going on this week. Again, guys, go ahead and send in those donations. Get yourselves entered in those raffles for those awesome prizes, and you'll hopefully hear yourself right on there.
Yeah,
right back over to y'all.
Let's try and get that 7,000 before the end of this run. I think we can definitely do it.
That seems definitely achievable.
So, we're at the part that I was talking about earlier. We're basically on the screen before the next boss fight, and we got the problem that Chance just hit level 14, so unfortunately we have to grind a couple of encounters here now. Ideally, we want to have 2 sets of 3 bugs. The bugs that are going to spawn here, they're also going to be part of the next boss fight.
Nice.
And the reason why I want to have 3 bugs here is because on level 14, bugs give you 51% experience of your next level. So meaning that if you get 2 encounters with a set of 3, you're gonna get to 15. If you're gonna get a set of 2, you're gonna need 3 encounters in order to get to 15. So basically how leveling in this game works is, enemies don't really have a set amount of experience that they give, but rather a percentage that you need in order to reach the next level. And that percentage is going to be lower and lower the higher level you are. So basically the game wants to prevent you from grinding up too heavily at any point of the game. So while Jansen at 13 would have gotten a full level from this encounter, he's only got like 51 or 54% from this on level 14 now. So it's basically the built-in way to kind of try to prevent you from grinding to make the game too easy on you.
So with all this grinding, Ghoul, you can actually talk about what you want right now.
Sounds like a plan. Again, I do want to remind everybody just what we're raising our money for. So, Questing for Glory, Hope and Healing 2 is raising money for NAMI, which is the National Alliance on Mental Illness. They are one of the leading mental health advocacy organizations in North America. They do work focused around 3 pillars, which is education and support, awareness and advocacy. So, for instance, awareness, they participate in national awareness opportunities like Mental Health Month, Suicide Prevention Month, and Mental Illness Awareness Week. And they have a partnership with a large range of companies and organizations like Fox Sports and Google that they use to get their name and mission in front of new audiences. They're a fantastic organization. We're super thrilled to be supporting them, and we hope that you guys agree and can help us raise lots of money. We'd love to see that 7,000 mark by the end of Lost Odyssey. And again, there's some fantastic prizes on display in this run even. So there's the Steam key for the Lai Trilogy, donated by Transquina. That's a $5 minimum donation. That's only available during this run. So any $5 donation in the next, I suppose the estimate is 6 hours, but just to be on the safe side, get it in the next 6 hours. And there's also a gaming headset for the Xbox One and Series X that was donated by Game KMD, which is a $10 minimum donation. That is going to go until the end of Chroma Squad.
So we actually have perfect timing on this because we're about to hit Bogimori, which is probably the trolliest boss in a casual playthrough. So quickly go through the boss's mechanics. The boss Bogimori, the snake in the background, it doesn't actually do anything. The only thing that Bogimori does, and I just noticed that I did a menuing mistake there, this could be a problem. So basically the way this fight works is, the bugs that we just fought here, they're present here as well, and they can be charging up. And Bogimori is gonna fill its MP bar when they do so. And once the MP bar is full, it's gonna unleash Paraflare, and Paraflare is a very strong AoE attack that not only does damage, but also can potentially paralyze your party, which is the reason why we picked up the yellow band earlier and put it on Jansen. The yellow band actually grants immunity to paralyze, and we're gonna have to meet that. Now, the reason why I wanted to put Zeph in the front row is that I have a bigger GC value bar. Because we talked about that earlier, the lower your GC value gets, the more damage the back row is going to take. So we want to try to protect Jansen as much as possible in this fight, because obviously him with the Aqua spell is doing the most damage of all. We got a decent pattern so far, because those bugs, they can do either three things. They can do charge, like you've seen here. They can do a normal regular attack, which is like the best possible pattern you can get. Or they can do an attack that is called Force, and Force is a magic attack that does roughly 220 damage, and just by watching the character's HP, this is actually quite a bit. So we made it through phase 1, and because this game is fun, we have to fight another Bogimori now, with the only difference that the second Bogimori already comes with a fully charged MP bar, so second phase is always going to start with a Paraflare attack. And afterwards, it's going to be RNG whether or not you can get through this fight, because there is a decent chance that Kaim or Zeph are going to be paralyzed. And if they are, it is a 50-50 whether or not they're actually going to be attacking the next turn, or if they're going to be paralyzed. Also, you can tell that by the bad turn order in the bottom, you can see the bugs C and A, they come after Bogimori. It means that not only are we going to get a Paraflare from Bogimori itself, but we're also going to get 2 force attacks, so I am pretty sure somebody is going to die in this turn, which is not the ideal scenario. This is not something I want to see here, so this might be interesting now.
This is my luck every time I do Bogimori, to be completely honest. Oh, that was honestly the best. Oh, no. Okay, wait. Oh, no. There we go.
Oh, that's not. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to put Zeph in the front row.
The thing with the Immortals is that early game, they're able to just get up without you actually using a, using something to get them up. But later on, it's going to be a little bit longer, but hopefully we can get Kaim up in time in order for him to get some of the experience. Because if they're unconscious by the time that the battle's done, then they don't gain as much experience, or
okay,
actually any experience.
We're gonna wing this now. I'm gonna throw a bomb with chance as well, in the hopes that this might be enough to kill Bogimori. We don't have enough Aqua bombs. Nice, but it actually worked.
Nice. Okay.
Nice save there. So we talked about earlier how items actually have priority, and I did throw a bomb with Jansen here so he can get in the shot before Bogimori, because Jansen's magic can be faster than Bogimori, but often it's not. So by throwing a bomb, I made sure I got the damage in time, because the next turn would have been another Paraflare, and there would have been a good chance that I would have been dead afterwards. So luckily we still had a couple of flare bombs left over from the Grilligan fight, because that one actually went pretty well. So we just winged it, threw a flare bomb, and luckily got the kill just in time. Usually this is the point why I said earlier why you want to have at least 10 Aqua Bombs, so you have a backup bomb
Yep.
in case things like that happen. We didn't have enough Aqua Bombs, but luckily we still had the leftover flare bombs, so it was fine. Okay, let me quickly check if I have the menuing right. Okay, now I got everybody in the front, that's good.
Do you have enough bombs for Obsidian Miasma?
Yeah, the thing is, we were going to do a shopping trip in Numara later and gonna stack up on bombs. If you have a lot of leftover bombs from the first 2 boss fights, you can actually skip this menuing. But since this is a marathon, and since I am not really sure if I got enough bombs or not, I'm probably gonna take the shopping there, just to be safe. Okay, so we have a fight against the Numara army now, and what we're gonna do here is we're gonna attack 2 soldiers with both Kaim and Seth. And we're gonna do what's called Prism with Jansen. Now what Prism is, Prism does an AoE attack of a random element to all party members, but as you might be able to tell by turn order, it actually takes 2 turns to charge up. So we're gonna attack 2 soldiers. On the second turn the Prism is gonna go off, which is hopefully going to wipe the first 2 soldiers. And then we're gonna take down the rest one by one. Okay, I got a little bit unlucky there with the shield, but I should still be fine, hopefully.
So
yeah,
going out,
make
going.
story explanation what actually happens here, Steve.
Oh, I was just about to say. At this point, it's just the Numara army is just led by General Kukanis, and they're just coming in and they're trying to imprison all 3 of these people. All 3 of Kaim, Seth, and Jansen. There's a little bit more that's coming on after this fight that I can explain a little bit more to it, but right now it's just they randomly attacked.
Yeah, right now I'm really not a fan about how this battle goes, because ideally you want the soldiers to attack both Kaim and Seth, so they're like basically on even HP. They're leaning more towards Seth, which is bad, because you kind of want to have everybody alive at the end of this battle. If Kaim or Seth dies, it is still okay, but you definitely want to have Jansen alive at the end of this one, because Jansen needs to hit 16 by the time we get to Numara, and for that to happen, we're gonna have the battle here, 1 forced encounter in the White Boa, and then 1 solo battle with Jansen, which is just enough to get him to 16. So let's hope we can get a little bit lucky here and keep Jansen alive at the end of this. Okay, he healed himself. This is actually a good sign.
I've never seen him do that before. I don't get that lucky.
Yeah, that doesn't really happen often, and I'm gonna play this one very safe now. I'm going to throw a couple of the healing medicines that I still have on both Seth and Jansen to make sure they survive, because both of them would be dead after the next attack. And this is one of the reasons why we didn't buy additional healing medicines at the when we left Ura, because by only exchanging 8 healing herbs instead of 12, we actually have 2 healing medicines left that we can use in situations like that. There you go, beautiful. Everybody's alive.
Thanks. That was really good. Actually, really good fight. Alright, so after this, they get captured. All 3 of them, and then they're sent over to the White Boa, which is the whose ship? I believe it's the Numara army's ship, their big ship, and there's just a lot of waiting at this point. It's very strange. Like, you have to activate this, then you have to activate 1 more cutscene, and then you just wait for the cutscene to happen.
I also do want to point out that we're not gonna gain a super time, obviously, because of donation incentives. But I just want to point out that I'm actually a minute 30 ahead of PB world record right now.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, so this disc 1 has been going exceptionally well so far.
Yeah, you've had really good fights.
I do have to admit though, my disc 1 PB, I don't want to say it was bad, but it definitely could have been a lot faster. But just the fact that I'm actually ahead by 90 seconds should already tell you that this start has been actually going very, very smooth. So usually, I would say 70% of the game's runs die somewhere in disc 1.
So, Gould, we have just a little bit of waiting here. If you have anything to say, go for it.
Sounds good. I do also, in case you guys need a little bit more on your reasons to donate, we do have some challenges coming up for Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate. So we have the Take the Stairs incentive, which would, I presume, be having our runner run up the stairs as opposed to take the elevator in the Shinra building. That is at $25 instead of $400. To do Chapter 15, that is at $0 out of $250, and then we also have the ability to soft lock the game, which is at $25 out of $250. There's also a bidding war if you have a particular language that you'd like to see. French is currently in the lead there at $15, and Japanese and English are currently sitting at a whopping 0, so very, very easy to get the language of your choice there if that is what you would prefer to see. We do also have a $25 donation from Richard that says, "Great job, everyone involved in this event. Staff, volunteers, runners, commentators. All of you have a great week of fun runs for an awesome charity." Also, hi, Ghoul. I miss you. Miss you too, Richard. Always great to hear from you.
All right, so right here, we find out that the reason that Gongora wanted Jansen in this party is because he gave him an item that allows for people to, or he has an item that completely erases memories. So as Seth and Kaim were gaining their memories, he was supposed to give it to them, but he gives it to the guard here and completely erases his memory to allow for them to get out of here.
Yeah, basically the only reason why Gongora sent Jansen with Kaim and Seth is in case they are regaining their memories, to basically keep them in check, keep them in control, and make sure they don't remember anything they're not supposed to remember.
And we'll find out later on why. But that won't be until, like, what, Disc 4?
Yeah, it's going to be later in the game, but I think just by the amount of stuff Gongora has done already at this point, it is probably rather easy to tell that he's going to be one of the villains in this one. Spoilers.
Yeah, the story's after White Boa here, the story's going to start getting a little bit complicated. It will be fun to explain to people, but also it wouldn't be an RPG without us having a stealth section for us to pass by. So if you get caught anywhere here, no pressure. If you get caught anywhere here, then you have to go all the way back to that the south that we started out in.
Yeah, and I am trying to take this very, very safe, because I have lost runs to this. This is supposedly the easiest segment in the entire run, and I lost way more runs than I like to admit in this segment. Because depending on how fast you mash, you can actually barely make a couple of those cycles. But this is sometimes frame depending. So this one especially here, if you mash really fast, you can make this cycle. But I'm not gonna go for it now.
Well, yeah, I've learned that with my mashing, I'm able to hit that almost every single time.
I'm usually able to hit it 80% of the times, but usually at this point I only go for it when the run is already bad. Like, if I'm ahead of PP, I'm gonna take it safe. Also, those red plates that I'm going over right now, they actually sound sensible. So if you run or dash over them, the alarm's gonna go off.
Yeah,
so,
this is where you learn that you can hold down the B button to walk slowly. If Ragnar still uses the technique that we have later on, and I think Disc 3, we're going to be using that to our advantage.
Yeah, and this is also the first part when you start picking up this game as a speedrun. This is also the first part where you learn that hitboxes in this game are not what they look like. Because this floor here, those plates, the hitbox actually extends out just slightly. So if you run or dash too fast while crossing them, you're still gonna trigger the alarm, even though none of your feet is on the floor even more at this point. So you really want to try to start walking like a step or two before I actually get on them, and another additional 1 or 2 steps when you get off them, just to make sure you're not triggering the alarm and get sent back into prison. Because if that happens here, you're losing like another minute and 30 or so.
Make sure to hit the button.
Yeah, also be true. I forgot that a couple of times in the past as well. We need to activate the button for the gate to be active back there, which is actually the reason why we had to do that entire segment to begin with.
Alright, so we made it through. We don't have to worry about that anymore. I think the rest of this disc is pretty chill. Like, after those first bosses and then this, honestly, I think it's kind of chill.
I tend to disagree with that statement, because the next 2 boss fights that are coming up are very easy run killers.
So, as somebody that hasn't played this game, how many discs are there?
There are 4 discs in total, obviously only if you play the 360 version. If you play this one on the Xbox One or Series, you can play it digitally. So there is still the prompt that is going to be coming up by, yeah, you need to change the disc now, but you only need to wait a second or 2 and then you can just continue.
Alright. So, let me look up the story here.
Yeah, basically we're still about to escape the white boa here, and obviously since they threw us in prison, they also took away all our weapons and armor, which is the reason why we had the stealth section to begin with. Now we recovered our equipment, and now we get attacked by Numara soldiers. And again, this fight is just a tiny bit of RNG. Those soldiers have 260 HP, and they have a very low chance of guarding physical attacks. So we're gonna defeat one of them by attacking them with both Kaim and Seth, and we're gonna defeat the second one by casting a spell with Jansen. Now, again, like I said, they have a small chance to attack, guard physical attacks. If they do, you're not gonna get the kill in turn 1. And second of all, the damage on Jansen is actually a damage roll. They have 260 HP, and Flare can do... There you go, beautiful. I love when that stuff happens. And Flare can do anything from 255 to around 285. So the chance of not doing a one-hit kill here is rather low, but of course it happened here. Again, it's not really a big thing, it's more like a minor thing, but it can still save a little bit of time. Also, we got a random encounter here, which is something that usually doesn't happen either.
Yeah,
the encounter rate in here
right.
is very, very low.
I don't think I've ever had an encounter here, to be completely honest.
Yeah, it barely ever happens. But if it happens, you can just flee, because there is only one more random battle that you want to fight, and that is the one that you have with Solo Jansen later. Luckily, we already have the Turntail command, so it's really not that big of a deal. Which brings me to the good point that I should probably put those on Jansen, in case I get bad luck and get a double encounter on the next screen as well.
So, coming up, what we're gonna skip is that Seth has a vision. One of her memories comes back that she was actually friends with the Queen of Numara. They were friends at one point. And Jansen, this is where I always get confused. Jansen comes in to try and convince her to let them go with her, I believe. I don't. This is where I get confused with the story a little.
Yeah, they basically want Ming to help them escape, but Jansen actually has other plans, because Jansen is a little bit of a playboy, and he locks Kaim and Seth out so he can have a little private time with Queen Ming, and actually puts a sleep spell on her. Yeah, that actually happens.
So we can't escape through the front door because there's Numaran guards there. So we find out that there's a back entrance behind the altar here with Ming, and you can just escape that way.
Yeah, and we also have another forced encounter that is at this doorway right here, and this is the one we're going to use to get Jansen to 16. We talked about how we want to have Jansen at 16 before the next boss fight, and this is just the battle where this is going to happen. This is also the reason why you want to have him at 15 before Bogimori, because if the 259, are you kidding me? Because if the battles go as planned, Chance is gonna hit 16 on the very last encounter before the boss battle here. There you go. Also, I'm going to play this super safe now and actually heal up Chance, because while it is very unlikely, you can actually get another encounter before this cutscene right here, and Chance only had 85 HP left. So if the turn-tail command would have been slower than the soldier attacking, Chance would be dead. And this is obviously something we don't want.
And I believe this is one of the fights that you just hold down a button, correct?
The next boss fight?
Yeah.
No, for the Numara army, you actually have a very specific setup. And once again, it is a big RNG boss fight. But before we actually get there, we're in Numara now. And Numara is gonna be the first bigger shopping trip of the game, if you will. We're gonna stack up on items, we're gonna get a couple of new rings, we're gonna get a couple of items, accessories, basically everything we need for the next pieces and bits of the game.
Oh,
so,
and yeah, this is one of the sections where after he's going to be talking to somebody specifically in order for us to be able to shop a specific area in the game, as well as once he leaves this building, he's going to be hugging the left wall in order to skip one of our memories that comes back. So talking to that person, I believe this is the building, yeah, he'll go to the very back, and you wouldn't be able to go back here unless you talk to that person to say the password. So he's going to be buying some turntail shoe. Well, he's really fast at this. He has to buy specific things in order for us to be able to do some of the ring assembly situations and get stronger attacks. So we have one more shop that we have to go to.
So yeah, basically what we did in the shopping menu, we bought a steel sword, which is a stronger weapon. We bought 8 sticky tapes to combine them with our anger rings to make 2 bruiser rings, and also Herculean rings in the process. I'm gonna buy a few more bombs just to be safe. Still got 2 flare bombs, gonna buy another angel's plume, maybe a healing herb, and 2 mana herbs, that should be good. And we also bought a second set of turntail shoes. We found one in the Grand Staff construction base, and we're just got a second pair now. And 2 pairs are basically all we need. Because like I said earlier, the Immortals over time, they're gonna learn the turntail command to begin with. So we can put the remaining turntail shoes on the Immortal characters, so they also get the turntail command. And also now, a very important piece of story is gonna come up. So if you like to explain that, because that's actually going to be vital. Considering the next cutscene is coming up, which was actually one of the donation incentives.
Okay. I've never watched this cutscene. Well, I probably did, but just don't remember. So... let's see.
A little bit of bad menuing there, but it should be fine.
It says Kakanis hopes Kakanis freed all 3 of them, and they're secretly following them and hoping that they will lead Numara to more information on Ura and Grand Staff. Kakanis insists Numara prepare for war against Ura and begins the and begins to maintain war preparations, much to the discontent of Ming's wishes.
Yeah, and we're actually already about to hit the next boss fight, and again, this is a very specific boss fight. So we're gonna use the first of the power drinks that we got earlier, and we're also gonna put up all shield, because this is an exclusively physical attack. And the biggest problem here, you have 3 soldiers in the back, and 2 in the front, and 2 on the horses in the back, and you can tell by the turn order that one of the horses is actually going a little bit later. The reason for that is the soldiers on the horses have 2 attacks. One is a regular attack. Did I forget to change the sword? Okay, that's not good.
Oh.
Yep, that's what I thought was gonna happen. This is absolutely something you don't want to happen on the first turn. So ideally you want to have everybody alive so all shield hits everybody. Yeah, of course I forgot about the ring. Yeah. Okay, gonna throw a bomb here. Try to oh my god, this is a double rush.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a good chance we're gonna game over on this fight.
This is, like I said, this is my luck every time I play this game. I don't think I've ever gotten through this fight without dying.
Okay, I'm actually gonna play this a little risky now. I think this was a bad call. I should have gone for a healing herb here.
Rush, yep, there you go.
3 HP!
Oh my gosh!
Good grief! Okay, now I'm gonna throw a healing herb. Oh boy. Okay, didn't get a crit there. Okay, that's actually...
Oh. Okay.
Well, not necessarily good, but it could have been worse. So we're gonna attack this one. We're gonna throw another healing herb with Seth. Then we're gonna try to get Jansen back up, because you want to have the experience from this fight on Jansen.
Okay, no rushes though.
No rushes, that's good.
Yeah.
Even if Seth is dead now, that should be fine.
No? Oh. Nice, nice, alright, alright.
Okay, I'm gonna do it like this. You're gonna throw a bomb. So we can guarantee the one-shot next turn. So you're gonna survive, you're gonna throw the bomb. Next turn you're gonna bring Jansen back, Kaim's gonna attack, and then we should hopefully be good. Okay, this looks like we might have just recovered in time.
Yeah. Yeah, and no rush either.
I actually would have preferred a rush on this turn, because rush goes after Kaim, and Kaim would have gotten the kill regardless, but whatever. We made it through the fight without dying.
Alright.
Just to put it into perspective how RNG heavy those fights can be, even though we didn't die, I lost like 2 minutes on this segment since the last boss fight now. So I was like a minute 30 ahead before this, and now I'm like, well, actually even more. I was like a minute 30 ahead, and now I'm like a minute behind PB. So you can see one boss fight is all it takes to ruin your time. And also cutscene time.
Yeah, so with this cutscene, what we're gonna be skipping is we find out that the nightmare that Kaim was having actually was a memory, and
we're actually gonna watch that because it was one of the
yeah.
donation incentives that you guys donated for, and we hit that, so enjoy the 7-minute cutscene now.
Alright.
Looks like it.
Good afternoon.
Hey there.
These people are from Ura. They protected the Tundra Flora from these stupid soldiers, didn't they?
The flowers.
What's wrong?
Mom? The flowers. They've let me see you one more time.
The flowers. They brought us together.
Oh, Father.
Father?
What?
Father?
Lirum, is that you?
Father.
Lirum!
Lirum.
You survived.
Kime, your memories.
What is it? Why are you looking at me?
Gongora. Gongora was there.
I've missed you so much.
I'm so sorry. I couldn't save you myself.
Is Mom?
I don't know. I haven't seen her since. Sarah. I have to find her. She doesn't even know you're alive.
I don't have much time. Cook. Mac. Come here. Listen, both of you. Kime here is my father. I know he looks very young, but he is your grandfather. The one I've told you so much about. Your dear treasures. I've been able to hold on this long because you've been here. Father, take care of them, please.
Of course.
Father, there's something I've always wanted to tell you.
I know, Lirum. I know. Lirum!
Mom? Mom?
I'm glad. So very glad. I could see you once more.
Mom?
Lirum! I'll bring Sarah here, I swear. Hang on, Liram.
Mom! Mom! Mom, no! No! Mom! Wake up!
Yeah, that was the cutscene. It's been like 13 years since I played the first time, and I'm still having troubles watching this cutscene. Gets right in the feels every single time.
Father, there was...
So right here, Fulton is still debating on whether or not he should be combining the two armies. But then he runs into these enemies. I mean, it's
Yeah, so basically Tolton isn't sure if he should be the one to lead Ura or not, since Ura is now a republic, and then he gets attacked by those clay dolls. So Tolton is actually the first instance in the game where we have access to an AoE physical attack, which is called Cut Down. Cut Down, unfortunately, likes to miss though. Oh, we actually got all
hey,
three.
you got it.
So Cut Down, it doesn't have a high chance of missing, but more often than not, you're only hitting 3 of the 4 targets. And now after he's actually fought the clay dolls, he's gonna run into Roxanne, and Roxanne is actually the head of Ura's counselor. He's basically the counselor. He's like the head of the Republic Ura right now. And Roxanne is afraid that Tolton, as a member of the royal family, might want to try to get back the power and restore the monarchy that Ura once was, and therefore he wants to wipe Tolton. So now we also not only have to kill those clay dolls, we also have to get rid of the chairman of Ura.
Must be extinguished. Just by being alive, you give those dissidents.
Yeah, and this is where the holding down the A button comes in handy.
Yeah, this is actually one of the first breaks you get in the run. Since you get to skip all the cutscenes, there aren't really any big breaks that you have in the run, but there are certain sequences where you just have to set up and then hold the A button, which gives you like 30 to 60 second breaks here. Also, there was a question in chat what it was with Liram, why she actually died. The game doesn't actually give away what the exact reason is, but there is a diary in the house that suggests that she has an incurable illness. So it doesn't ever specify what kind of illness it is, but she's very sick and there is no means to actually cure her.
Our people want a republic.
But why couldn't we use a healing spell on her?
Yeah, just throw an Angel's Plume, right?
Right. So we come. Some of the cutscenes that we're skipping here shows that actually that wasn't the actual Roxanne. Gongora actually killed him, and the real or the one that we killed there was actually one of the clay dolls. And it just goes to show, it starts to show automatic, like right away, Gongora's plan. Like
yeah, it's basically Gongora playing mind games on everybody. He wants to make sure that Tolton actually believes that he killed the chairman, and he's basically manipulating all parts of the country to make sure his plan comes into fruition later on. So now we have a little cutscene here and a little mini game, a little side quest, if you will. We have to collect flowers and wood in order for Lyrum's funeral that we have to do later. So we have to get 10 flowers and 10 pieces of wood with both Cook and Kime. And this is something I've been speedrunning. I just want to say I've been speedrunning this game for like 6 years now. This is only something I found out a couple of months ago because somebody in chat actually told me. Even though the game tells you you need to pick up 10 flowers and 10 pieces of wood, it actually is enough if you only collect 8 of them.
Really?
And I was just mind blown by that, because never would I have ever tried something like this. Because if you go to the funeral director and you bring him 8 flowers, he's like, "Huh, you haven't collected all of them. Are you sure you want to stop?" And you can just say yes, and it's gonna advance like it normally would.
Oh.
But how did you guys find out about this?
I actually have no idea. Lord Ephraim, who's another speedrunner of this game, I think he was the one who initially found out first. And he actually had it in my PP video, but I never really noticed that, since I'm always skipping this part of the VOD, because I'm like, yeah, there's literally nothing happening in that segment, so might as well just skip over it. So I never really noticed. He's been using the strat for a while already. But yeah, since there's nothing really going on, I just never checked the VOD and never noticed that.
Can you do it? Can you do it with Kime also?
Yeah, it works for both of them.
Oh, huh. Yeah, we have to collect sticks now. So if you want to say something, go for it. And actually, you can go for quite a while because we also have the funeral.
Yeah,
I'm still just flabbergasted by the game thinking you need 10 and then just accepting 8. That's kind of amazing. Anyways, once again, we are questing for glory, hope, and healing 2, raising money for National Alliance on Mental Illness. We are, of course, an hour and 20 in on our Lost Odyssey run. And we do, again, we have some awesome prizes until the end of the run. There's the Steam key for Light Trilogy. That again is going to end at the end of the run. It's a $5 minimum donation. It was donated by Transquina. And then we do have the gaming headset for the Xbox One and Xbox Series X, donated by Game KMD. That's a $10 minimum donation. And just in case that's not enough of a reason to donate, we do also have all of our goodness with the Final Fantasy VII Remake, the Take the Stairs incentive, the Chapter 15 incentive, and a softlock showcase. So plenty to donate for, plenty of awesome things, for this awesome run as we move along. So yeah, we briefly talked about how we only need 8 instead of 10, and for Kime it's really not that big of a deal, because all the pieces of wood, they're pretty close to each other, but for Cook it is actually a pretty good time save, because the very last flower is like on the opposite end of the map, and by not having to grab that, you actually save roughly 25 seconds just on that. So we're about to head into the funeral, which is another minigame, if you will. I don't know why they did a funeral as a minigame, but yeah, that's a whole nother story anyways. We're gonna have people that Lyrum knew that are going to participate in the funeral. They all have their own way to say goodbye to her by lighting up one of the pieces of wood that we gathered. And Mac basically needs to go into the same direction that the funeral attendees go to in order to light their wood. And that is basically what we're doing here.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, as long as you know which way you have to move the fire, it's always going to be the same way.
Yeah, the directions are going to be fixed. I actually wanted to put them in my notes sometime because I always forget them. I never did, and then I always screw up. I mean, even if you do, it's really not that big of a deal. It's maybe like a 2 or 3 second time loss. In a run full of RNG that's over 6 hours long, I think it's not that big of a deal if you lose 2 seconds here, considering you have a lot more places where you can lose a lot more time. But yeah, we're gonna go through this funeral minigame here, and then we're actually off into the last dungeon of Disc 1 already, which is going to be Crimson Forest, which, surprise, has another very RNG-heavy boss fight in it, like pretty much everything else in Disc 1. Though
Yeah, we're gonna need all of the Bless RNG emotes that you have, like RNG emotes that you have, because it's a very trolly boss.
Yeah, generally, pretty much all of this game is incredibly trolly. So usually, if you get a run that makes it out of Disc 1 on a decent pace, I don't want to say you're good to go, because there is still a lot of things that can go wrong. But like, I think roughly 75% of the attempts don't make it past Disc 1. Like, if you make it past Disc 1 on a good pace, your chances of actually completing the game are already much higher. I'm actually, like, I don't want to jinx anything, but I'm actually surprised with the amount of RNG luck that we've gotten so far. We've gotten trolled lots by the Numara Chivalry, but luckily you still able to make the recovery. So that was the last attendee of the funeral, so we're done with that one. Lirum can now go to the other world where she can rest forever. But Mac doesn't want to accept that. And he heard that there is a place in Crimson Forest where you can talk to dead people. So without telling the party, he runs away. So, of course, we're gonna have to go after him because the Crimson Forest is a dangerous place with a lot of dangerous monsters, enemies, fiends, whatever. And Mac's only a child, right? So, gotta try to save it for himself.
You're gonna find out that most of the problems that happen with the party are going to be with Cook and Mac. It's basically a lot of it is gonna be their fault.
That's true. Also, there was a very subtle reference that you might have not gotten because, especially if you don't know the game, we just ran past a stone statue in the back there. I can quickly show that off again. You see that stone statue in the back there. This one's gonna become very important in Disc 4 later on. Because this is an Athrosaurus that is petrified. And we're actually going to have to fight a couple of those later on Disc 4. More once we actually get there, but this is like a nice little subtle reference, because it's still there. And once you complete the battle in Disc 4, when you come back here, it's gone. It's just a nice little preview of what's about to happen in later portions of the game.
Alright, so when we go in here to Crimson Forest, we're just gonna be... If and when we get into random encounters, we're just gonna be completely passing... or running turn-tail.
Yes, we did have to fight battles earlier, because like I said, we needed the levels for the boss fights. And we also didn't have access to Turntail yet. Now we have 2 pairs of Turntail shoes, which means we have a decent chance of running away before the enemy even attacks. And also we're at a point where we don't necessarily need the levels anymore, so basically all the level gain we have from here on now is going to be through boss fights, and that's usually enough to get you through the run. Obviously we're still gonna be severely underleveled throughout most of the game, but it is going to be enough to get through the boss fights. Also, something we haven't talked about yet, you might have noticed that during the cutscenes that there are a couple of familiar voices doing voice acting for this game actually. You might have noticed that Kaim actually has the same voice actor as Captain Bosch von Ronsenberg from Final Fantasy XII. Or you might also notice that Seth, the second immortal, sounds awfully familiar to a certain Riku in Final Fantasy X.
As well as Cook being literally one of the voice actresses of the Rugrats.
Yes. Also, the encounter that you just saw here, it was a Silver Callalone. This is actually a rare encounter. Now, Silver Callalones are basically the metal slimes of Lost Odyssey. They are ridiculously hard to kill, but if you manage to get one, you're guaranteed a level up until you level 40. And this is actually huge. So this is the first part of the game where you could theoretically grind way higher than the game wants you to be. Because we talked about earlier how experience caps once you get to a certain level, and each random encounter is only gonna give you 1% that you need for the next level. Not the Silver Cal alone. The Silver Cal alone is guaranteed to give you full level until I think it's 41 or 42, which is way higher than we're ever gonna get in the entirety of the speedrun.
So, in my opinion, I completely hate this puzzle. It's useless, in my opinion, because you had to dodge the ball the entire time, but now you're completely... Oh, okay, I thought you disappear, but I guess you don't. I've never noticed Kime there before.
He's just standing next to it.
Yeah.
Also, we're about to head into the last fight of Disc 1. And I'm actually going to throw in a safety save, because I haven't done any of those at all. Generally, in this game, you don't necessarily need to do safety saves, because you have checkpoints every once in a while. And if you game over, you're just gonna get sent back to the previous checkpoint, which is usually right before the boss fight. But I had one run, actually the very first run I ever did on the Series X, I had that one run softlock on Disc 2 somewhere. It has only happened once. It's never happened before. It hasn't happened since. But because of that, I am kind of a little bit afraid that something, marathon luck is a thing. So you want to make sure nothing happens. So we're going to throw in a safety save every once in a while. I probably should have done one way earlier, considering we're like a minute 30 into the run already. Also, I'm going to quickly do some menuing because I forgot to do that mid-battle. I think I got everything else though. Alright, so Obsidian Miasma. Last boss fight of the game. Again, a boss fight that consists of two different phases. In phase number 1, Obsidian Miasma and its tentacles are actually going to capture Cook. So the first thing we need to do is free Cook because we don't have access to her right now. Again, we're gonna make use of the power drink that we had earlier. So we're gonna focus... You did a taxi, right? Yes, okay. Wasn't sure. So first of all, we're gonna try to get rid of Tentacle C in order to free Cook.
And Cook will always be in Tentacle C. And we're trying to get perfects on this, because if you get perfects, then it's usually like a 2-turn battle instead of like 3.
Yeah, the thing is, you definitely want to try to free Cook on the second turn, because on the second turn we're gonna set up all barricade with Jansen. I'm gonna throw a bomb here to be safe. Nobody died yet, so there shouldn't be any damage ranges or anything. Unless he misses now. Okay, Cook is back, that's good. Because the thing is, we set up all barricade on turn 2, and all barricade has a slower casting time. So by the time all barricade gets off, Cook gets back into the party and immediately gets the magic defense buff as well, and she definitely needs that shit, because she's the one that has by far the lowest max HP of all characters. You really want to try to have her buffed as quickly as possible.
And this is where we need your RNG emotes, because once we're done with this, or once we get rid of all the arms, we're going to be attacking all the arms. The second phase is where all the RNG comes into play.
Yeah, so right now we got the most important part down, which is trying to free Cook. Now we're just gonna get rid of all the tentacles, and then the actual bad part of the boss fight is going to start. Also, you want to try to keep your GC level up for as long as possible, because Obsidian Miasma has an AoE attack that is called Obsidian Sigh, and also Shadow. Shadow attacks the entire party. Obsidian Sigh attacks either the front row or the back row. And both of them can very easily kill Cook if you get unlucky. So you really want to try to avoid that if possible.
Ragnar is gonna try and heal everybody as much as possible during this fight, because the next phase could go very wrong. and you want to have people healed up as much as possible for the next
Okay,
phase.
we actually got quite lucky here, because as you might tell, we still have a GC level of 3, which means the back row is still protected rather well going into phase 2. This is something that usually doesn't happen. Usually by the time you get through phase 1, your GC level is down to 2. So now the second fight starts. Now Mac is actually free, but Mac wants to fight us and we can actually get to the boss. So, what do we do in a case like that? We're gonna put little Mac to sleep. And this is the part where the big RNG comes into play. Because Mac, just like every other little kid, they just don't like staying asleep. So if you get lucky, you put him to sleep once, and you get through the entire battle. If you get unlucky though, you have to put him to sleep 3 to 4 times through the course of the fight, and obviously the longer the fight goes, the more dangerous it gets. So we're gonna try to keep him asleep as quick. We're gonna hope that he's gonna be asleep. That's a good start.
Okay, good.
That's not necessarily a win yet. You usually need 2 turns on the boss to get him down. So we want Mac to be asleep for at least 1 more turn after that. Would have been better if I got a perfect here, but it should be fine regardless. Like I said, we still have a GC of level 3, so even if he attacks the back row now, I don't even need to heal up, because Cook can take another hit on GC 3. If I were on GC 2 now, I would have needed to heal with Cooked on the next turn, because she would be dead in 2 hits otherwise.
Somebody was saying in chat, kill Mac, of course. Well, if you kill Mac, then the boss fight is done.
Yeah,
you have to redo the whole...
game over.
And we got really good luck here, and Mac stayed sleeping, and we were able to finish off the fight really fast.
This was probably one of the best fights on Obsidian Miasma that I ever had. Like, my PP lost about 45 seconds here due to Mac trolling, but just the fact that everything went perfectly. I still had a GC level of 3, Mac stayed asleep. And that's it for disc number 1. We're gonna continue on disc 2 now.
So, watching the cutscene, how far behind are you on the for PB?
It's the game already. My stream is very far behind, but I am behind. Yeah, I'm pretty much even on my PP. I'm behind roughly 7.5 minutes. So not counting in the cutscene, I'd be behind. I'd be like 30 seconds behind PP right now, not counting in the cutscene.
Nice.
With the cutscene, obviously it's 7.5 minutes, but so far, like, disc 1 was really good. So now we got Mac in our party as well, and due to Mac being trapped by Obsidian Miasma, he actually absorbed some of the boss's magic. So Mac, from now on, is able to use shadow magic, and that is going to be very important for a lot of parts later on. And also due to the fact that Mac now learned shadow magic, we can now use the mechanisms in this very dungeon and travel to places where we couldn't get to before. And in this very specific scenario, we're gonna ram this stone thingy that we have here in order to get the Demon Warrior Blade and the Demon Warrior Ring, which are good upgrades for our physical attackers. And we're gonna use them very early. Actually, we're gonna use them within the next 2 boss fights already.
So once they go back, for story purposes, once they go back, they're going to see a video that shows the takeover of the throne by Gongora, and they're going to see everybody from the point of view of Jansen, which makes everybody suspicious that Jansen is a spy.
Yeah, we talked about earlier how Gongora has been manipulating Tolton into believing that he killed Chairman Roxian. Now that the Chairman of the Republic is dead, Gongora is gonna try to overthrow the government and basically make Ura a monarchy again by crowning Tolton as king.
You gonna take this fight safe? Gonna buy a couple of things, or?
Yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of menuing here, nothing too bad. I still want the Herculean ring now. Oh yeah, right, I wanna give the steel sword to Seth, almost forgot about that. So yeah, obviously, since everybody sees it through the eyes of Jansen, like we already said, it is heavily suspected that Chance is now a spy, and obviously the Numara army, especially General Kakanas, doesn't like that. So, once again, we have to fight the Numara army. And this is actually one of the few RNG-heavy bosses in Disc 2. Again, we have those Numara soldiers. Wow, that's a hard word. And like I said earlier, just like all others of them, they have a chance to guard your physical attacks if you get unlucky. But not only that, again, they have two different attacks they can do. Oh wow, okay, didn't even get the killer. That is a problem.
Yeah.
So one attack is the regular attack that you're seeing here, which is not a big deal. And this is what you don't want to see.
Oh, yep. Ugh. Okay, okay.
At least I got all shield up. Why did I... Was that a damage range? Because I hit a double... 14 HP, of course. Ah. Okay, we're gonna throw another bomb here to make sure we're gonna get a kill on this guy. And we should also be able to wipe the second one, unless he decides to guard me now.
Okay.
Oh boy, triple armored bullet. This is a problem.
There's... Oh, Time's not there. Oh, now he is.
RNG. Could you please stop that? Okay, we have one Ageless Plume and one Healing Herb left. I don't like that. No more armored bullets, please.
Okay, regular attack.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, okay, he got pushed back, actually. I'm gonna throw... We got... Okay, both of them are still have full HP. I'm gonna play it safe and throw this one on Jansen. Because I want to have Jansen alive at the end of the battle again.
Oh,
of course.
Bullet.
Oh. Good call. Good call healing Jansen there. There's the guard. I won't wait that to happen.
We might
Okay,
have it.
He's gonna kill Jansen now. Yeah, of course he did. Well, I cannot revive him anymore. I don't have any Ageless Blooms left. That's unfortunate. So Jansen's gonna miss a level. But we made it through the fight. Okay, this was really not a good fight at all. Also, I've basically gone through all of my items, which is not good either. And we're about to have another shopping trip coming up soon. But ideally, you always want to have a few backup items. The next boss fight against Kakana's tank, luckily, is a very safe fight where not really anything big can happen.
In chat, somebody was saying, I mean, can't you just stall for the auto-res with Kaim? It would take a little bit too long.
Yeah, the problem is the auto-res takes 3 turns to kick in. And obviously, the fewer party members you have, they get attacked more often, especially Jansen. Once your GC is down to 0, he's a glass cannon. Like, he almost got one-shot from full HP with a single attack. So you really want to try to keep everybody alive as long as possible. Ideally, you don't want to see any armored bullets at all. Like, this was, in my PP, I had an exceptionally well fight here. I think I didn't have a single armored bullet there. But that's just how RNGs go. So, we're going to get out of here now, and I'm gonna do a little menu here. That should be all, I think. Let me quickly check that. Okay, actually, no. I still want to put on the Demon Warrior ring. I forgot about that. Yeah, the Demon Warrior ring. I forgot about that. But we should be good on everything else here, yes. Mag back row, skill link, level 2 spirit, Demon Warrior ring, that's all. Okay, so we're about to escape Numara now, because obviously Numara is not happy that a spy has sent all of their footage live to Ura. But Kakanas doesn't want us to escape that easily. So he's gonna go into a big freaking tank and gonna try to stop us.
Yeah, so, this is... I always had bad luck on this fight for some reason, I don't know why. Because I never have enough, for any attacks at this point, because of the securing energy. They take, magic away from people, and they always take it away from the people that I need it.
Yeah, luckily the MP absorb here isn't that big of a problem. We're gonna have to fight Kakana's tanks later on in this tour, where this is going to be a far greater issue. So right now, Kakana's tank consists of 4 parts: the cannon, the tank, and then the magic parts that actually power those. We don't actually have to defeat all the parts though. It is enough if we defeat just the cannon and the tank in order to end the boss fight. So out of the 4 targets, you only need to defeat 4 to actually get through the fight here. But first of all, we're gonna try to go through the cannon, because the cannon, as you might have noticed, the animation on the attack here is rather long. So you want to try to get rid of that one first. So the tank itself really isn't a big issue. And you might have noticed, or maybe you didn't because it actually was relatively fast, we picked up another power drink on the way out of Numara, and we're gonna use that immediately in this fight, because the Demon Warrior ring actually hits a weakness of the tank. So combined with the power drink, you can see Kaim does a lot more damage than everybody else in the party. Everybody's hitting like for 130, 150, and Kaim is hitting for like 360. You can actually get, if you manage to get lucky and get a crit in here, you can beat the cannon within 2 turns. It saves roughly 35 seconds, but it doesn't happen very often due to the standard crit rate, the default crit rate in this game being relatively low. I think it's only like 2.5% or so. It has happened in the past a few times, but it's very unlikely to happen. So, as you can see, the cannon is pretty much done already. I'm gonna actually already focus on the tank here with everybody else.
While we're finishing up the fight here, if you want to say anything cool, go for it.
Sounds great. We do have an anonymous $25 donation. I've been sitting on for a little while. Again, thank you guys all so much for all of your generous donations. Ooh, that's a big jump that I did not see until now. We are over $7,000.
Good job, guys.
So, which comes off the back of a $250 donation by All-in-One Mighty. It says, Glitchless Chapter 15. Yeah, Glitchless Chapter 15, count me in. Also, $7,000 reached. Hype. That is very hype and very exciting. Thank you guys so much again. Keep them coming. Would love to read more of your donations.
So yeah, we actually said that we wanted to hit 7k by the end of this run, but we're only 145 into this run. So I want to see at least 7.5k until the time we're done with this. I think you guys can do that.
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
I do also want to note that that donation does finish out the Glitchless Chapter 15 on Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade. So that donation incentive is met. I'd love to see the Take the Stairs incentive met before the end of the run as well. That's $375 away from being met. I always love the running up the stairs and hearing all the characters complain about why the Shinra building is just absolutely massive for no reason. So that would be a personal pick, but also there is, of course, soft locking the game, which is $250, and we are $225 away from that goal. So, yeah, continue to get the donations in. Again, it all goes towards a fantastic cause in NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, who, again, do some incredible work, and we are very, very happy to be supporting them.
So
we're done with Kakana's tank now. And Ming, the Queen of Numara, is actually going to join us now, because she doesn't like the way that Kakana's wants to go to war with everybody. She's the peaceful queen. And she accompanies us well, she wants to accompany us, but we're gonna make it look like we're actually gonna kidnap her. Because we're gonna have to come back to Numara later, and this is also the first point in the game. We're gonna go to the port of Numara now. This is the first time we're gonna get a ship in this game, so yay, overworld time.
Yeah, and what you also saw was Kaim and Seth. With the skill linking, we were able to get spirit magic from off of Mac, and that allows for us to use a skill that we're going to be gaining very soon here. That we're going to be using throughout the entire, basically the rest of the game. It's our. You thought there was RNG in the game, but you have not seen the skill that's literally called Gamble. So we're going to be gambling RNG for the rest of the game.
Gamble does pretty much what the name says it does. It gambles a random amount of damage. Now, there is a way to increase the damage, and that is by character level. So character level is the only thing that is taken into consideration when gambling the damage, but everything else is random. And while that might seem like a bad thing, it is actually also a good thing, because it also ignores every other mechanic in this game. So it doesn't matter if there is a GC level on the enemy or not. It doesn't matter if the enemy has magic defense. It doesn't matter how high the magic caster's stat is. All of that does not matter. And funnily enough, the average damage of a gamble is actually much higher than all of the other means we have. We can actually access at this point. So we're gonna use that gamble. We're gonna hope for good gamble rolls, and then we're gonna see how far we're gonna get with that. So, like Steve said, we're gonna use that throughout most of the run. We're gonna have a lot of different strategies later on as well. But for a lot of segments, gamble is just the fastest and most convenient way to get through certain boss battles.
Yeah, and actually there's a category that I believe Ragnar is actually working on right now, the no gamble category for routing it. So if you want to, if you're interested in running the game and you don't want to use gamble ever and skip basically this entire next section that we're about to go to, then come on and join us join us in the game.
Yeah. I do have to admit, routing the game without gamble is a little bit of a problem, because you rely on gamble a lot throughout the game. And I can already tell, like, I'm not finished yet, I'm just at the beginning of Disc 4. But right now, I would say the route without using gamble is roughly 10 to 12 minutes slower at this point. So you can see gamble actually saves a significant amount of time, even if it doesn't sound like much in the beginning.
Yeah, so this is actually... This is a very, very slow area. We're only doing this section to get gamble, but it's my favorite area in the guide because I want everybody to get their resident sleeper ready, because inside of the notes it actually has the resident sleeper emote, and I absolutely love it.
Yeah, like I said, we're gonna get the gamble spell. It's actually not the only thing we're gonna get here. You might have noticed that I just went out of my way to trigger a dream sequence here. And the reason why I did that, we just got the magic item locator. Now what that thing does is sometimes NPCs can give you hints about hidden items, and those don't become visible until you get the hint. And the one item we're just did that for is gonna be the Medusa's head, and the Medusa's head might just be the most important accessory in the entire game. Because what the Medusa's head does, it has the ability Anti-Petrify on it. Now Anti-Petrify, as the name says, protects you from being petrified. And while this doesn't sound like necessarily much, it is actually a needed item for the very last fight of the game. Because the final boss fight, not going to go into too much spoilers yet, but the final boss fight has a scripted turn 2 AoE Petrify that hits with a 100% success rate unless you have Anti-Petrify in your characters. So if you don't get the Medusa's head, if you don't have Anti-Petrify on any of your party members, it's an instant game over and there's literally nothing you can do about it. So we're gonna talk to the little girl here and we're gonna pay the respect to the Calon statue. And if we do that for all the 15, we're gonna get the gamble spell.
Yeah, and we actually are going to be doing this in a specific order because the 15th Kellon statue is not, or the 16th Kellon statue is not available until you get the other 15. Because there's going to be 2 twins that are blocking the 16th statue. You have to go into a specific building.
Yes, also there is a trigger here in the end. You actually have to activate the statue in the end for this boy here to move away so you can access the statue behind the waterfall. So this guy actually blocks the waterfall statue, and this is also the place where the Medusa's head is hidden. This is the item that we got the hint for earlier on. And this is the anti-petrify ability that we need on everybody. Now, I did say that if you get that, you're gonna get instantly killed at the final boss, which is not 100% true. Because Sarah, the next party member that actually comes into the party, comes already with anti-petrify on her. So technically, I think it's just like the game's safety mechanism, if you will, in case you accidentally skip out on it. You have at least one character that is able to survive it because she has the ability from the get-go. But ideally, obviously, you want it on everybody.
Yeah, so this is the resident sleeper area that we're at. It's just getting all the statues in order to get gamble. But if you do the no gamble route, you don't really have to do this.
Yeah, the only thing you would do in the no gamble variation would be getting the Medusa's head. You'd skip out on everything else here, because depending on how many statues you actually activate within the time limit, you're gonna get a couple of items, with gamble being the one that you get once you activate all 16 of them. The other items you get from that, they aren't really necessarily useful though, so you don't really have any reason to go for it in a no gamble run too.
So one thing that I just thought of that we haven't really mentioned throughout this entire run is that all the sprinting that he's doing throughout this entire game, he's actually holding a button down the entire time in order to sprint, because otherwise you move a lot slower than he actually is right now.
Yeah, the game has 3 different movement options. The first one is the regular running that he does when you don't do anything. By holding down the B button, you can walk, and by holding down the X button, you can sprint. And you can see in the background now that I activated the statue, the 2 twins that are blocking the one door there, they just moved away. This is basically, you have those are the 2 triggers that you need. You need to activate the one on top of the tower here to get access to the one house, and you need to activate the one in the inn to get access to the one that is hidden behind the waterfall. I forgot to go into the second door, but that's fine. That one's not gonna get blocked.
There we go.
Yeah, that's all 16 Kowloon statues. And now we're gonna get the gamble spell, meaning that every character that has access to level 2 spirit magic can now use the gamble spell. So that is basically every immortal that already learned it. So in this scenario, Seth and Kaim. And also Mac, who has shadow magic from the get-go. And with that, we're done in task, and we're gonna head into the next dungeon, which is gonna be the Old Sorcerer's Mansion, which has my favorite menu in the game that I used to be super fast at, but I'm really rusty, so let's see if I can do that somewhat decently now.
This is actually my favorite area in the entire game.
Basically, the Old Sorcerer's Mansion, from storyline-related perspective, this is the house where Kaim and his wife Sarah used to live.
Yeah, and the cutscene where we were in the inn there was saying, hey, in order to get to where you're trying to go, you have to go to the Old Sorcerer's Mansion, and you will have to convince the sorceress there to try and get you out to where you're trying to go. If you can do that, then you will be able to continue on.
Also, that was sloppy menuing, just like I expected. I used to be so good at that menuing. I actually had people come in my chat that wanted to learn that game and asked me what I did in the menu because it was sometimes so fast that people couldn't even keep up with what I was doing. That was years ago.
Are the menus in the game generally pretty responsive, or like
Yeah, the menus in this game are pretty well done. Like, something that I really like that a lot of RPGs don't have at all is that you can just exit out of the entire menu. It doesn't matter where you are using the Y button, so you don't have to mash B to go through all the submenus to get out of there. You can just press the Y button and you're immediately going to leave the entire menu. And that actually makes for some very interesting menuing. So, this is the first fight where we're gonna use the gamble spell. So let's see if we can get some good luck here.
Yep. Throughout the rest of the game, any fight, if you want to use an RNG mode, to go for it, because it's gonna be gambling.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is with all the mages, we're gonna go for AoE attacks. Mac has Shadow, which does AoE Shadow magic. And with the other two, we're gonna do Prism. The Prism is not going to hurt the unidentified life forms in the back though, because those are actually immune to physical damage, to elemental damage. Which is the reason why we're gonna throw gambles out there and hopefully get good enough gamble rolls that we're gonna get rid of those at the same time, or maybe even earlier, compared to the other enemies. You can see Zeph actually got pushed back a turn. This is another thing when a character... That was a good gamble.
Nice, yeah, wow.
When a character that has a magic attack queued up gets attacked physically, there is a decent chance that you can push them, that he's gonna be pushed back a turn. So gamble that usually only takes a single turn might take a second turn afterwards. That not only goes for the party, the same thing also works for... Wow, okay, that is unlucky. Same thing also works for enemies. So if enemies charge up a spell, you can push them back a turn by physically attacking them too. Also, I do want to mention that this was just incredibly unlucky. I don't think I've ever had anybody die in this fight in forever.
I've actually lost... I've died here before. I've had a game over here before. That's how unlucky I was.
So basically, this was the only fight we had to do in order to get this little gem here. And we can use this gem, this mirror jewel, to actually travel between times.
Yeah, so every encounter is now just a time loss for him. But like I said, this when you first play this casually, it is a very confusing area to go through. But doing the speedrun, this is actually super fun once you know what you're doing.
Yeah, I think the mechanics generally in this dungeon are really cool once you actually know what you're doing. And this is like probably the biggest push. I remember when I played this casually for the first time, I got super lost in here.
Yeah, I let somebody borrow, one of my friends borrow this game, and this is where they got stuck. They never got past this area because it was so confusing. So what we're doing is we're going in and out of time. Like, I think we're in the past right now. And every time we go through some of the mirrors, we're going back in time, forward in time, backward in time, forward in time. And moving that statue is actually very important because you have to get certain jewels in order to be able to continue on to get to the area.
Basically what I've done here is I moved the statue, and moving objects in one world or one timeline, if you will, is going to have a reaction on the other timeline. So by pushing this statue here, I basically freed the chest that was on the other part of the world where I couldn't access it earlier. And this is actually a chest we need in order to complete the dungeon. Also, we're gonna get the red copper band here and the grounder bomb. Grounder bomb, we talked about bombs earlier. So basically there are bombs of each element: fire, water, wind, and earth. And there are 3 tiers of those bombs. There are the normal bombs like flare bomb, wind bomb. Then you have the tier 2 bombs, which are winder bombs, flare bombs, grounder bombs. And then you have tier 3 bombs, which is flares, grounders, aquos. So basically just like in Final Fantasy with the tier spells. We're gonna grab those level 2 bombs here for a certain boss fight later on in Disc 3. But we're gonna get there eventually. So right now, all we're doing is basically grabbing the chests that let us progress the dungeon further. Also, we're getting flashbacks, because this is Kaim and Sarah's old bedroom.
Yeah, I was just about to say some of that story, but yeah, I mean, just going in and out of time here. If you have anything, Ghoul, for a minute, you can go ahead and talk. There's not much going on here.
Alrighty. Again, just want to remind everybody we are questing for glory, hope, and healing too, raising money for NAMI, which is the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Did you know that 1 in 5 Americans live with a mental health condition, and fewer than 50% of adults living with these conditions will receive treatment each year? Many factors contribute to this, including stigma, lack of access, and lack of knowledge and resources. NAMI aims to help change that, which again is part of the reason that we are here supporting them as our cause today. We are at $7,005. Would love to see that be 7,500 by the end of this run. I believe you guys can probably do it. We've got, what, 4 hours, 4.5 hours on a really good run, I assume, but probably closer to 5. So plenty of time. And again, we have some fantastic prizes in there as well. We have a Steam key for, let me pull up the name again just one last time. For the Lie Eat trilogy, that is donated by Transquina. It's a $5 minimum donation. Anytime from now until the end of Lost Odyssey, any percent, a $5 minimum donation will put you in a raffle to win that Steam key. There's also a gaming headset for the Xbox One Series X that was donated by Game KMD. That is a $10 minimum donation, and that will run until the end of Chroma Squad, which is the next run on the list. There's some plenty of other prizes as well. You can see the full list on the prizes that Magus so kindly went ahead and put in chat. So go ahead, take a look at the prize list, and get those donations in.
So we collected all the plates that we need now. And this is the first instance where you're probably gonna run into extremely bad hitbox detection in this game. Like, you need to approach those holes in a very specific direction in order to actually be able to place the plates in them. Luckily, over time, you kind of get a little bit of a hang of which angle you need to stand there in order to make it. And also the solution for this puzzle is you have to place the plates in the correct order, judging by how the clock was in the other world. So you might have noticed we set the clock in the other world to pot. And it has a certain direction the clock goes. And you need to put in the plates the same way the clock is in the other world. And actually in order to be able to unlock access to the basement here.
Yeah, and this puzzle I have just memorized now. It's inner left, outer right, inner right, outer left. I don't know how you solve this.
Yeah, I just put the numbers in my notes. My notes literally say door 2, 4, 3, 1. There is a storyline related reason at which how you approach to those doors. I honestly cannot remember what the explanation is for this.
Yeah, I just have it memorized at this point.
So we're about to go for the next boss fight, and the next boss fight actually has a kind of an interesting mechanic, because the next boss is the Old Sorceress. But very similar to Mac in Disc 1, we're not going to fight the Old Sorceress itself, but we're going to fight the enemies that are actually going to attack the Old Sorceress. And basically what you want to do is, you want to kill the floating orbs around the Old Sorceress before the orbs can kill the Sorceress herself, because if the Sorceress HP go down to 0, you're game over.
Yeah, and this is, if anybody needs to use the restroom, anybody wants to take a stretch, walk around, this is the perfect time, because this is just holding down one button once you get everything set up.
Yeah, we're gonna do the setup here, and again we're gonna make use of the gamble spell, but only with 3 of the 4 characters. Because with Ming and Jansen, we're actually going to go for Force here. Now, the reason why we do that is, Force does roughly the same average damage that Gamble does. but Force is a lot more consistent at this point, and as you might notice on the turn order, Force is actually faster than the orbs compared to Gamble. So depending on what kind of gambles you get, you might be able to kill off orbs using Force before they actually get their next turn in, effectively cutting down on animation time and saving time in the process.
You don't want to attack, like, you would think, well, why wouldn't you just attack with time and stuff? Well, if you attack them, like, directly, you will take the damage, you'll take some damage back.
Yeah, you can see all of those orbs, they have a special color, and this is basically the element they are in right now. So what you could also do is just attack them with the element that you need. I don't have anybody. I don't know how much HP they have at the moment. Let me check that so we can get a quick kill here. Okay, that doesn't even matter. But yeah, usually you're supposed to use the according element to actually get rid of those orbs faster. We're using Force because Force is non-elemental and therefore works against all of them. And also we use Gamble because, like we said earlier, Gamble completely ignores the game's mechanics, and like Steve mentioned earlier, those orbs, they counterattack with the element they're attached to at this very turn when you use physical attacks on them. And obviously that wastes more time, so we're gonna try to do this with magic quickly.
Oh, and I'm not sure if we actually said how much damage Gamble can do. It can go to single digits. To what is the max for Gamble?
Oh, okay, we got a 43 here. I quickly want to say something because I forgot to do that earlier. We want to get high gambles, but if we're gonna get bad gambles, at least they should go to charity. So for every gamble that is double digit, meaning less than 100, I'm gonna donate $5. For every single digit, I'm gonna donate $15. And if we actually hit a 1, I'm gonna donate $50 after the run. So we already had a 43 here, so that's already $5 to charity. If somebody can keep count of that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, what is the max that it can hit for gambles?
It depends on the character level, because the max can go up higher the higher level you are. But usually in a speedrun, everything that is like 1,400, 1,500 is usually already really good. Okay, this is a bad boss fight. Actually got a 4-turn fight here. Usually you want to try to complete this within 3 turns. So yeah, I think we had one gamble that was less than 100 so far. Alrighty, and this is the old sorcerer's fight.
Casually, this is that one's one of my favorite cutscenes of all time. We come to find out that the old sorceress is actually Sarah, which is, as we've been saying through the story, is Kaim's wife and Lyram's mother. In order to bring this old sorceress back to, she went crazy when Lyram died, and she went into hiding. So, in order to bring her back into her mental state, she actually, the Cook and Matt sang a family lullaby that only they knew. And that lullaby is one of my favorite cutscenes.
So a little menuing again, what we're gonna do here. There you go.
And now comes one of my least favorite areas in the game.
Yeah, mine too. I'm really not a big fan of this cave. So yeah, we have the Black Cave coming up here. We're gonna have another forced fight in a couple of seconds. And at the end of the fight, there is probably the biggest RNG heavy boss fight in all of this too, waiting with Rough Queen. We're gonna go into more details once we actually get there. So we're gonna have a forced fight here with a magic sorcerer and a lot of lighted up bats, I guess. And the sorcerer is standing in the back row, so we cannot really do damage to him, but luckily those Night Flyers, as they're called, they don't have a lot of HP, so 2 shadows are going to be enough to get rid of all of them and expose the sorcerer in the front row. Now, this sorcerer enemy actually has a little gimmick in that he counterattacks all magic attacks with a magic attack of his own. So if you do Shadow on everybody, because it's an AoE attack, he's gonna counter with Shadow. That's not a problem with Shadow, because Shadow doesn't really do a lot of damage. But in turn 2, we're actually going to try to kill him with Gamble. And this is a big problem, because since he is a much higher level than the party, his Gambles can also do much more damage. Meaning that if we get unlucky, we can hit him with a Gamble of like 3 or 4 damage, and he counters with a Gamble that does like 1200 damage. So let's see if we can get some decent luck here.
Shout out to Gruntmeister that's in chat right now. He's another one of the runners for the game.
Okay, now give me a good Gamble, please.
Yep,
He's
please.
probably going to kill Mac. Oh boy.
Oh god.
Now watch it, here it comes. Rip Mac.
Yep.
Okay, we're actually gonna do the second gamble with Sarah now, because Sarah usually on average gambles higher. Okay, this should be enough to finish it off now. He's gotta have like less than 100 HP left. There you go.
Oh, there we go. That's what we needed first time.
I did it! A perfect battle!
Usually, if I go for serious PP attempts, I'm gonna do a turn 1 gamble with both Mac and Sarah. But the problem is, if Mac dies here, it's really not that big of an issue, because we're not gonna be using Mac for much longer anymore. But you want to try to keep Sarah alive, because the higher level she is, the higher her gamble is, obviously. And the more damage her regular spells are going to do later on as well. And that is going to become especially important in the later fight on Disc 4, where a level or 2 can actually be a damage range, whether you're gonna get a quick kill or not. So yeah, we got through this forced encounter, and now we're just gonna run away from everything until we get to the boss. And I am definitely going to throw in a safety save before the boss, because I did mention earlier how I had a run in the past that actually died because of a soft lock, and it was in this very place here. Also, I wanna unequip the Turntail shoes from Chance and put them on Mac. We're going to come back to this place later again on Disc 4 as well, since it has one of the royal seals that was one of the donation incentives for this run, which you guys already made, like, I think on the very first day. So I think the marathon was only running for like 4 or 5 hours, and the donation incentive for the royal seals was already met. So shoutouts again to everybody that already donated. Please continue to do so. We hope to be able to get to $7,500 by the end of this run.
Yeah, please keep on donating. So, coming into... I always forget this next part, but after this, we're coming into a section of the Black Cave that we're just gonna hug the left wall, because if we move anywhere else, we have a chance of falling back down into that section that he just ran out of.
Yeah. So the gimmick of the next room is you're gonna see this little firefly that's on the shoulder of Kaim. That one's gonna be blown away once you get through an area that has a lot of wind. And what you're supposed to do here is you're just supposedly walk. You're supposed to walk. Because if you walk, you can actually see the holes in time and dodge them. And then you need to get a new Firefly and do all the same thing again, but walking is slow, getting Fireflies is slow. We're gonna skip all of that, and the easiest way to get through this room without falling down, like Steve already said, is just try to hug the left wall as much as possible, because this is usually the place that is the safest.
So, one thing that we haven't said is part of the story that's going on right now. The ship that we stole was the Slant Nose, and that's actually, the engine, I believe, was part of, Seth's, when she was, like, in the past, it was part of, Seth's ship, and now
Forgive me.
they have the Slant Nose there, and when we get Sarah, we come to find out that Sarah, Kaim, Seth, and Gongora, as well as Ming, were all part of a 1,000-year pact. They don't know how they were involved, but they do know that they were involved in some way with each other, and now they're trying to figure out exactly, with their memories coming back, trying to figure out exactly what they were all part of for this pact and what they had to do.
So we're about to come up against the next boss fight, and this is actually something I really love about the game. The boss fights, they all have a certain amount of gimmick attached to them. This one is called the Rough Queen. Now, the Rough Queen itself, it doesn't actually show up. You can see all those thingies with the green eyes. Those are actually the Rough Queen's servants. The Rough Queen herself has red eyes, and she's hiding in the back. And the Rough Queen doesn't actually show until you get through 3 battles with her servants. Luckily, you don't actually have to fight them. You can just use turn talent and run away. So we're gonna have to run away from 3 different battles now. And then the Rough Queen herself is going to show. And the Rough Queen again is going to hide behind her servants in the back row with a GC level 4, which means you'd have to get rid of the entire front row in order to do damage to her. But luckily, we have this little thing called Gamble to our advantage. And like we said earlier, Gamble not only ignores magic defense, magic attack stats, it also completely ignores GC level, so it also does full damage to the back. So what we're going to do in the next fight is we're going to have Gamble on everybody, and we're going to try to beat the Rough Queen in a single turn, because the problem is, once you push Rough Queen below a certain HP threshold, she's going to run away. And then you have to fight another, you have to go into battle with another one of those for the Rough Queen to actually show up again. So
Yep,
ideally, we want an average Gamble of at least 300 to kill the boss. The boss has 1500 HP. Also, we didn't softlock here, that's already good. So this was the part where I softlocked back then.
I'm notorious for not being able to kill the Rough Queen with my gambles in this section, so as long as you kill her, then you're luckier than I am, because my gambles never work.
Yeah, in theory you need an average Gamble of 300. Realistically you need more, because the servants in the front row, they can inflict random status elements on your party. So you usually only have 4 people that are doing actual damage here. So let's hope for the best. Okay, no status yet.
Wow, they're not attacking Mac? Usually they only attack Mac for me.
Turn 1, they're almost always attacking Kaim. Okay, so Kaim has a random status element inflict on him. We don't know what it is yet though, because the status element is actually not going to kick in until the next turn. If it is something like Fear, that's good, because Fear only prevents him from doing physical attacks. If it is something like Callalone, that would be bad, because the Callalone status makes you do 1 damage with each attack. Okay, that was a real good...
Wow.
And we're already done. Nice. Very good gambles. You can already tell by the time the gamble spells goes off, because if you don't hear the sound animation of the gamble spell, it is a kill in the back row. You can already tell by the animation whether or not you actually get the kill or not. So now we're gonna switch over to Winda on Sarah, because Sarah is actually the first one that has access to level 4 black magic. And this is nice in terms of her doing much more damage than she would do with Gamble, since they're all weak to wind. Nice damage there. So the gimmick of this one is now you have one that is enraged, and this one's going to attack by the other 3, but the one that is enraged does a rush attack, and as you can see, does huge amounts of damage. So the combination of Force and Winda should kill one, and then hopefully the Gambles are gonna kill the second, so we only have 2 left on the 4th turn. That was okay.
Not bad.
Everything above 500 at this point is usually a decent gamble.
There we go. Nice.
Ooh, look at that, actually survived.
Wow. So yeah, what we're trying to do here, I believe, is that we're trying to attack the enemies that are not enraged, because the ones that use jealousy are actually attacking the enraged enemy.
Yeah, so basically by doing this, you can guarantee that you're only gonna get attacked once per turn. That character usually gets wiped though. Okay, it's 258. It might be Mac that dies now. Okay, actually no, he survived. That's good.
Wow.
That's a solid boss fight.
That was a really good fight.
Usually either Kaim or Mac dies by the end of this one. I would prefer it if it were Mac, but I guess that's okay as well. We got through the fight without the Rough Queen running away, which is already pretty good, because this is one of the parts that I'm most anxious about during a run, because if Rough Queen runs away and you have to fight her again, you lose like 4 minutes.
Or more with me.
Or more, yeah. I mean, the good thing is, if you damage Rough Queen in the first fight and she runs away, she's only gonna have the remaining HP in the second encounter, so you're very likely to kill her on the second attempt. But ideally, since that wastes time, you wanna get it on the first try already. Alright, next up we're in the city Saman. You wanna tell a little bit about the story at this point?
Yeah, with the past unveiled, the party decides to head back to Ura and face Gongora. However, since their current ship is not strong enough to cross the ocean back to the city, they decide to head to Gotsa for aid. Gotsa is considered the primer nation in the fields of science and technology. Thus, the party feels confident that with the help of the wise and benevolent king of Gotsa, they will find the ship that will transport them across the ocean.
So yeah, this is about the next part we're gonna do. First of all, we need to head to the experimental staff to get to Gongora. And before that, we're going to do a little shopping trip again. So first of all, we're gonna buy 2 sets of sorcerer earrings, because those give the one that used them access to level 4 black and white magic. We're gonna buy 9 grounded bombs total, as well as 10 of each tier 1 bomb. So we're gonna need those in the beginning of disc 3. We're gonna buy a couple of bind healers. Well, I basically need everything here. I don't have any angel plumes left. I don't have any healing herbs left. I'm really not a fan of that. Oh boy. Huh, okay. Short on money, but we made it. We used a lot of items here. So most of the items that we bought here, they don't come into play until disc 3. But you always want to have a couple of backup healing herbs, angel plumes, mana herbs, just as a recovery in case things go south, which is going to happen more often than you'd think.
So we have to get into the ship, but we don't have a captain, and so we're trying to find the captain here. And where else would the captain be but using the restroom?
I mean, even captains gotta use the restroom every once in a while.
Exactly.
Also, a little menu that I almost forgot here. We're gonna ditch Mac now. We're gonna put Jansen in. And now, very important,
oh, yeah.
all of the immortals, we're going to skill link to Jansen in order to learn Steel. We didn't even touch Steel at all in this game up until now. because usually the steal rate in this game is rather low, and the items you can steal in a speedrun aren't really worth considering. There is one exception to that though. In the next area, we're going to have to steal a gate pass in order to progress through the dungeon. So ideally you want to have as many characters with access to steal as possible.
So coming up is another really big section where once we set up everything, it's literally just holding the A button for the rest of the fight. That's why when I run this, I have a clip that I just clip the button on and I go to use the restroom or go get a drink or something, because it's very simple fight once you have everything all set up.
Yeah, this is one of the few breaks you get in this run. It is roughly 35 seconds once you got everything set up. The reason for that is because this boss fight has a very special mechanic once again. We have the Mentalist who's standing in the back row being accompanied by 3 of his guys. And if you... let me quickly set that up before I'm gonna explain it further. So what you're gonna do here is you're gonna get rid of the front row, obviously, in order to damage Mentalist to begin with. But once Mentalist gets damaged, he's gonna dive into the ocean and disappear, and he's gonna send more ad swords away. And only once you clear the ads, Mentalist is gonna reappear and you can damage him again. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna throw the ground-up bombs that we just bought to clear the ads. And since the items always have priority over everything else, they're always gonna go first. So we're gonna clear the ads, and then once Mentalist comes back, he immediately gets hit with Sarah's Grounder spell, which, as you just saw, does a lot more damage than the Grounder bombs. So we're gonna throw the Grounder bombs, Mentalist is gonna come back, he's gonna get grounded, he's gonna disappear, and we're basically gonna do that all over again until the boss is down, which is usually 3 turns. And this is why I said this is a very good setup, because once you do the turn 1 setup, all you need to do is hold down the A button for roughly 35 seconds, and then you're done with the boss fight.
If you have anything right now, go ahead and speak.
Not too much going on. I do want to remind you guys that we do have the challenges coming up for Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate. The Take the Stairs incentive is at $25 out of its $400 for the goal, and the soft lock incentive is at $25 out of $250. We do also have the one bidding war for 7 Remake Integrate, which is choosing the language, where French is at $15, and the other 2, the Japanese and English, are at 0. So very easy to swap the language to the language of your choosing if you would so like.
So we're done with Mentalist now, and we're going to approach the experimental staff. And I already talked about it earlier, this is the reason why we learned Steal on everybody. We need to steal a gate pass in order to get to the top of the dungeon. And you need to steal a gate pass from one of the Ura guardsmen that happen to appear in random encounters occasionally. Now there are 6 different enemy encounter formations in the experimental staff, and 2 of them contain Ura guardsmen, so it is a roughly 1 in 3 chance to get an encounter you want in order to steal the gate pass. And you usually have 3 encounters up until the point where you need the gate pass. So it's usually a 1 in 3 chance, 3 times, to get the gate pass. If you don't get it, you have to grind encounters and you're gonna lose time. So we're gonna see if RNG's gonna treat us well.
I've actually lost a run here because I died somehow, because I didn't get enough, I didn't actually get the encounter that I needed. Plus, when I did, I was stealing and I wasn't able to steal fast enough and they killed me.
This can happen as well. We talked earlier about how stealing rates in this game aren't really necessarily well. I don't know the exact rates, but if I had to take a guess, it's probably somewhere between 25 to 30% per steal. So usually when you steal with all 5 party members, there is a decent chance you can get them turn 1. But yeah, I had fights where I actually had to run away because otherwise I would have died.
And if you die here, there is no save point, so you have to go back to the Mentalist fight.
Yeah, right. The last checkpoint in here was actually right before the Mentalist fight.
Alright.
Okay, random encounter number 1. And we
Nice,
actually got an encounter. Beautiful. First try. Now we just need to get the steel in.
Like Gruntmeister was saying in chat, one time I forgot to do steel here, or like skill link steel with Jansen. I got lucky enough that I only used Jansen, and on the second try with Jansen, I managed to get the key.
Yeah, if you forget to learn steel here, it's not a game over. You still have Jansen who always knows steel. But it can become incredibly frustrating trying to get a gate pass. Okay, second try.
Yes, nice.
Beautiful. I did lose a world record run here once, because it took me 6 minutes to get a gate pass. So yeah, it's not always necessarily enemy RNG that's going to screw you over in this game. Do not have... Oh right, Max still has the second set of turntail shoes.
Alright, so now that we actually have the gate key, we're just going to hightail it to the very end. There's a puzzle that we have to solve that's, like, in my opinion, just completely useless. I hate the puzzle in here.
The puzzles in the staff sections of the game, doesn't matter if it's experimental staff or even later the grand staff, they're generally really complicated. And there is an achievement in this game that actually wants you to collect every single chest in the game. And that is probably the one achievement that most people remember from this game. Luckily, all the staff sections, doesn't matter again if it's experimental staff or grand staff, cannot be accessed once you complete them. And there is an auction house built into this game where you can purchase all items that were in areas where you don't have access to anymore. Also, fun fact here, this little cutscene, the text actually changes whether or not you got a gate pass already. Because if you already have a gate pass, Cook's gonna be like, huh, maybe we can use the gate pass that we just got from the guards earlier. And if you don't have one yet, the game actually gives you a hint and says, maybe one of the guards in here might have a gate pass that we can use here.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's basically the game's way to, like, push you towards stealing a gate pass, knowing that you're gonna need it in order to actually advance. So yeah, once we're done with this section of the game, we're gonna fight Gongora for the very first time, but we're not actually going to beat him because it's going to be a scripted fight. And this is another one of the fights where you only have to set up and then can hold the A button. Oh, look at that, another one. So this is another fight where you can have a small break, and I think this is going to be the fight where I'm actually going to take a little break once we set that up. It is a little longer than the Manteless fight. I think the Manteless is like 30 or 35 seconds, and I think the Gongora segment is like 45-ish, something like that. So those two and the Afrosaurus battle in Disc 4 are the best places to schedule a break without losing any time.
Yeah, so right here, we only have to go over to this section in order to hit this button right here, and then we're going to head it all the way back to where we just came from, and then we have to move back over, lift up the box, move over again, I think lower the box again, then move forward, then get onto another lift, move over, because that switch that we hit is lowering another box, and then we're able to continue on. And like we said earlier, the wonky hitboxes.
Yeah, wonky hitboxes, especially on those platforms, it's sometimes really weird. But yeah, like Steve already said, this puzzle is a little bit complicated, and just in terms of advancing in the dungeon, it looks like you don't really do much. Of course, you have to say that there are a lot of items in here that are also involved with this puzzle somehow, but we're not gonna get any of those since they don't really do anything for the run. So the only thing we do is the mandatory part that we have to do. So yeah, it does look a little weird. Also, we are back with the bugs. Remember Bogimori in Disc 1? Those bugs are like the upgraded version of the bugs we fought there. Yeah, we're pretty much done with this point here now. I don't know if anybody actually kept count, but we had 3 encounters up until here, which is usually the average, because once we have this platform here in place, we're already at the part where we need the gate pass.
Oh, did we explain the rate of which battles happen? Like there's a certain time frame where if you don't get a battle, then the game.
Generally, how random encounters in this game work is the game has somewhat of an internal counter where it's going to try to keep itself evened out over the course of the run. So on average, you're always about to hit the same amount of random encounters. So this is not like Final Fantasy IX, where you can get lucky and skip entire sections without getting an encounter. The game kinda equals itself out in terms that if you get through large portions of the game without getting into a random encounter, the game oftentimes throws 2 or sometimes even 3 encounters right back at you quickly after each other. So we're gonna set up the fight here, and... Oops.
Uh-oh.
Hello, I am connected. Yes, please. Thank you. Sorry. So yeah, I'm gonna set up this quickly, and then I'm gonna take a quick break, so you can explain in the meantime what we're doing here.
Yeah, so what's happening here is that it's a scripted fight, and in which the lines, like, he has to say certain lines in order for the game to continue. So as long as you keep on defending, then the game will... eventually, he's going to do a move that kills everybody, and that's why he healed beforehand. He has to make sure that at least Kaim and Seth make it through the all-kill, or up to the all-kill move, and once he uses that move, then the fight automatically ends, and it's supposed to happen like that. So we just hold the A button down, defend the entire time instead of attacking, so we don't waste that much time. So if you have anything else, Ghoul, go for it.
We have plenty to talk about. So once again, I do want to remind everybody we do have 2 prizes for this run in particular. We have the Steam key for the Light Trilogy that was donated by a Transquina. That is a $5 minimum donation. Just $5 will get you in on the raffle in order to win the copy of that game on Steam. And then we also have a gaming headset for the Xbox One, Xbox Series X that was donated by Game KMD. So if you're enjoying this Lost Odyssey run and want to play it yourself on your Xbox Series X, might as well play it with a brand new headset. That is a $10 minimum donation. That will run from Lost Odyssey until the end of Chroma Squad, which is the next run on the list.
Yeah, just like every other JRPG, of course Lost Odyssey also needs an escape section where a timer is ticking down, so experimental staff is now falling apart. Gongora doesn't need it anymore, he's already got everything studied that he needs to know. So now the whole thing is gonna go up in a huge explosion, and we need to get out of there before the time hits 0. And if you get lucky, you can actually make it through the entire segment here without getting a single encounter. But like I said earlier, usually random encounters, they don't really matter too much, because the amount of time you're going to gain on one segment because of good encounter luck, you're gonna lose on the next one anyway, so it's kind of equaling itself over time. Also, again, minor optimization here. Run down those stairs on the right side. If you run those stairs on the left side, you might have seen that the stairs are actually damaged. And if you run it down on the left side, Cam's gonna trip, and it's not really much. It costs like a second or 2. It's just a minor thing. Also, we're gonna grab a couple of chests on the way out. First of all, we're gonna grab this chest here, which contains another power drink. We're gonna get a couple of more power drinks at the beginning of disc 3. And the next chest is going to contain the Snake Ring, which is going to be a sword upgrade. We're gonna be using quite a bit in disc 3 and later on.
Oh,
There's
we didn't get it.
almost made it. I once had an encounter literally on the last step here. But the good thing is we can set up Turntail now. Because in the first section of Disc 3, there is actually an enemy that can steal items from you. And I can remember Potato Handle once lost a run there because he got in counterless escape. So he still had his memory cursor on defend for everybody. And then he ran into that encounter, and instead of running away, he actually defended. And then one of those monkey enemies that can steal accessories, it actually stole the Medusa's head, which he needs for anti-petrify. And in order to regain that, you actually have to do an optional side quest and beat the monkey boss, and that just takes forever. It takes like 5 or 6 minutes. It takes way too much. So basically the run died because he forgot on what part of the menu his memory cursor was.
Alright.
The good thing is once we already set up on Turntail, we can just hold A on Disc 3.
Yep, we are now on to Disc 3. So we're getting closer to the end, so let's try and hit that 7,500, everybody.
So we're back in the city of Saman, and you might notice that the weather now is a lot more nicer. That was because on Disc 2 when we come here, people were like, I don't want to say cursed, but were like magically enchanted or of some sort. Because the experimental staff was spreading out energy that even reached the city of Saman. So now the experimental staff is gone, and the city is back to normal again.
But before we do anything else, the kids are a little bit tired, so we're gonna run in and let them sleep for maybe 2
30
minutes.
seconds.
Yeah.
Also, this cutscene here with the kid showing, I actually have a passage in my notes that say in capitals, don't skip kids. Because for whatever reason, I don't know why, my brain just keeps thinking I can skip this cutscene. So I put it into capitals, so I remember when I get to that part. And half of the time I still try to skip it, because my brain's like, you put that in that you cannot skip it. Better try it out, because your notes might be wrong.
And the next thing we're going to do is we have to go and talk to somebody that is going to allow for us to go into the next section. If we don't talk to this guy, we won't be able to get through the ice. And
this guy is actually not that important for the ice itself, but more for the hint that he actually gives. We had that in Disc 2 already when we got a hint for the Medusa's head, which was the accessory needed for anti-petrify. And here we're gonna do the same, but for the water charm, and that one's gonna be incredibly important because a lot of the bosses in Disc 3 deal water-based damage, and the water charm decreases incoming water damage by 50%. Also, what we're gonna do here, you might remember the Pippo from Disc 1 that we used to exchange healing herbs for healing medicines for healing herbs. Now we're gonna exchange bombs, and this is the reason why we bought 10 Tier 1 bombs in the end of Disc 2, because if you give the Pippo one of each bomb, he's gonna give you a power drink in return. And you might remember that a power drink actually raises the attack of the one that is used on quite significantly. And we're not actually gonna use most of those until later parts of the game, like late of Disc 3 or most of Disc 4, but they're gonna be incredibly useful, and we're gonna do all the menuing with power drinks we need now. We don't have to come back later, because unfortunately there isn't really another Pippo that is on the way or anything. Also, it didn't check... Okay, I was about to say I didn't check how many bombs I already had. Alright, so that is it. We're done with Saman here. We're going to continue on the Ice Canyon. And the reason why we couldn't come back here earlier was because while the experimental staff still was up, and I think this was the part you were referencing, the Ice Canyon was still frozen solid, but the magic energy set off by the explosion of the experimental staff actually made it possible to cross through the canyon here. So again, we're gonna run through this one. We're gonna run from all encounters. We already got the Turntail set, so we don't need to watch out. If we're gonna run into those monkeys that can steal items, we're going to mention that the monkey boss, by the way, is back here. And you cannot actually fight that. If you want to fight the monkey boss, you literally have to get something stolen from you. Because if you're interact with them now, there's nothing that's gonna happen. And we actually have a monkey in the back row here. So you literally have to get into one of those fights, wait until the monkey steals something from you, and then you can approach the monkey boss in order to do the optional boss battle. I don't even remember what the reward of it is anymore. It's not anything special. Also, here's the water charm that we just got the hint for earlier.
Yeah, and then at the end of this ice canyon is, in my opinion, the worst boss in the entire game.
Yeah, it's definitely the most complicated boss. Okay, I got an encounter here. This might be interesting now. So there is this section here where you have to push a little bit of snow in order to get your way through the next screen. And there is wind blowing out of the mountain that actually throws you down because the wind's so strong. And if you don't get any encounters in this section at all, you can just barely make the last cycle. Okay, now I'm definitely not gonna make it. There's the double encounter. Now I'm not gonna make it. But if, like I said, if you don't get any encounters, you can barely make the cycle and the wind's not gonna get you. But usually, if you get into an encounter, the moment that time stops and the amount of time time needs to accelerate for sprinting again, it's just that tiny bit of time that you need in order to make the cycle. So you're not gonna make the cycle. There you go, that's the one that you need to make. So you can make that if you don't get any encounters, because you just continue sprinting throughout the entirety of the screen. We're gonna go back again, we're almost done here, and we're about to hit the first boss of Disc 3. And probably the most complicated boss fight in the entire game. So I'm usually not talking a lot during this boss fight because it has so many different patterns that can screw you over here. But we'll see what kind of pattern we're gonna get here.
Yeah, I am very bad at this boss. I mean, he's not going to be talking a lot. I will try and explain it, but I'm very confused by this boss.
Also, we haven't saved in a while. I'm gonna throw in another safety save. Like, usually there shouldn't be anything happening with softlocks and stuff. But like I said, I had that one softlock once, and I'm pretty anxious ever since of it happening again. So we're gonna throw in a safety save every once in a while, just so in case it actually happens, we don't lose too much progress. Okay, dinosaur fight coming up. I can feel my blood pressure going up here.
Yep.
I'm really not. I mean, it is a really cool boss fight, but it can go wrong on so many different levels.
I have spent, like, just to say this is my worst boss fight, I've spent over 20 minutes on this boss fight before in a row. That's how bad I am at this fight. The first part, we're actually going to be using what's most important is Jansen using cover on Kime, and then the Minda is cover is going to protect him from physical attacks. Minda is going to increase the attack or the spell damage. And then we're going to be, depending on what the first attack was, which was Bind Voice, is going to bind everybody into their position, and after Bind Voice, he's going to use not headbutt.
He's always going to follow up headbutt with headbutt.
It is headbutt. Okay.
So basically what he does here, he uses Bind Voice so you cannot change your party formation anymore, and then he follows it up with Headbutt, which puts all your characters in the front row. And after the Headbutt, 90% of the time he's gonna follow it up with a Tail Crush, which is another AoE attack that only hits a row. So he's basically trying to force everybody in the front row and then hitting them with AoE attacks.
Yeah, and that's why we do the bind healer, so we're actually able to move everybody, like change everybody around. And most of the time it's going to be Seth using that, and then we're going to use Flara, which he's weaker against, and Gamble for most of this fight.
He isn't actually weak against any of the elemental spells, but Flara is the first one in line, so it's just the fastest to access in the menu. It doesn't actually matter. You can also use like Grounder, Winder, whatever. But the most important thing is here, and this is also... Oh, that was a good game.
Oh, nice.
This is also the thing why I'm doing the formation change. You want to try to keep your GC level on 4 as long as somewhat possible, which is the reason why we put a new cover on Kaim and put him back in the front row. Okay, this is a bad one. Ay. If he's gonna fall, he might follow this up with a Bind Voice, and if he does, I got a problem. Because now we're gonna do it the opposite way now. Now we're gonna put a cover on Seth and actually have Seth in the front row, because Seth still has much more HP. Meaning that if we put her in the front row, there is a decent chance we can regain a GC level of 4.
Yeah, this is really like he was like Ragnar was saying. It's very complicated. Knowing.
The good thing he doesn't do Bind Voice, because Bind Voice always takes priority over everything else. So if I had to take a guess, he's probably gonna do a Tail Crush on the front row, which would actually be pretty good. Because that means we'd have a GC level of 4 going into next turn again. See, if he's not gonna do Bind Voice now, he's gonna do it next turn. Yeah, there's the Tail Crush, probably in Kaim. Okay, beautiful. This is actually really good. I like that. Because now we're back on GC4. Barely. Now he's gonna do Bind Voice just like I expected. After you've fought this battle a couple of times, you can start reading certain patterns. But then every once in a while, he just surprises you with something you totally didn't expect at all. I did, thank you. Just in case the battery goes out.
You're getting some pretty good gambles, though.
Okay, I need to check his HP, because this might be the part where I'm not gonna throw a Bind Healer anymore. Ugh!
Oh.
7,000 is still a lot.
Yeah.
You can still gamble. You're gonna Flara, you're gonna Flara, you're gonna Flara, and you're gonna throw a Bind Healer. I don't like the look. I mean, the good thing is, Seth still has the full cover, since she didn't get attacked a single time yet. So she might actually not get any damage. I don't know if the cover is gonna keep up, but she might not receive any damage at all, which is good. Okay, never mind. Okay, let's see. He might also do a regular single attack now, which would be bad too. Okay, there's the Tail Crush. Technically, everyone should survive that. Yeah, barely, but they did. We're good.
Yeah, I can never do this fight this well.
Okay, this is the part where we're gonna start throwing bombs. Yeah, 3,000. We're gonna throw bombs now. This is the reason why we picked up the tier 2 bombs earlier. Okay, now he's gonna do single. Okay, he's unless he targets Seth now, he's definitely going to kill somebody.
Oh,
Actually,
nice.
capacity. Pushed her back a turn, but that shouldn't matter now anymore. So the boss should be pretty much dead now. Okay, that must have been really close now. Yeah, 500. Haha, nice.
All right.
There you go.
Nice.
Dinosaur
Nice fight.
down. Very good fight. Also didn't need a single healing herb or mana herb too, which is also important. Conserving items, because we used a lot of them in this one. Also everybody alive. Also you might have noticed on the top of the mountain there is actually a royal seal. We're gonna come back to that one later since we got the donation incentive for that covered. And with that being said, we're now into Gotza.
Yeah. Let's see what we have here. So once they clear the path from the ice canyon, once they arrive, the group learns that they aren't allowed to enter without proof of citizenship. Soon after, a mysterious figure drops a coin for them in order to enter.
So yeah, basically what the party wants to do, they want to talk to the ruler of Gotza and try to get him off from the idea that he might have to go into war from Ura. Because like now Ura is like preparing all the military troops, and there is a big war that's probably going to happen sooner than later. So the party now tries to go to the ruler of Gotza and talk him out of getting into war, basically.
And this is one of the first times that they kind of like the party kind of splits up and goes their separate ways, and you're trying to deal with different things for different people.
Yeah, and this tree is the one that a lot of people had the most problems with casually, because this is the point where the game occasionally starts being really unfair. Because the game not only decides to split your party, at certain parts of the game, it puts basically all your castles into a party, so you don't have any tank, nobody that can do physical damage, and then it puts you in front of bosses with really high magic defense. So there are some parts in here where I'm like, wow, this is... In a casual playthrough, you're about to struggle quite a bit here.
Yeah, so going this way, I believe it's Ming, Seth, Jansen.
Yeah, right. We have Ming, Seth, and Jansen here. We have Kaim and Sarah that followed the mysterious figure that just dropped the coin. And we have the two kids that are sneaking into the train station without being allowed.
In order, there's gonna be some barriers that are right here in order to get up to the ruler. The only person that can get through there is Ming. So we're going to just walk up to him, hit the A button, but once you get through to the third one, it's going to push you all the way back, and once again, you have to do it again. And there's two of these that you have to do the same thing for.
Also, another minor thing worth mentioning. Ming is one of the only two characters in the game that you control at any point that does not have a sprinting animation. You can run with Ming, but you cannot sprint with her. She's the only one, Gongora being the second that you only control for a short segment later on. But those two, funnily enough, they don't have a sprinting animation. So basically holding down the X button with them, it does nothing.
So as you clear the final area and you get closer to the ruler, you find out that actually this isn't the real ruler. It's just a replacement for the actual one.
Yeah, they basically put the replacement in there, I think, in case somebody tried to ambush Gotza and tried to kill the ruler. So it's not the actual ruler being killed, but more like a placeholder. Also, I actually didn't check earlier on the gamble damages that I did. Did I had any gambles that were below 100?
No.
Okay,
You've had one.
Well, I might have to actually upgrade the donation then if I keep getting gambles like this. We're gonna have a lot of battles with gamblers involved, so we're gonna get there.
Oh yes.
Speaking of gambles, I believe, is there time for a quick donation here?
Of course, go for it.
We have $150 from Jabawabs saying, I said I'd donate if you got 4 digits on a gamble, so here you go. Great run, great marathon, deserving charity. Agreed on all 3 points.
So now we're talking to the actual ruler of Gotha, because we find out that the ruler of Gotha is actually a good personal friend of both Kaim and Sarah.
Yeah, one of the cutscenes that we skip is just their memories of them remembering that they knew who he was. We're actually doing a really big buying section here. We have to buy some pretty powerful bombs as well. Well, a lot of bombs, I should say, that we're going to be using for upcoming fight. And as I said before, most of the trouble that the group gets into is because of the kids. And we actually have to activate this cutscene here, talking to the kids, because this older lady is talking about a area where they could potentially talk to the dead. And since Liram is dead now, they want to go and see her. So talking to her, they're like, the only way to get to there is through the train. So they decide that taking the train is the best way to get there. So instead of actually just taking the train normally, they decide to hijack it.
Yeah, because the thing is, the train is not about to go off until a couple of hours, but they have like this big Aurora Borealis, insert Simpsons meme here, that supposedly lets you talk to dead people. So before the thing is done, they're gonna hijack the train in order to be able to talk to the mother.
And my least favorite cutscene in the entire game is coming up soon. A completely useless cutscene that they shouldn't have even had in this game, and it's unskippable. So now that they've talked to the fake king there, they're going to meet up with the rest of the party, but they're going to realize that Mac and Cook are missing. And Kaim and Sarah are going to try and save them. While the rest of the party is going to go and talk to the king and Tolton to try and make a treaty, I believe?
Yeah, it's basically the rulers of all countries, Ura, Gotha, and Numara, in a train, trying to see how they can prevent this war from happening.
You guys have just one quick second?
Go for it.
I'm just gonna let y'all know I am hopping off. I'm gonna be leaving you in the very capable hands of the one, the only Ghost Kumo. He's gonna be taking over on hosting duties.
What's up, everybody? Go to bed, Ghoul.
So, thank you guys, everybody, for letting me do this, and I'm gonna hop out of the call.
Welcome in, Ghost.
Hello. Hello, hello. I know we all got situated before the run started, but for everyone in chat, I'll be your host for the next, I suppose the second half-ish plus of this run, and the run afterwards. So, yeah, you'll be hearing from me for a little while.
So basically, the train thingy, like Steve already said, Kaim and Sarah are gonna follow the kids on the train to the Aurora Borealis, as you can see here. And the party's gonna split, so Seth and Jansen are gonna accompany Ming to meet with the King of Gotha. And
here's my least favorite cutscene.
Yeah. I always want to skip it.
They look at each other, look back, and that's the cutscene. It's unskippable.
Yeah, there are a couple of those cutscenes. There is also one where the train is shaking that only goes for like 4 seconds, and you cannot skip that either. I always want to. The one in the train is actually even worse, because like you have 4 cutscenes before and like 3 cutscenes after, and you can skip all of them, but you cannot skip those 4-second cutscene where the train is shaking.
Yeah, that's my least favorite cutscene in the entire game. I don't know why they put that cutscene in. But anyway, yeah. You were talking about them with me.
Yeah, they're basically following the kids now, and we have an entire section, an entire train gauntlet section, as I like to call it, where we have to go through a couple of battles with no chance of menuing in between. And this is also one of the reasons why we bought so many grounded bombs before, because grounded bombs one-shot all of those enemies, and if you remember, grounded bombs, or generally items, they have priority, so you can actually kill 2 of the targets here before they even get a chance to act.
Okay.
So first the landwalkers, because those actually do decent amounts of damage. And then those little thingies afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I believe we're just going to hold down the A button for the next part here.
Yeah, we have a second section with landwalkers here. It is important though, because at the end of this section, we're actually going to do a setup already for the next boss fight, because like I said earlier, there is no time to do any menuing between. Like, the one battle ends and the next one's immediately going to start. This also has the advantage that everything you do in this fight actually carries over into the actual boss battle.
Okay.
So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna heal up everybody to full, and then we're gonna put up a cover on Kaim. So basically, Kaim goes into the next boss fight with a cover on already. And this thing that is left here, it doesn't do anything, it just restores MP. So we can use all the time that we need in order to set up properly here.
Yeah, and the next fight we're going to be just using Gamble, hoping for some good gambles coming up.
Yes, the next boss fight is Armored Train, and the only thing we're doing here is Gamble. The boss only have 5,500 HP, but the boss on turn 1 does Protection. And Protection basically makes him invincible to physical damage, so we literally have no other way than spells to fight. And even then, the tier 2 spells from Sarah, they don't do a lot of damage, they do like 400 or 500. Meanwhile, Gamble can go up to 1,000 here, as you see.
Oh, there we go.
So ideally, you're getting good gambles until the fight is over. And due to Kaim already having a cover on at this point, you can see he's not taking any damage, and Sarah is barely taking any damage since we still have a GC level 4. Ooh, look at those gambles. Juicy gambles.
Can we get another 150 for each one of those?
Okay, so you can see the cover is gone now. We're gonna put on a new cover next turn. Because usually it takes there's a 38, that's another $5 parity. So we're at $10 total now. Okay, now the gambles don't really like me that much anymore.
Yeah.
Good start, but now it's falling off, kind of. We still have 2,000 HP to go through.
And this shouldn't hurt. Yeah, there we go. This shouldn't hurt Kaim.
Yeah, the problem is we're at a GC level of 2 now, so Sarah in the back row is gonna take a lot more damage. That's a good one.
Oh, wow.
Can I get another one like this, please? Ah, close enough. Next turn should be the last one.
Yeah. That was a good fight.
So, I missed if there was an explanation on. Is there any particular thing that like, is Gamble stagnant, or is there something that kind of scales it?
Gamble scales with character level. But that's like the only thing that kinda influences the damage. Otherwise,
makes
it
sense.
completely ignores all the game's mechanics. It doesn't matter how much magic attack you have. It doesn't matter how much magic defense the target has. It doesn't matter if it's in the front or the back row. GC levels, all of that doesn't matter. The only thing that influences it is the character level, meaning with a higher character level you can roll higher max damage, and therefore your average damage is going to go up as well over time.
With the look at
Love
this.
this.
I am regard.
Wait a wait.
Isn't this one of the? I thought this was one of the cutscenes you can skip. I guess not.
Everything that has text boxes you cannot skip. That's like the easiest way to remember.
Oh,
So,
okay.
we got all the leaders that trying to find peace, and meanwhile we got Gongora and Ura now. And Gongora, what he's doing now, he's basically trying to get the people to Ura to go into war with him. Also, like I said earlier, Gongora, just like Mink, doesn't have a sprinting animation. I also feel like he's got the weirdest running animation of all the characters in the game.
Yeah,
That
and
was very impressive.
yeah, and I believe that's when he announces that Tolton is no longer ruler.
Yeah, he basically announces that King Tolton is dead and he was killed off by the Gotsa forces because the people, they do not know that Tolton, Ming, and the ruler of Gotsa, they're actually trying to find a peace agreement or anything. And now we're actually going up Grandstaff, and the upcoming battle doesn't look like much, but it is actually very, very important. So for one fight only, we actually gain access to Gongora. So what this fight is about, Gongora has his acolytes, his magicians, that are serving him. And he's basically like, yeah, you want to prove the loyalty to me, then you die for me. So basically all of them are weak to one certain element. That be an elemental spell, physical damage, white magic, whatever it is. So you can see, one is always getting killed, and the other one survive it. So we need to go through all the spells in order to complete this battle. But if you might have noticed, there are 7 Dark Acolytes here. And later on in this core, we have to fight them. But we only have to fight 6 of them. And this is the part that is actually very important that I don't think anybody actually noticed during a casual playthrough. The last Acolyte that is alive, he's going to try to defend himself from dying by putting up a barricade. And obviously Gongora doesn't like that, because he's like, huh, you don't want to die for me, huh? Okay, then, well, whatever. And he's actually going to kill off the last one permanently and wipe him from the game. So depending on in which order you do the skills, you can actually eliminate one of them permanently from the battle. And in this variation of the speedrun, we're choosing the White Acolyte to be eliminated last. Because the White Acolyte can only be damaged with offensive white magic, which is something that we don't get throughout the entire run. So basically the only means, even Gamble doesn't work on him. So basically doing the Shine spells, which is something Cook learns, is the only way to get damage on him. And we never really get access to it, so it is really convenient that we can just like ditch the White Acolyte permanently and don't have to put up with all his other shenanigans, because everything else is not a problem. We have the elemental ones that we can kill with bombs. You have a physical one that you can hit either with physical attacks or even with Gamble. And then you have the black one that is vulnerable to status elements and can just be petrified. But this one would be a big problem. But we're just gonna eliminate him constantly, and we don't have to deal with him in this core later on again.
I remember when I played this game casually, that was actually something noted in the strategy guide, and I was kind of planning out which one. I think I ended up avoiding the white magic one because, like, Cook and Mac, or no, it was just Cook was like the only one who really had that kind of resource available at the time, and just like, I don't want to have to bring her to a fight.
Yeah, the thing is also, even with items that you get accessories, you can learn. That's also the cutscene I was talking about that you cannot skip.
Yeah.
You can learn black and white level 4 from the sorcery earrings that we bought earlier. But the problem is, Shina, no, actually the white magic spells, they don't have 3 tiers, they only have 2 tiers. They have Shine and Shiness. And Shine barely does no damage. And Shiness, Cook doesn't learn until 40-ish, I think. So she learns it rather late. So there really are no good options to get the damage in, and even then, I think Shyness is level 6 white magic, if I remember correctly. And even with accessories, you're never gonna get to that part in a speedrun. So we're back with Kaim and Sarah now. We're gonna have to run the Train Gauntlet. Basically what's happening is Gongora with the magic staff is going to try to freeze all the trains that are here. So basically we're trying to get away from the freezing things that are behind us, but we need to save the kids that are also on this train here. There you can see it's slowly starting to freeze, and if you actually take too long to get there, the ice is gonna catch up to you and you're gonna game over.
Yeah, we're
gonna put on the water charm here. If you remember, we got that earlier because a lot of those enemies, they like to do water-based attacks. You can actually unequip those. There you have it. This is Aqua, so this is a tier 3 white magic. You can see that does 473 damage, and that is with half the with an accessory that already halves the damage. So if we wouldn't have the water charm here, it would be almost a one-shot on Kaim. Gamble could have been a little better. Oh, great. Huh. That is something new.
Oh, I've died here before.
I don't think I've ever seen a double Octopus. That is something new. The good thing is, characters, they always get revived with a certain amount of HP after battle. So even if somebody dies and you don't have any Angel's Plumes, you just need to make it through the fight and you're gonna be okay.
I imagine given the EXP in this game, how it caps at 100 and doesn't carry over into levels and whatnot, I imagine that doesn't screw over your level routing too much.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. This is actually the game's way of preventing you from overgrinding. So enemies in this game, they don't give a certain amount of experience, but more like a percentage that you need until the next level. So let's say Kaim is gonna be like level 23 here, so he's gonna gain a full level from these battles. If he were 26, he would only gain like, I don't know, 10 or 15% each battle. At some point you only gain 1% from each battle anymore. And it is actually kind of bad that Kaim died here, because you want to have a couple of levels on him for later on, because towards the end of the game we're going to resort back to physical attacks, and obviously physical attack scales with character level as well. And also another thing is, you want to have a higher level in order to get a higher amount of average gamble damage, because we talked about it earlier, character level is the only thing that actually is important for the gamble spell. So the higher you are, the higher average gamble is gonna be. Oh boy. I was kind of afraid this was gonna happen in this segment here. Okay, there's a single charity. That should put us at 25 now.
Oh my. Yeah, I've kind of followed this game off and on since, like, I think the first run I saw of this was in like 2013 or 2014. And just the long history of just watching single-digit gambles, just shock runners.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. My old 360 PP, the 645 I had a one gamble in it. And the first PP I had on the Series X, the 615, also had a one gamble in it. So chances aren't really high, but it does happen from time to time. It happens occasionally. Okay, definitely want to heal up here. This segment's really not been going good so far.
Yeah, this is surprisingly difficult in my opinion. This section can be troubling.
I'm glad I joined in at this point in time, though. I think if there's one segment of this game that I remember, perhaps more than anyone else, other than the 2 cutscenes that y'all graciously donated for, it would be the train section. And just, you know, Gongora just unleashing the power of the giant staff.
Alright, so in the last room you actually have to input a code that you can read by reading those letters. Luckily the code is always the same.
And coming up in this next battle, we're going to make sure that we get rid of all of the items that we're carrying.
Yeah, the most important thing in this one might be unequipping the Demon Warrior Ring and the Water Charm from Kaim in the last battle, because equipment is shared between the parties, and we definitely need the Water Charm on Mag for later battles. So if you forget to unequip the Water Charm here at the end of the battle, you might run into huge problems later on. Again, in this boss battle, mini-boss battle if you will, we're gonna take advantage of the fact that bombs always go first, therefore already killing off the first enemy on turn 1. The reason for that is those enemies have an attack called Ice Needle, which is a really strong AoE attack. And if all 3 of them do that turn 1, you're dead. You really want to make sure that you're gonna get rid of the first one before he even gets a chance to act. Okay, no ice needles, that's good, so that means we can save ground bombs. Important, unequipped stuff. Do you have anything? No, you don't have anything. Or we can finish off the last one with ground up.
Have time for a quick donation?
Sure, go for it.
Alrighty, we got a $150 donation from Jabba that just says, I was only going to donate for 1 instance of a 4-digit gamble, but how could I not donate for 3 of them in one fight? Rip my wallet, long live Nami. And thank you very much for your donation, Jabba.
We're only $200 away from hitting that 7,500 goal now.
Also, to put in perspective how much time you can lose in sections like this, we talked about earlier how I was actually a minute 30 ahead of my PB going into certain parts, and not counting in the cutscene, I'm already 4 minutes behind PB, even though I hadn't made any big mistakes. I didn't die anywhere, I haven't made any big mistakes, but still I lost like 5 minutes over the course of the game. Those are like all the small things that add up over time.
So, what happened in that cutscene is... Okay, well first, this is very important right here. Tolton has the strongest attack in the game, but he has the lowest accuracy rating. But he also has the most important skill from this point on, which is persistence, where if you go down to 0 health, you don't actually die, you'll stay at 1 health, as long as you don't get attacked twice in 1 turn. And we're going to be using that to our advantage later on. Once more people have the skill, we'll be able to expend it a little bit more, but let's just say we won't be dying as easily later on. Because we're going to be very under-leveled coming in.
Yes, the thing with persistence is, obviously it's supposed to only trigger once, so meaning you go down to 1 HP, and the next time you get attacked, obviously, the character goes down. But there is a little glitch involved with this kind of thing. You've seen earlier that it is possible in this game to switch your equipment mid-battle without actually losing a turn or anything, and we're gonna use that to our advantage. Because at least that's how I think the game actually handles it. If you change equipment, the game checks if you still have all the skills available you had before, because you can also assign skills by equipping accessories, meaning that if I equip 1 accessory, I might have the skill available, and if I unequip it, I don't have it anymore. And rather than just checking what kind of equipment you just changed, the game just decides to wipe all of your skills and reapply them, judging by the skills that you learned and equipped at this point. So basically, by changing anything in the menu, the persistent status that already triggered once gets reapplied, meaning you stay at 1 HP as long as you don't get attacked more than once per turn. So it basically makes you invincible unless you get attacked several times in a single turn. And we're gonna abuse that pretty much to the end of the game, because like Steve said, we're severely underleveled at this point of the game, and we're gonna get to a point where a lot of attacks are actually going to one-shot the characters, especially the mages in the back row once the GC drops to 0. So this is a vital part of the speedrun.
So there's a lot of stuff going on with the story. The first off, you saw Mac and Cook like crying it while there was half of a train. Well, there was kind of like a explosion, I guess, that took out part of the ship, and Sarah and Kaim sacrificed themselves for the ice, and they are now half the ship, half the train has now gone off and crashed, and they are now frozen in ice. Then Tolton and Seth are separated from everybody else to get away from the ship because of the ice, the big like ice explosion or whatever. And we come to find out, like I said, the story would get a little bit complicated, but ooh, this is really bad. We now find out that there is somebody that is going to be hung, and that person happens to be Seth's son. Said. And, yeah. There's a lot of stuff going on at this point.
Yeah, as I recall, there's like a I don't remember who opens it or for why, but it basically they go through a portal from the train all the way to Ura. In one of the cutscenes there, which is how Seth and Tolton ended up over there, while everyone else was dealing with the ongoing events. Because I mean, that's like a whole continent and a half away. But yeah, magic happens.
Yeah, it's basically Ming trying to save Tolton and Seth, because she couldn't get out there in time because she was already partially frozen. But since Tolton and Seth were a little bit behind her, they still could move, so she opened up a portal for them, and Seth basically pushed Tolton through it, and that's how they got to Ura. Also, you might have noticed that I did actually fight one regular battle here, and the reason for that, we talked about the persistence glitch earlier. And we're actually already getting persistence on Seth now, and persistence needs a total of 8 SP to be learned. You're gonna have to fight 2 mandatory encounters here, each with 3 enemies, so you're always gonna get 6 SP from the get-go, and then you fight 1 additional random encounter to get the remaining 2 SP in order to learn persistence early, because we're gonna already, well, you don't necessarily need it on the next boss fight, but it makes the fight a lot safer.
Yeah, and these back alleys can be very confusing. Even with knowing where to go, I still sometimes get lost where I'm going.
Also random cat. Also, this is another minor detail that I really like. This is something that a lot of people probably, again, don't really notice. We're going through the back alley here, because obviously, Ura soldiers are looking out for us. Because they actually think Tolton is dead, so they think it's just an imposter that is trying to get access to the city. So we go through the back alley, and if you run into an encounters there, it's usually just the Ura soldiers that are patrolling back there. But the random encounter rate in the back alley is really, really low. And this is especially in the sewers, and this is something that I really like, because it shows like, yeah, the soldiers are basically checking the city if there is anything weird going on, but they're not really checking the back alleys or even the sewers, and therefore the encounter rate is also much lower than it would usually be. Again, that's just some kind of minor details that I really like about the game. Something that a lot of people probably don't even notice in a casual playthrough. I didn't myself in the beginning earlier. It was just after a while where I was like, why am I getting so little encounters in the sewers? And then I actually thought about it and I was like, that actually makes sense. That's a good one.
Here we are at the obligatory sewer dungeon.
Wouldn't be a JRPG if we didn't have a sewer section.
Especially a Final Fantasy offshoot in a way like this one, given, you know, the names attached to it, like Sakaguchi.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier. I think one of the reasons why I like this game so much, because to me, before I played Lost Odyssey, Final Fantasy X was probably one of my favorite games of all time. And I played this, and it immediately felt like FF10. And it wasn't until later that I actually realized who was working on the game and that I noticed, like, yeah, okay, kinda makes sense that I liked the game from the get-go.
Probably also helps when you have Tara Strong voicing both Seth and Riku, so...
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. It's also kind that has the same voice actor from Bosch from FF12.
So coming up is actually we're going to be going down the one of these ladders here, and it's going to be getting Tolton the First Royal Seal.
Yes, we did talk about the Royal Seals before. Royal Seals side quest was actually one of the donation incentives of the run that was met within the first couple of hours that the marathon started. That made me really happy to see. Now, there are, I think it's a total of 7 or 8 Royal Seals spread throughout the whole world. And only Tolton as a member of the royal family can open them. And they usually contain items like weapons, rings, and accessories. But since they are royal seals, only members of the royal family can equip them, meaning that Tolton is the only one who can equip them at first. Now, the first royal seal we're always going to open in an any % speedrun as well, because it contains a rather powerful weapon at this point that Tolton can use for the upcoming fights. As a donation incentive, we're also going to open up all the other royal seals and also fight the optional boss that is at the last royal seal towards the end, which also gives us the strongest sword in the game. Now, we talked about the royal seals containing royal equipment, so unfortunately in the beginning, only Tolton can learn it. Tolton learns a skill at, I think it is 45-ish sometime, that is actually called royal equipment, and you can skill link those to your immortals, and once they have it learned and equipped, they can also equip parts of the royal equipment, be that swords, rings, accessories, whatever it is.
Are you gonna try for the technique here, or is it not worth it?
I'm just gonna go for it, because here's the thing, we talked about how random encounters work in this game earlier, and how forced encounters work, and how the game prevents you from going too far without getting any encounters to begin with. So we had that part earlier where I got through a large section without getting any encounters at all, and then I had 2 quick back-to-back encounters, and we're going to try to abuse that mechanic in the next part of the game, because the next part of the game there are 2 sections where you can get a forced encounter, and you cannot run from those. You actually have to fight those, and each of them take roughly 2 to 2.5 minutes. So by trying to skip them, you can save up to 5 minutes. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, random encounter checks, or manipulation if you will, they don't work in that section like they used to in other sections of the game. I've been practicing playing this around with this mechanic for hours, trying to figure out any kind of way I can consistently get through that area without getting any random encounters. And every time I actually think I have some kind of breakthrough, something that actually seems to be working, something happens that doesn't make any sense at all, and it's RIP. Okay, that's one encounter, that's fine. So you have 1 on the screen transition and 1 here. So we get 1 out of 2, that's fine. You can get 2 encounters if you get unlucky, we get 1 here, and it's only a set of 4. So that's actually not that bad.
So you're gonna notice something interesting about this fight is it's a 3-way fight, and what we're hoping for is for each one of the armies to attack each other, because they can attack each other like this, and they can also attack you. Okay, that was good too.
Yeah, we talked about earlier how guards have how soldiers have the chance of guarding. Tolton is actually the only one in the party that has the same chance as well. Also, I forgot to I forgot to equip the sword here. That's not that big of a deal. I still need to put persistence on Seth after the battle, though. Okay, now we're getting unlucky with the attacks here.
Yeah.
Marathon RNG. And there's also the miss. We talked about earlier about how that can occasionally happen.
Yep, strongest attack, but worst accuracy. So when he misses, it's no surprise to us. To me, when I play it, I usually expect him to miss at least once. Every single battle.
Usually, he misses at least one target every other attack. On average. Okay, we're gonna heal up, and we're also gonna...
Yeah, and this is why we pick up so many power drinks, because we actually want to use them on Tolton for each battle, so he attacks stronger with his cut down.
Okay, and this is the actual boss battle part. So ideally, you're gonna get all the way up here, and then you're gonna get a mandatory fight against 6 soldiers, 3 from Ura and 3 from Gotha. I forgot to throw a mana herb on Tolkien.
Ooh.
Oh, this could become a little problem. I knew I forgot something after the first fight. Ideally, they're all attacking each other now.
Yep, let's hope for that. Nope.
Oh, we got 2 out of 6. That's okay. 3.
Oh, 3. Okay.
3 out of 6. That's actually a decent start. At least they're spreading out the damage, so that's something, I guess. Nice crit.
Yeah. Alright. Cool.
About how far off from here is that cutscene?
Yeah, after this fight is over, we're gonna get to the second donation incentive, which you guys generously donated for, which is going to be the Mama cutscene. It's just gonna be a short 1-minute cutscene, but I think it's probably one of the most funniest things in the game. Okay, I'm gonna play it safe and throw another mana herb in case I need to do another cut down next turn.
We've been lucky on this fight. They've been attacking each other.
Yeah, those soldiers have been very, very generous so far.
Wow.
This usually doesn't happen. Usually after 2 turns, you need to persistence glitch the first character.
Better brace yourself.
Yeah, wouldn't even have needed to throw the mana herb, but whatever.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
We also got pretty lucky on the guard so far, gotta admit.
Yeah. Besides getting 2 wow, another crit. Besides getting 2 fights there, it was still pretty decent.
I mean, we only got 1 of the 2 random encounters, so I guess that's still fine. Also
Yeah.
enjoy the cutscene.
I don't know what to do. They came from nowhere. Get me out of here. Somebody help. How do we get out of here? How do we get out of this?
Sen! It's okay. It's okay. Oh.
Mama?
Yep, this is my boy.
Huh? What? Mama. This man, isn't he the king of Ura?
I'll tell you later. Long story. We're out of here. Come on.
Move it! Okay.
There you go.
There's nothing quite like watching a 50-plus-year-old man go crying to his mom.
And now Gongora is about to demonstrate the power of Grandstaff.
Send me.
This is where you start to see his plan come to fruition. He starts to become more and more powerful from this point on.
Goats.
Yeah, for me, this was like the part where I felt like the story really kicked into overdrive.
Yeah, it's like in mid disc 3 when the story starts to actually go start picking up rapidly. So now we're in the segment with the kids. If you remembered earlier, we were running the train gauntlet with Kaim and Sarah in order to protect the kids. And now the kids are like, you're all by themselves, because both Kaim and Sarah actually got frozen solid by the blizzard from the Grand Staff that Gongora made.
And this
So
is actually...
now, for a certain part, we only have those two in our party.
And this is actually a really long walking section, so Ghost, if you have anything you want to say, this is actually a really good time.
Yeah. Kind of just anecdotally, I think I misremember the sequence of events, but it's like this is the scene I remember the most from this game, along with the cutscenes that people donated for. Let's see. I believe we got one in, it's just not showing up on my end. But real quick, just to remind everyone what we're here for. So we're here to support NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, the largest grassroots mental health organization in the United States. They operate a national helpline available Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. EST, which provides information, referrals, resources, and a compassionate, understanding trained volunteer to support the caller. Real quick, as for upcoming incentives, I had the sheet in front of me right now. Give me 1 second. We have still 2 incentives for Final Fantasy VII Remake. We have the soft lock glitch, which is currently sitting at $25 out of 250. So that one's still got a ways to go, and that's just 2 runs from now, so it's not a whole lot of time left for that one. As well as the taking the stairs incentive. So rather than any sort of bid war or anything like that, you can choose to take the stairs, which is slower in the 7 remake, but has some really great dialogue. So that's at $325 out of $400. As for some upcoming bid wars, we have Name the File in Super Mario RPG. Currently, the only donation for that is $50 towards Waluigi. So if you want to snipe that one, the total is currently sitting at $50 for that. Oh, we did just get another donation. We have an $8 donation from Gamble that says, donation did 8 damage.
That's a good donation, I like that.
Yeah.
So, you might have seen that we just walked a couple of steps there with both Cook and Mac, and we actually got kind of lucky, because you can actually get random encounters in this section as well. And this is why I was always watching out what kind of accessories or rings the people in the previous sections wore, because, like I said earlier, equipment in this game is shared between the parties, and you really want to make sure you have your turntail shoes available and if things like that happen. An old PB of mine actually forgot to unequip the turntail shoes, and then I had to run from 2 encounters with Mac and Cook the regular way, and I think I lost like 2 minutes on this section just by not having access to the turntail shoes.
I didn't even realize you could get encounters there. I've never had an encounter there ever.
Yeah, it is not very likely, but it also depends on the kind of luck you've gotten the Uragosa 3-way before. Because if you made it through the Uragosa 3-way without random encounters, chances that you're gonna get one on the Cook Max sections are very high. Which usually isn't a big issue, because you can just run with those from the turntail shoes, but you cannot run in the Uragosa section. So if I'd be able to choose, I'd always take the one with Cook and Mac. So yeah, a couple of encounters here, nothing too special. Like I said, we have turntail shoes available on Jansen. Mac already had the skill to begin with since we learned it earlier. So we're just gonna run from a couple of encounters here until we're about to hit the next boss. Now, we're in the underground section of Gotza. Now, Gotza is a town that has like an underground and an overground section. And the overground section was frozen solid completely by the blizzard that Gongora made with the Grand Staff. So basically everybody that was on top of Gotza when the storm hit, basically everybody died. So the only people that survived it were those that were living in the underground, which is more like the slum section of Gotza.
There's almost like a certain twisted irony to it, I feel. But I really also just love the imagery of this whole scenario, just the frozen city just in complete ruins, and the people who are already kind of struggling, you know, having a new obstacle, but also just like, you know, dealing with it their own way.
This is also where the love story happens between Jansen and Mings. I mean, it's not a JRPG without the love interests.
I mean, to be fair, this game also has a canonical marriage pre-established with its main character, so it kind of goes all over the place with that. Even you have a character who has a kid already, and then other two who had like grandkids. I don't know. I've always enjoyed seeing just the various different things with this game. Like
Another
the Thousand
thing I
Years of
wanna
Memories.
mention- Yeah, sorry.
The Thousand Years of Memories is just kind of almost a shame that there's no real way to incorporate that in a run. But those alone are almost worth playing the game for.
That's true, we talked about that earlier. Another thing I quickly want to mention is we passed Goatsa on the way here, and Goatsa also has a section that is called the Backyard. And the Backyard basically has a series of really strong enemies that you need to unlock by fulfilling certain conditions that you have to get later on in the game. And the Backyard also has the strongest optional super boss in the game that... I forgot what the name of the boss is, but it has like 120,000 HP or something like that. So yeah, we're about to hit the same enemies here that we had in the train section gauntlet with Kaim and Sarah. Luckily, we can just run from those. So we talked about earlier how Disc 3 decides to split your party, and I briefly said how the game becomes unfair at certain sections of this game. This segment is one of those sections. Because once Cook, Mac, Jansen, and Ming are reunited, you basically have all your castles in a party. And then the next couple of bosses, they either have really high magic defense, or in certain cases even have an auto-reflect on. So this is just the game being mean and telling you, hey, you got all your casters, but you cannot use your spells that you ever learned with them, so what are you gonna do now? Well, in a speedrun, you probably can already guess what we're gonna do.
I was wondering about that, because I know this fight, like, back in the... I can't remember if I had the Brady Games or Prima Strategy Guide, what exactly the brand was. But this upcoming boss fight, it straight up said Mac is the only one who's going to be doing any damage, and everyone else's job is to keep him alive and keep him buffed. But... so it's like, I was wondering what we were gonna do here. I wasn't sure if Gamble worked or any of that.
Yeah, Gamble luckily does work. I do have to admit that this fight was really interesting in the no gamble routing that I'm currently doing. And it actually worked out quite better than I expected it to. I mean, obviously Gamble's gonna be the much faster option, but there are other good means to go out there even without Gamble, because even though the boss has high magic resistance, you can still deal like 400 to 500 damage with a grounder. Or with grounder bombs even. Because those do like 350 or so too. Anyways, next boss coming up, Living Ice. And Living Ice, depending on what pattern we get on turn 1, can either go really solid or can go really bad. So we're gonna put on Sorcerer Earrings. First of all, we're gonna put a cover on the entire front row. You get the Talisman. Get the second set and cover Mac. And Mac's gonna get the Water Charm and also Gamble. Ideally, I want to see all Shielders. Okay, perfect. This is the perfect first turn you want to have here. So he does Shielders, which greatly increases his physical defense. But since we never do any physical attacks to begin with, this is basically a free turn. This is the best possible turn 1 pattern we can have here. Now it's about gambling. Now we need to try to gamble as high as somewhat possible in order to get this fight down fast. Okay, that's somewhat average, I'd say.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we got the cover up with the entire front row, so it's not that big of a deal. The only thing we need to watch out for is once Living Ice gets to below 1500 HP, it's gonna put up a reflect. So from that point on forward, we need to throw bombs because our spells don't work anymore. So you gotta keep the boss's HP in check every once in a while.
And we also want to take off the red copper band at one point, don't we?
Yes, right at the end you want to take off the red copper band as well, because you want to have that on set on the next segment. I think one more turn should be enough to get him into reflect position.
As long as we don't, as long as we don't attack 1,000 for each person.
Yeah, the good thing is since Gamble is depending on Mac's level, and Mac has a relatively low level. Ooh, that was a good one. Due to him being on a low level since we never used him, we should be fine. Okay, I think the boss still has roughly 1,300 HP now, so Mac's definitely not gonna get that. So let's see how much we got here. 600, okay, that's perfect. So we're gonna unequip everything, we're gonna finish off with bombs. You can keep the talisman, that's fine. You can keep the sorcerer earrings, that's fine too. And you can actually keep the water charm too. It's mostly the red copper band that's gonna be important. And you see now that the boss dropped to below 1500 HP, he's gonna put up reflect. So ideally the game wants you to finish off the boss fight with physical attacks. Luckily bombs pierce through a reflect since they're not considered magic. So we can just finish the fight off with bombs and we're done with Living Ice here.
That was a really good fight.
That's very convenient. And also that was a really good fight.
Yeah, that was a very solid fight, honestly.
I kind of feel like this whole portion was put in because by this point you have all the 4 immortals, and there's a good chance you've realized they outclass the human characters for the most part. Or the non-immortals, I guess. They're all basically people of some way. But the non-immortals kind of get outclassed. So this is just kind of the game, I think, forcing you to use everyone. For better and for worse.
Yeah, the problem is especially with Cook and Mac. Since you only have that short segment in the storm where they're walking, you don't really have a lot of chances to grind levels on them. So you're gonna go through that segment, and then you're about to realize that they're probably severely underleveled. And if you go back to your last save point, it's probably just chance and Ming that you're gonna be able to level. So you can grind two party members out for a little bit, and then you just have to settle with Cook and Mac being severely underleveled. Because I think most people that played this game played with the 4 immortals, and then probably Chanson.
I think I used both Sed and Tolton. Sed partly because I think he joins at a good level, and Tolton because of the Royal Seals.
Obviously in later game as well, yeah, but up to that point it's probably been mostly Chanson, since Tolton and Sed just joined a couple of segments ago.
So, throughout this entire area here, we are just going to be running. Until we get to the boss here. So, this is one of the slower areas, I guess you could say, of the game. Because it's just a lot of running away.
So yeah, if you have anything to read out, now would be a perfect time for it.
Every big door we see, we're just gonna walk through.
I just realized I didn't even enable my microphone. So yeah, we are questing for glory. We actually have a couple of prizes going on for this run. So there's 2 that you can win. You can win a gaming headset for Xbox One/Xbox One Series X for donating $10 minimum donation anytime between this run and Chroma Squad, as well as a $5 donation for the Light trilogy on Steam, and that is going to be a $5 donation. So if you're interested in checking those games out, I actually know somebody who's played those games, and he's given some pretty solid word on them. And you're supporting a great cause in Nami.
So we're about to hit a next section of the sewers where conveniently there's a merchant down here in the sewers for reasons I don't understand myself. But yeah, where it's gonna be very convenient that we have a merchant down here because we need to stack up on grounded bombs as well as Angel's Plumes, healing herbs, and mana herbs if we need any. So we're gonna be throwing quite a bit of bombs throughout the next sections of the game as well.
And as you've seen, he has he's had one fight this entire time, so he's about to, in one of these sections, he's about to get like 4 fights like right in a row. Wow, you've just been lucky with the fights.
Yeah, it's because I had the quick double encounter on the section before. This is what I meant earlier when I said encounter RNG kinda equals itself out or again. Generally the sewers have a lower encounter rate than usual for reasons we mentioned earlier. But if you go such a long way without running into any encounters, there is a good chance that you're gonna get a relatively quick back-to-back encounter rather soon. So this is one of the perks. Even though the random encounters in this game are annoying, usually in the end it doesn't really make that big of a difference. I compared it to Final Fantasy IX earlier, which is like the complete opposite, where you can go like whole sections without getting any encounters, if you're lucky, and if you're not, you're just gonna get a load of encounters. This game, yeah, you can go a big section without encounters, but it is very likely that you're gonna get very fast back-to-back, or sometimes even 3 encounters in a row. So overall, in the end, like I don't have I don't have any counters for the amount of random encounters I do when I run this game, but I am pretty sure if I had one, it would be roughly the same every run, like plus minus 3 to 4 encounters. It's probably going to be the same every single time.
Here's our first one.
Yeah, we got one right at the beginning of this segment.
Yeah.
Like, within the first 10 steps or so. But yeah, like I said earlier, encounter rate in the sewers is generally lower than in other portions of the game.
Yeah, this section is just a lot of running and pushing buttons, climbing up ladders, going through doors.
Basically a perfect summary of what this section is.
I won't lie, it's always satisfying whenever I see the run animation of this game, because I didn't know it was a thing until like the very end of my first playthrough, that you just hold down, I think it's L3 or whatever, like the joystick button.
It's X. You hold down X to sprint.
Oh, okay. I think the joystick button worked on mine. I don't know. Either way, I didn't know you could sprint, and when I found out you could do that, my mind was blown. Like, of all the things in the speedrun route, from gambles to the persistence glitch, somehow the ability to run is always the most, I didn't think you could do that.
Yeah, well, speaking of persistence glitch, that's coming up very soon in an upcoming fight that will be very important.
Yeah. Speaking of the running thing again, if you don't actually talk to the NPCs, I don't think the game ever tells you that it is possible. But I think there is a single NPC in the train station of Ura that drops a hint that, like, you can sprint if you need to go faster or something like that. It never actually tells you which button you need to press. But there is an NPC that kinda gives you a hint that you can sprint in this game. But yeah, it is very easy to miss if you never, like, try out and see which button does what. Alright, we're about to hit the next boss fight, the Magic Beast. I'm just gonna quickly check if I have all my equipment right here.
This is one of my favorite bosses.
Yeah, you don't need the Medusa's head anymore, you don't need the Turntail shoes anymore, you need the red copper bands. And you need the Demon Warrior ring, that should be all. So yeah, the upcoming boss is the Magic Beast boss fight. And you can see this crane on the side there. And you can activate this crane. And I don't want to give you any hints, but the way this boss fight works can be very familiar to a certain other JRPG that is very popular. I'm not gonna name I'm not gonna throw out any names right now.
Oh.
But, and here's the interesting thing, we're never gonna use that crane. Why? Because if we use that crane, we get a cutscene ending and we don't get any experience, gold, or drops from this battle. And we want those. Especially we want the gold and the drop here. So we're not gonna use the crane and do some cheap kind of mechanic. We're gonna go the old school way. We're gonna power it down.
And this is where you see a lot of. I expect Holton to miss at least once during this battle every time.
And you can see this is the point where physical attacks start coming back again. You just saw that with Tolton. He does like 1,000 consistent damage with a perfect. You can, in theory, get higher gamble damages as shown here by Set. But on average, Tolton is actually much better off using regular attacks instead of a gamble.
Nice.
Also helps when you have as much experience as you do that you can get perfects generally more consistently than a lot of people.
Yeah, the amount of perfects you can do, it depends on the kind of ring that you have, because they're like, you have 3 tiers of rings, but then you also have the option to make an ultra ring, and on the ultra ring the chance to get a perfect is much higher. I don't know how much it is on the ultra ring, but I think on a regular ring you have a 4-frame window to hit a perfect.
Yeah, it was. I was just about to say the rings that you use, you have a better chance of getting the perfects.
Yeah, we're actually gonna assemble a certain ring later on, which is called Dinosaur Ring Ultra, because we're gonna use that in a couple of boss fights. And just the fact that you can get consistent perfects speed up the fights by like 1 or 2 minutes.
So if we get
We should be almost done here.
Yeah, you've got really good gambles. I always get good gambles on this fight for some reason. That's why it's one of my favorite fights. I don't know why.
A lot of Final Fantasy VII runners around here just
There's the
completely
miss.
clenched.
There's the miss, yes.
Just completely clenched watching this.
There you go. Also, I don't think I had a gamble that was below 100, did I?
No, you did not. You're still
Okay.
at $25.
We're still at $25, so as a reminder for everybody that might have joined later, I did say for every gamble that is double digit, I'm gonna donate $5. For every gamble that is single digit, I'm gonna donate $15. And if I actually hit a 1, I'm gonna donate an additional $50. So, escape section. If you
This
want
is
to
the only, yeah, this is the only quick time event in the entire game. And I believe that there's sections where you have to repeatedly hit the button, but and you only have 3 lives. If you hit the wrong button, then you have to redo this section. But during the, I believe, second button that you have to mash, you want to fail it because it's a faster animation than if you actually succeed.
Yeah, so basically how this thing works is those magic beasts, they're gonna consistently shoot fireballs at you. And you have to hit the quick time event 13 times. And like Steve just said, sometimes you actually have to mash a certain button in order to dodge. And the mashing process and the dodging animation, they take up quite a bit of time. So it is actually faster to just dodge the first 11 once and then get hit on purpose on the last 2 shots. It doesn't sound like much, but it actually saves 25 seconds getting hit on purpose twice on the last 2 shots. So this is number 6. Also, I always use the Xbox button layout with the Switch button layout, and therefore get hit a lot more than I should.
Just a reminder that we are really close to that 7,500 goal that we should be able to hit by the end of this run.
There you go. There's one hit. That's one I didn't want to. That was number 8.
I think the most important one, honestly, is the very last one, because if you succeed on the last one, it is a very long animation.
Yeah, the last one takes forever. Okay, this should be 11, so I need to hit the next one and then I can skip the last one. If I didn't miscount there. Well, actually, I think this might already be the last one. Because that one's taking forever. Might have skipped over one.
Yeah, I don't even think I've seen this animation.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was the last one. Oops, miscounted. Well, whatever. Not that big of a deal, honestly.
But yeah, that's why we want to fail that one, because you'll get hit and just completely skip that and succeed.
Yeah, because you've seen it. I probably just needed to mash for like 10 seconds, and then you have the long dodging animation as well. If you get hit on purpose, you get hit. The animation takes like 3 or 4 seconds, and you're done. So, like I said, just getting hit on purpose on the last 2 shots, is like roughly 30 seconds faster. Did I unequip the Turntail shoes from Tolton? I'm not sure. I mean, even if I didn't, it's not that big of a deal.
I think you did unequip it.
Well, we're gonna check now.
Yeah.
Because the worst thing that can happen is that you only have Ming that is able to use Turntail. Okay, yeah, there are 2 sets here. We're fine.
Like how Jansen seems to be the only one even remotely dressed for this situation, it looks like.
I'm out of here.
Well, how often do you expect to get surprised by a blizzard?
That's a very good point.
Well, I live in Michigan, so that's constantly.
Alright, we're about to hit the refugee camp, and with that, the crashed magic train site, which is actually the last dungeon in Disc 3, so we're slowly starting to approach the end.
Yeah, and actually, one of my favorite cutscenes is coming up too. They're trying to find the crashed train at this point, but they don't know where exactly it is. But when they hit this area right here, we're gonna go into a cutscene, and this drunk guy is gonna go by, and they're gonna ask him where the train is, and he's gonna somehow know exactly where the train went. But I love this cutscene.
Yeah, especially since the kids totally don't get that this guy is drunk and doesn't really know what he's saying, and they're like, huh, I am sure he can't be trusted, let's go check it out. And, surprise, he was actually right.
Train.
So with the crash train, they, yeah, we went into the refugee camp for just like 2 seconds to get that cutscene in order to be able to figure out where to go next. And now we're going to the crash magic train site, and then we are heading into, like Ragnar said, the final area of Disc 3.
Yeah, well, we're gonna come back to the refugee camp in Disc 4 in order to do a little bit of shopping. But for now, we're just gonna run through in order to get access here. And you can see this is basically the train where... This is the train that Ming and Mac and Cook hijacked earlier on. And this was the one that also had Kaim and Sarah frozen solid right at the end of it. So now we're gonna try and look for them. Maybe try to free them somehow. There's also the last portion of the game where your party gets split for a longer time. Where we're gonna have a party split again in a dungeon later on, but that is only for a very short amount of time. So with the beginning of Disc 4, we then have access to all characters in the game.
So this area, we have to try and dodge a lot of these geysers here. If you get hit by them, your whole team will take damage. And there's also a section coming up later on where you'll be running through poison, and you're gonna have to heal all of your teammates once you're out of the poison. But we also are not going to be fighting any enemies. We're just going to turn tail throughout this entire area. And this is why I say, this is why the persistence glitch comes in handy later on, because like I said, we're going to be very underleveled because we don't fight anything.
Yeah, at this point you're roughly like 10 or 12 levels higher than I am on average. And that doesn't even count in that you're fighting all the encounters. That just counts in fighting occasional encounters to keep the party at a somewhat decent level. So yeah, we're really severely underleveled. But luckily the persistence glitch is gonna help out a lot with that later. So yeah, Steve already talked about the poison that we run through here. Technically you don't have to take the poison, you can also take the other way that doesn't have poison included with it. But it is actually much longer than just going through the poison and taking the damage. Nice snipe there. At least it pushed me on the right corner. So yeah, you can see if you can, if you get caught by those, you actually lose quite a bit of time.
Before we get to the boss, this is just a lot of running sections, so if you have anything, you can go ahead and read that, Ghost.
So we're about to hit the end of the dungeon here. And we talked about earlier how those geysers, they can actually screw you over pretty bad here. I'm gonna try to take this as safe as possible in order to not get thrown down here. This is usually the point where if I'm doing actual PP attempts and I'm behind my PP by quite a bit, I'm just usually going all out and just risk making a cycle or not. If I'm on a decent pace, I'd rather wait it out, because actually getting thrown down there takes up quite a bit of time, because as you see, you're getting thrown... Okay, now you... Nice snipe. Sometimes the cycle of those is really weird, and you can see now that we're going down here, we actually have to walk through deeper water, and walking is very slow when you do that.
Just calm down, okay?
So yeah, I just wanted to demonstrate for everybody so you guys can see it too. Totally intentional, obviously.
RNG manipulation every time.
Yes. We're gonna get the perfect ice magic beast afterwards.
Yeah, your next gamble's gonna be 1347. That's what I'm calling it exactly.
So we have to follow a specific pathway here. If you jump to the middle there to try and go a little bit faster, the middle platform just falls over. So we have to actually take that left path in order for us to get through it.
Alright, so we're gonna do a little bit of menuing before the boss here. First of all, we're gonna heal everybody since I got wrecked there. We're gonna have only Mac in the front row. Mac's gonna get the water charm that he still should have.
Yeah.
You got the talisman, that's fine. You can keep those turntail shoes. This should actually be everything. No, actually I want Sorcerer Earrings on Jansen, but that doesn't matter. I can do that in battle too. I'm probably gonna throw in a safety save again. We haven't saved in a while. So like I said earlier, technically in a speedrun of this game you don't really need to save because you have certain checkpoints where you get set back in case you actually game over. But I did have the game soft lock on me once a couple of months ago, and I've been anxious ever since then that it's going to happen again, especially now in a marathon situation. So I'd rather do a little safety save every once in a while just to, if it actually happens, not to lose too much progress. Alright, Ice Magic Beast. Now this is probably the most unfair boss in all of Disc 3, because again we have all our casters in a party, and this time you're standing in the front of a boss that has an auto reflect on it. So what we're gonna do, we cannot do gamble now. Luckily, we still have a lot of bombs left over, and we're gonna use that, because bombs aren't classified as magic damage. Therefore, they pierce the reflect. And we're gonna have a very specific setup here turn 1. And hopefully we're gonna get a good pattern. I haven't died to this boss in a while. It was probably one of the most most RNG heavy bosses a while ago, but Lord Ephraim luckily came out with a very, very good turn 1 setup that I don't want to say guarantees a win, but it makes it a lot more consistent. We're also gonna throw the one Groundless Bomb we picked up in Ura later, because as you can see, that one actually does a big amount of damage. Ice Spike on the front row. Okay, this is not a good first turn, but it should work. So he's gonna permanently put Mac into ice next turn, so Mac's not gonna be able to do anything, which is bad in a sense that we're gonna lose all of our GC because of that. Okay, now we're gonna hold A and hope that we kill the boss before it kills us.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I usually... Actually, this is one of the fights that I get lucky on, very lucky on, because this is one of the fights I actually take a break on for some reason.
Yeah, the thing is with this turn 1 setup that we did, the fight has become a lot more consistent. Like, back in the day before we had that, it was basically a 50-50 whether you got through the fight or not. Now it's like, I'd say a 75 to 80% chance, but the fact that Mac is frozen solid now and we don't have any GC anymore kinda troubles me, because there is a good chance he's gonna do all Aquara now. And that one's gonna hurt like hell. Okay, there's Trample, that's actually fine. That was very, very good.
Oh, somebody's dying.
Yeah, somebody's dead.
The only reason we knew about that is because down the bottom left, the turn order, we saw somebody's somebody's picture disappear.
Yeah, I am kinda curious though, because I wanna have 1700. Okay, it's barely not gonna be enough. Okay, I need to throw bombs here. I actually wanted to check if I have enough damage to get Ming back at the end of the fight as well, because I want to grab the level on Ming. But 2 grounded bombs wouldn't have been enough, so we're gonna play it safe and keep Ming dead in order to get through the boss.
Alright, and with that boss done, we are going on to the final disc. And Sarah and Kaim get unfrozen, and the entire team gets back together.
There's one thing that I've always kind of felt was interesting with this game. You compare it to like the PS1 Final Fantasies, and those games, their last disc is usually fairly small. Like, it's like the last 10% of each game. Not the case in this one. There's still a lot in this, there's a lot of content still on the 4th disc.
Yeah, if you break down the content of each disc in a speedrun, disc 4 is actually, even in an any percent speedrun, disc 4 is by far the longest. So disc 1 is usually like 140. Disc 2 and 3 are like 115 to 125. And disc 4 is 2 hours 20. So disc 4 usually is by far the longest. And it also has a lot of optional content on it. So I'm legit curious how they managed to get all this content on one single disc when they only have like half the content on all the other 3.
So we find out one of the cutscenes that we skipped. Ming remembers what exactly the pact was, but we also find out exactly what Gongora did, and that they were all like together in one pact, and Gongora betrayed all of the immortals.
So yeah, you can see this huge storm here going on in the background. The ship that we have right now, the engine, is not strong enough to actually get us through that thunderstorm. So we're going to go into the Great Ancient Ruins because there is some sort of magical device there that can power up our engine and actually, in order to get us through there.
You see, this is actually the first time you get the chance to explore the overworld without it just being a simple menu.
Well, actually, you get the first ship in Disc 2, but you can see it on the world map. You only can drive around in the inner parts of the storm. So meaning the only locations you can actually go to in Disc 2 is either the town of Numara, the Numara Atoll, or the next city that you need to go to in order to progress the story. So the game gives you a feeling of, hey, you can actually explore the world now, but in reality you don't.
Yeah, so for reals this time. My bad. It's kind of late, and admittedly I was only around for parts of the first half.
It's
My
fine.
bad.
I mean,
Yeah.
Technically you can still not really explore much at this point because we don't have the engine there yet. So we can only explore the parts that are outside the storm. And most of the areas that are outside the storm you cannot access yet because they're covered by the permanent ice, which you need the white bow in order to actually break through there. Also, we're in the Great Ancient Ruins now, and we did talk about the Royal Seals in the end of Disc 3 a little bit, and this is actually the first place in Disc 4 where we're gonna have an optional Royal Seal. So thank you again very much for donating for that. We're gonna hit that now, and once we did all of those, we actually have an additional boss fight that's gonna be coming up later.
I am not a fan. I am not a fan of this dungeon at all. Like, I get so confused trying to remember everything in this area. There's so much that you have to do. Plus, the boss, once you get out of there, is miserable.
Yeah, Great Ancient Ruins in a normal playthrough is probably the most complicated dungeon in the entire game. I remember when I started learning this, I actually wrote every step I need to do down in my notes, so I don't forget, and I still forgot half of the things because I didn't pay proper attention to my notes.
The time for a quick donation?
Sure, go for it.
Alright, we got $25 from Karant that just says, "Good morning, everyone. I loved this game as a younger lad, and I'm happy to see it played here. Good luck, Ragnar, and may your gambles roll high. Also, stairs for Barrett, please." I agree to that sentiment. Stairs for Barrett. That man does not look like he's had leg day in the last 3 years, and boy, could he use it.
Leg day is best day confirmed. So, we briefly talked about how the party got reunited. Well, we just got reunited only to get split again. We're gonna have to split because certain teleporters and operators can only be used if one is standing on them and the other one is activating them from distance, which is the reason why we split into two parties again. So the formations we have here, oh, I need to put on Turntail, is the entire family in part 1, meaning Kaim, Sarah, Mac, and Cook, and everybody else in the second party. Why do I not have Turntail equipped here yet? There you go.
Yeah, it's actually really unique in my opinion, like the way that the puzzling is for this. But it's just like casual play as well as the speedrun is just very confusing. Also, if you like pulling things and pushing things, this is the perfect area for you.
Yes, we're gonna push and pull a lot of pillars. And we already talked earlier about how hitboxes for this game can be very wonky at times, so this is definitely a very fun experience. Running around the pillar, not being able to grab it for like 10 seconds or so. That has happened quite a few times already.
Gotta go through all the RPG conventions here. They gotta get that sewer dungeon in, and then they gotta get the block puzzles and pillar puzzles.
So all we're trying to do in each one of these sections is to get everybody up to that magical seal that you just saw there. And as long as both Seth and Kime are there, then it'll activate the seal, and you can go through the door. Just like that.
So this is part 1 done. Now we're gonna have a couple of little cutscenes. And then we have the privilege to do the same thing again.
And there's actually an area where you can one thing that we kind of didn't mention is those orbs right there. One is the saving, and the blue one actually heals you completely with both magic and health. So this is a good place for that to happen. Just healing up right there. As well as we're going to get the magic device locator number 2, which we'll be using later on in this disc.
Yeah, so we got the magic device locator. I don't know what the exact name right now is. We got level 1 in Tosca and Disc 2 that we used in order to get things like the Medusa's Head or the Water Charm. Now we're gonna get the upgrade to level 2. And the only reason why we actually need that is for one specific accessory that is found in the old Sorcerer Mansions. Remember, we were in the old Sorcerer Mansion in Disc 2. But unfortunately, since we didn't have access to that magic locator yet, we couldn't get the items. So after this one is done, we actually have to go back to Ura, get a hint about a hidden item in the old Sorcerer's Mansion, and then grab that. And while this is a little bit of a detour, because I think the entire thing takes like 3.5 to 4 minutes, it is very important because it gives one of the most important accessories in the game, that being the Blazing Fire Amulet. And the Blazing Fire Amulet nullifies all fire damage, which is going to be essentially very important for a couple of the boss fights that are coming up later, where a lot of the enemies exclusively use fire attacks. So by having an accessory that nullifies all of that, you can keep your GC level up for the back row for a much longer time. But we're gonna go into more details once we actually get there. So again, we're gonna split the party in order to make it through this little puzzle, this little maze room here. We're also gonna grab the chest in the back there. We haven't been doing a lot of shopping, but there are gonna be a couple of shopping menus coming up later in the game that are gonna be very, very expensive. So we're gonna grab a couple of chests here. Mostly it's gonna be ring assembly parts that we are gonna sell for good money in order to get that. And this is also the reason we talked about it earlier in Disc 3, why we actually fought the magic beast the normal way and not the cheesing strats with the crane. Because with the crane fight, we wouldn't have gotten any money at all. And beating it the casual way, we got 20,000 gold. That is quite a bit. Especially considering that the casual fight isn't even that much slower than the train fight, the fight with the crane. I mean, obviously depending on the damage ranges you get with Gamble, but the normal fight only takes like a minute and a half longer than the version with the crane on average. So it's really, really not that big of a deal, considering you're gonna run into big money problems later on otherwise.
So Ragnar is going to be running to that exact, I was going to say just that position right there, because now we have to hit the rest of the stuff with Seth, and this is where pushing and pulling comes into play.
Forgive me.
Because in order for some of the platforms to move, they have to have the pillars on them or off of them.
Yeah, those pillars, they have magic energy stored in them, and you need just the right amount of energy to be able to move the platform. If you don't have any pillar on it, it doesn't move, and if you have too many pillars on that, it doesn't move either. So yeah, as you can see, very, very exciting part here. This dungeon in general isn't really spectacular for the most part. Even the boss is like probably one of the most boring bosses in the entire game.
But it is also very important when it comes to the bosses, because we're gonna actually be putting Sed into the main party, and we're gonna be skill linking a very important skill from Sed.
Yeah, Zed is pretty much going to be in the party for every boss fight now, because he has a lot of passive skills that are gonna help us. First of all, he's got double SP, so you get, as the name says, twice as much SP from every battle, which is going to make learning skills a lot faster. He has double item, which we're going to link in this very specific boss fight, which makes us be able to throw 2 items in a single turn. And as you can tell, we're gonna be using that with bombs quite a bit. And the second thing, which is a passive that we're never really going to learn to begin with, is double gold. We're never gonna skill link that, but it is still a passive that is active in every battle, and like I just said a couple of minutes ago, money is going to be very, very tight towards the end of the game, so you definitely want to have Zed alive at every battle, because otherwise his double gold passive is not going to trigger.
And I found that out the hard way through one of my runs. Alright, so now this puzzle is basically solved. We just have to get Kaim down, and then go into, as the guide says, gamble, 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 gamble.
Yeah, the next boss run is very exciting, and the next boss fight is probably the place where I'm going to rack up on a donation. Because even though we've gotten pretty good gambles so far, I am pretty sure we're gonna have at least a couple of double-digit gambles in there. Please, can you grab the pillar? Thank you, Kaim. Also, in case anybody's curious why people are occasionally typing in !gamble in chat, this is actually a little feature of my bot. That every time where I do a boss fight where gamble is involved, chat can gamble with me.
Yeah, it effectively just a number will appear. It says you've dealt this much damage.
Yeah, it doesn't actually do anything, but it is still fun.
You get bragging rights over other people in chat, as I've had many a flex on people's chats during runs of this game. Whenever I've caught your stream.
Okay, so we're gonna check everybody for certain things. We want to check if everybody has the Medusa's head, because we need anti-petrify on everybody. Okay, double item. Does everybody have spirit equipped? Spirit, you're gonna get the red copper band. You already got it, that's nice.
Tell you what, I'll join you. If you get any sub, I'll do it for this fight. If you get any double-digit gambles, I'll donate 5, and if you get a single digit, I'll donate 10. If it's a 1, I'll make it 25.
Okay, so at least if we're getting bad luck here, at least it's good for charity. So this is the Ancient Fiend. And the way this boss fight works is actually relatively simple. The boss is accompanied by 2 keystones, Keystones A and Keystone B. Keystone A makes it that all physical damage is reflected back, and Keystone B makes it that all magical damage towards the boss is reflected back. So what we're gonna do effectively, we're going to kill Keystone B, that the return magic is deactivated, then we're gonna kill the boss, and then we're gonna kill the Keystone A. Now, the reason why we don't kill Keystone A until the very end of the fight is oh, that was a close one. Is very simple. Once you kill both Keystones, the boss unlocks a couple of very strong attacks. One of them being Shadowless, which is a very, very strong AoE magic attack, and he also attacks twice a turn, which makes it even worse. But as long as one of the 2 Keystones is alive, okay, was it like 2 double digits?
No, you got 110, so that was one double digit.
1, okay. So, what? Yeah, so as long as one keystone is alive, the only thing he does is bind hit, which is a single target attack that puts you into formation, and successive wave, which is a double attack. But he doesn't do more than one attack each turn, and he only targets one party member, which you can easily out-heal and out-revive. So basically, we're gonna gamble down Keystone B, then we're gonna gamble down the boss, and then we're gonna gamble down Keystone A afterwards. I'm really not getting good gamble luck here. Ancient Fiend is usually the one where I'm getting really garbage gamble. I don't know why.
No, it's me too.
It's like the Lavos fight at the end of Chrono Trigger, only without the strategy.
Man, alive.
Man, you're getting like
Give me a
bad
break.
rolls, but you're not getting the funny bad rolls.
Yeah, so we're at a point at the game where basically everything that is below 600 is bad. Because with the character levels that we hit at this point, you can technically, especially Seth, he's the highest level. Seth can gamble up to like 1,600, 1,700.
Oh, we get to see our first persistence glitch coming up soon.
Yeah, if he decides to target Seth, because Seth's the only one that actually has persistence already.
Yeah.
There you go.
There we go.
Oh, that was a good one.
Alright, so from this point on forward, we're gonna focus on the boss. Also, we're not going to revive Sarah here, because she's gonna be back automatically after 3 turns. Occasionally, you have to throw mana herbs because somebody's going to run out of MP. And when that happens, you usually use Set for it because he has double item. So you can do like a mana herb on somebody that has no MP left. And at the same time, you can also throw an Ancient Flume on somebody that just died the turn before to get them back up faster. So you can see Set doesn't really have a lot of max MP, so he's usually the first one to run out.
You're lucky in this fight. It's usually they always attack Set first.
That was a little bit unlucky. Seth has the persistent status already equipped, but since successive wave does 2 shots at once, it doesn't actually do any. It doesn't actually help or anything. So she if that would have been bind hit, she would have survived with 1 HP. But since it was a double shot, she still went down, and Sarah's back up again. So what we're gonna do now is we're going to do double item here. First of all, he's gonna throw Mana Herb on himself, and then he's gonna do an Angel's Plume on on Seth, because Seth just died, and Kaim is gonna come back at the end of this turn automatically anyways.
Sorry about that. Oh, listen.
Yeah, basically since the boss only does single target attacks, you're pretty much invincible. Because even if he kills an immortal, he's gonna be back again after 3 turns. So the only time loss or gain you can have here is depending on whether or not you get good gambles. There you go, now we got persistence in store. You see Seth
Alright.
drop 1 HP even though she would have been dead otherwise. There you go, that's...
There we go. Yeah, so now we finally get to see... Oh, another good one.
So yeah, everything that is above 1,000 is good. There's a 99, that's another $5. So I'm at 35 now. Ah, wait, I need to persistence
Yeah.
glitch stuff.
Yep. So what he did there is all he did was switch over to any equipment, and it just reactivates the glitch here. So hopefully, oh no, it didn't detect Seth. I was gonna say. But unfortunately, he's gonna have to do it every time. Well, no, not really, because Seth didn't get attacked.
Look at those gambles now, though. Now we're getting good rolls.
Wow.
I don't know where those came from.
I've been saving them up for the whole fight. You got so many like 100 to 200 damage rolls.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I can't really complain about the gamble luck for the most part. Like, other than the train segment was really bad. But other than that, I've had pretty decent gamble RNG so far.
Yeah, I never get this luck during this fight. Wow.
This might be the fastest Ancient Fiend I've ever done if this keeps on like that.
Wow!
Oh my goodness.
I don't know what is going on here. But you can tell by the idle animation that Magic Fiend's almost dead already. That's definitely a first time. There you go.
Ooh, there we go.
It's not even a double-digit one to take more out of my wallet.
There you
go.
go.
There we go.
Oh, there it is.
Why did I open my mouth?
So that's $40 now?
I'm on 40, yeah.
We're at 15 just off of this fight.
Time is in a fixed position.
Come on. Now I'm getting the bad gambles again. The game's taunting me now.
Yeah, I was gonna say the 1600 was the game saying, hey, you want to see this? Too bad.
Okay, so we're gonna throw... Yeah, I'm gonna throw another Mana Herb, even though I probably don't need it anymore. We're gonna Angel's Bloom Kime. Ming should be getting back up at the end of the turn anyways. Or was Kime the one that got killed first? I'm not sure anymore.
Yeah, Ming was killed first, yeah.
Oh, we're about to find out. And there we got Persistence again.
Alright.
There you go. Boss is down.
Hey!
Now we just need to kill the second Keystone and then we're done here.
And the second Keystone usually doesn't do damage.
Yeah, the second Keystone literally does nothing. It only does things like slower and stuff. So it only does like add certain... It's not even status elements, it's more like stat downs and stuff like that. But it doesn't really do anything that is worth mentioning anymore.
And we know how much health Keystone B has because of the GC.
Yeah, we still have the GC bar at 5,600, which is basically the remaining HP of the Keystone. Okay, Seth and Kime are both out of MP, but I'm not gonna throw any Mana Herbs anymore because I kind of want to conserve them for the upcoming Kakana's fight. So I'm just gonna finish with the other three here. It's only 1,800 left.
This is actually a really decent fight.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the better fights I had here. Like, I think we had like 7 or 8 gambles in a row that all did over 1,000 damage. Come on,
Come on, Seth. Finish it off.
There you go. Big one to finish it off.
Yep, that was our biggest one, 1684.
Friendly reminder to chat to please check with your local jurisdiction laws on gambling, and always remember to please gamble responsibly.
So if anybody else was doing the gamble rules with Ragnar, that's $15 for that fight.
Alright. I was trying to save this, but you asked for it. I'm kidding.
I think I'm at 35 total now.
40.
40, okay, never mind. 40. My bad.
So this cutscene that's about to happen, I believe if you would have run into the storm before this, you would have seen this cutscene. But now we have the Power Stone, so it's just like 2 cutscenes right in a row.
And we finally make it through the storm. So before we're gonna go on with a couple of more storyline related stuff, we talked about earlier how we can get... Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. How we can get a couple of things now with the magic item locator, and this is actually what we're about to do now. So first of all, we're gonna go to Ura. We're gonna get a hint about the Blazing Fire amulet that can be found in the old Sorcerer's Mansion, and while we're already here, we're also going to unlock the next Royal Seal that is actually in Gongora's Mansion. Now, if you remember, like 4.5 hours ago when we started this run, we once briefly went to Gongora's Mansion. And usually in any percent run, it's the only time you ever go there. But since we're doing Royal Seals as well, we're gonna go back there one more time. And the Royal Seal actually unlocks access to a secret dungeon in Gongora's basement, where he has all of his diaries stored, and you can get a lot of backstory on Gongora and how he became evil and how he found out about how magic works and power and all the Grand Staff construction thingies and all of it. It's actually a really good read. But obviously, for the speedrun, we're only going to unlock the Royal Seal.
Yeah, if you play this casually, please watch the 1,000 Years of Memories.
Yeah, they were so like integral to this game that they actually specifically sought out a different translator for them. Like somebody who was like kind of esteemed for translating Japanese novels. And the story is, as I understand it, was he actually was hesitant to translate them because he generally had the idea that video games have a history of violence and promoting violence. But after reading them, he was like, "Yeah, I'm down to help you." These stories just they kind of run really. They have a really deep emotional core to a lot of them, and he actually said a lot of them seem more pro-pacifism than anything else. So there's just a lot of like just little bits, you know. Obviously, when you've lived 1,000 years and just you've seen the worst of humanity over and over again, you've gone through some of the worst things imaginable with no end in sight. There's a lot of just like a lot of dark, tragic stuff, but there's a lot of like little hopeful bits to a number of them as well. So very touching, very they give this game a lot of just nice background kind of information. It's not essential to the main plot of the game, but I think it really gives you a feel for the characters.
Yeah, so we're going back in here to the old Sorcerer's Mansion, and this is where Ragnar said we're getting the fire amulet, which is going to help dramatically in a lot of the fights coming up.
Yeah, the next two boss fights especially are gonna be very important, because both the Athrosaurus and Kakanas, they do a lot of fire damage. And as you might have seen, it is actually quite a bit of a detour to get there just for one accessory. And because of that, I've actually played around with going for other strats, because in Disc 2, when Experimental Staff is falling apart, you can get an accessory similar to the Water Charm, but with fire. So basically only does half of the fire damage. And that only takes like 20 seconds to get, so I actually thought that it might be faster to get that and try to go through fights like that. And it probably is faster, but it just becomes a lot more inconsistent. Also forgot to go to the refugee camp here, because we still need to do a shopping trip. So yeah, even though it is quite a bit of a detour to actually get that one accessory, it's definitely worth it. Alright, and now we're gonna do a big shopping trip. We're gonna buy a lot of bombs.
As a friendly reminder, we are inching ever closer to that 7,500 mark, and we'd really like to hit that at the very least before the end of the run, if not substantially sooner. We're just $147 away from that.
Yeah, we hit our first goal of 7,000 a while back, and
Hey, for graveyard shift, and
yeah, if we can hit that 7,500, that'd be awesome.
yeah, that's kind of a personal thing. I definitely recommend helping get the word out on this marathon going on all week. We got runs all the way until mid-Saturday, which is in 5 days. So you got plenty of content here. Check the schedule out underneath the stream. There's many different types of RPGs in here. I know some people say it's a marathon on just one genre of game, but there's all kinds of varieties. Western RPGs, Japanese RPGs, action RPGs, strategy RPGs. Really, I think there's something here for just about everybody. And, go ahead and, spread the word about us on social media, twitch.tv/RPGLimitBreak. It really does help out.
Right here, he's switching out Seth for Tolton and doing skill link in order to get the persistence, because we're going to be using it a lot. And now that everybody should have double item, we're going to be equipping it as well as anti-petrify. Because we don't need steel anymore, and some people still might have steel on because we just really haven't used them. But other than that, we just want to make sure they have anti-petrify, double item, and then linked skill of persistence. Because this next section is a pretty long section. We have to, as Ragnar said in the first disc, remember that petrified enemy that was in the town? Well, they're kind of going to be coming into the story right now.
Yeah, I've taken a little bit of time to check the menu when I was done again, because you really want to make sure you got your menus down here, because one mistake can screw you over really bad. And the last checkpoint is actually a while ago, so if we die here, we have to go back quite a bit, and obviously, I want to try to avoid that. So yeah, the Atherosaurus comes back to life, because Ming regained all of her memories, because that's what the thing was. Gongora forced her to seal away her memories in order to stop the Atherosaurus from attacking Numara. And now that Ming got her memory back, the Atherosaurus comes back to life, so now we need to stop them from attacking Numara.
Definitely getting some Final Fantasy VII weapon vibes from this a little bit.
There's a reason that we bought all types of bombs, like the strongest types of bombs, because we're gonna be using them a lot. Not just for this one, but also the next phase of the boss fight.
Yeah, we need 18 bombs of each element, but we need 36 because we're gonna have to fight an Atherosaurus, which has four of them, and each has one weakness per element. And this one here, the one that is weak to wind, we actually have to fight twice, which is the reason why we need 36 wind bombs and only 18 of everything else. Okay, I want that to hit the front row, because if it does, you're gonna see why we got the Blazing Fire Amulet on Kaim. Perfect. Alright, fight is already safe. There is one pattern here that can potentially be lethal, because with the exception of Tolton, nobody in that setup at the moment has access to persistence already, so we cannot use the persistence glitch yet. And if he actually decides to single target attack Kaim turn 1 and follows it up with a Fire Breath on the back row turn 2, there is actually a decent chance that your mages die. And this is where the fight starts falling apart, so I'm really happy that didn't happen in this scenario here.
Okay.
I've also had, yes, this far into the run, I've had a run die to this fight.
Also, the reason why we put anti-petrify on everybody, you've just seen this regular single target attack that the Atherosaurus does. And this one actually has a decent chance to instantly petrify a character. I think it is like, if I had to take a guess, it's probably a 50% chance. It happens
So-
more often than not.
So we should be able to finish off the Arthrosaurus here with just the bombs now.
And the bombs are probably, in the first fight, the bombs are probably not enough. Because we still have Tolton in the setup, because... Did I skill it? Yeah, I did skilling persistence on everybody, did I?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because I wasn't sure right now anymore. Usually you get it before the third attack of the Arthrosaurus, but since we still have Tolton in the party, and Tolton doesn't know double item... Okay, this is a problem.
Ooh.
Okay, we should be able to recover this, though.
Yeah, we need everybody alive in order to get the persistence,
I'm not
which is
done.
very important.
Okay.
Thanks for the help.
That should be good.
There you
Yep,
go.
there it is. Alright.
Whew, that was closer than I wanted it to be. Okay, we got persistence on everybody. That's very reassuring. So, we got through one Arthrosaurus. Now we're gonna have to go through 4. And all of them attack the city of Numara. And if one of them reaches Numara, it's game over.
Yeah, so we do a little bit of a technique here, and remember way back in Obsidian Miasma where we were hoping for Mac to be sleeping? Well, same thing's gonna happen for these Arthrosauruses. There's a small chance that they won't go to sleep. I had to put one to sleep 3 times before it actually worked. And we're gonna do it to the first 2. Then after that, each one of them are weak against a certain element. And I think the first one that we're gonna be attacking is actually weak against fire.
Yeah, we're gonna put 2 of them to sleep, and then we're gonna fight the other 2, and then we're gonna come back and fight the first 2. So this one is weak to earth, the second one is weak to fire, the third one is weak to wind, and the fourth one is weak to water. And like Steve just said, you can put them to sleep, but there is a certain chance that they're gonna wake up again, which obviously wastes a little bit of time. So we hope that that's not gonna happen. Also, we hope for single target attacks, thank you. Because single target attacks have a much shorter animation time than Heat Breath.
And plus, everybody has persistence now, so even if they do get low enough, then they'll stay at 1 health.
Yes, that's the only one that doesn't have persistence, but that's usually not a big deal, considering he's tanky enough to survive a shot in the back row, even especially if we have a decent level of GC up.
Let's get out of here.
And
So first one's asleep.
Yep. So it is kind of important as well to make sure that you're healed up before you go into some of these fights as well. Oh, and another thing about this fight is, while you're doing all these fights, the other Arthrosauruses are actually running towards the land still.
Yeah, you can see it on the minimap that the other Arthrosaurus, the one that is asleep is blue, and everything that is awake is red. And you can see them slowly moving towards Numara, and if one reaches the island, like I said earlier, it's game over. So we hope that this is not going to happen. Okay, should be good, yes. No trolls here, that's nice. So now we can actually start fighting the first.
Let's get out of here.
And if we're fast enough, we might be able to get back to the second one while it is still asleep, which gives us a free turn of attacks. So I'm gonna quickly heal up. So this one again is wind to weak, just like in the first fight.
Looks like we have to find
Technically it is possible to beat this one with only one asleep. But this is really, really tight on timing, and at this point of the run, you don't want to risk your run dying because of stuff like that. So definitely better be safe than sorry.
Okay.
In a casual playthrough, you're probably good enough if you only put one of them to sleep,
Okay.
since at this point you're probably 20 levels higher than I am. And you don't need to resort to cheap tactics as throwing bombs in order to get through the fight.
Cheap tactics.
Not getting any luck with the attacks here. Can I get heat breath? Can Kaim get heat breath at least, please? No? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, now you're hitting my luck.
That's normal. I never get that good luck on Athrosaurus. So somebody in chat asked, how long do they stay asleep? I actually have no idea. It is long enough to get the fights going. If I had to take a guess, it's probably like 5 minutes or so.
I was gonna say long enough to be able to destroy the first two.
I never actually timed that, but just by how long those battles take, I would say it's probably around 5 minutes. Not counting menu times and stuff like that, obviously. Okay, can I get a single target attack now, please? Thank you. Yeah, you can tell that Ming died on Ice Magic Beast because she's only doing a little more than 800 damage. You can see Sarah's doing like between 1000 and 1100. Usually you want Ming to hit like 900 or at least high 800s. So I might not even be able to get a quick kill here without the spells. This one's actually a damage range if if Ming's level is too low. There we go, okay. Got lucky here.
Yep.
Also defeating the Athrosaurus here doesn't actually give you any experience. You only get experience in the very first, and then once you kill the last one in this setup. So if some character dies in between, it's not that big of an issue. Also, we still have enough time to grab a couple of items here. Who needs Numara?
I got a $15 donation from Ghost Kuma. I wonder who that is. That just says gamble, 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 gamble.
Alright, so this is the bottom one. The bottom one is weak to Aqua. So water spell. So we're gonna throw Aqua Bombs and we're gonna cast Aqua Ra. And hopefully get a good attack patterns here.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, there isn't really much to say during these fights. We've seen it once, you'll see it 4 times.
Yeah, that's basically all that happens here. The most important one is the last one where you need to watch out that everybody's alive to make sure everybody gets experience. Especially Seth needs to be alive for the gold again, but other than that, there isn't really anything special happening. Once you actually make it that the first 2 stay asleep, that's a good roll.
If you have anything to say, Ghost, go for it.
Dang, I already burned the donation that I put in. I'm making good on my match there.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Okay.
So just as a reminder to anyone who's just recently joined us, we are questing for glory on twitch.tv/RPG Limit Break, and we are raising money for the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI is the largest grassroots mental health organization in the United States, and they work on 3 pillars of support, which are education support, awareness, and advocacy. By advocacy, they engage in federal advocacy and support NAMI state organizations in their state level advocacy efforts. You can find them online at various different social media accounts, such as at NAMI on Facebook, at NAMI Communicates on Twitter and Instagram, and notalone.nami.org.
So you've just seen why it is so important to have persistence at this point yet, and this was exactly the reason why I tried surviving both Ming and Sarah at the end of the first Afrosaurus battle. Because they would have been dead now otherwise. This is what I meant earlier. Zed is the only one that doesn't have persistence in this setup, but it doesn't matter since he's tanky enough to actually survive a shot in the back row, even if the GC level drops down a little bit. Mages, they would have definitely been dead otherwise.
And this should be the last hit, I believe. Yep, there we go.
2 down, 2 more to go.
So now we're actually not going to go to the farthest one, we're actually going to go to the one that's closer, because the one that's farther away has a little bit longer to go before it can actually get to land.
Yeah, and it's actually not only that, it's... I'm gonna quickly throw Mana Herb here so I can heal a little more. It's also the fact that the second one is actually still asleep. Which means, if we encounter the second one first, he's gonna be asleep on the first turn, so we get a free turn in the beginning of the fight. Technically cutting down on animation time and saving a few seconds in the process again. I'm probably gonna take another break once I've done the setup here. So this one is weak to fire, so we're gonna throw flare bombs and also cast Flare. This thing again.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, this is just a really slow area. Once, like I said, once you've seen it once, you've seen it 4 times.
Okay. Okay.
I believe they're talking about the game, trying to pick up the game. I think it's really cheap digitally on the actual Xbox itself if you have the Xbox. This game is.
Yeah, I was finding it for resale at like $20 for all the discs too, which is honestly a little bit unexpected. I know this game actually sold remarkably well in the States for being an Xbox exclusive RPG. There's this sort of thing early on in the 360's lifespan where I think Microsoft was paying for like a certain amount of exclusivity for a number of JRPGs, and that's why games like Tales of Vesperia, Star Ocean 4, and a couple other Square games, I believe, were originally Xbox exclusive. They were trying to get that Japanese market, but sadly it didn't really work out. That's why I really wish this game would see light on another platform. Hopefully, Mistwalker changes their mind, and we see it move somewhere else. Real quick, I got a $25 donation here from Javanator that just says, "Thanks for making me be a part of this. Good luck on the run." Thank you very much for donating and being a part of this.
Alright, on to the last one.
The last one, the one still missing, is the one that is weak to Earth, so we're gonna throw ground the bombs and do the ground the spell. And then we should be done with this one.
then we can get back onto more action.
And more gambling, because we haven't gambled in a while.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm starting to think that maybe we have a problem. As I know, we are $122 away from that 7,500. We're inching ever so close to that.
Yeah, let's go, everybody. I'm sure we can make that. We still have a little... I'd say we still probably have like an hour 30 left to go. I'm sure we can do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Is this the last wave or one more?
Okay.
I haven't.
This is the last one, actually.
Okay.
Okay.
There we go. Oh.
It's only the second turn. We still have one more left to go.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna play it safe and get the persistence glitch on Ming, even though the Atherosaurus shouldn't be able to get another attack in, just in case we hit a damage range. So he doesn't decide to kill Ming.
Yeah, this should be the last one.
Okay.
Should be able to kill it off with all these bombs.
Okay.
And one more.
There you go.
There you go.
Hey, not bad for a young pup.
So now we can go back to the city of Numara. After leaving in Disc 2, we're finally back now. Gonna do a little bit of menuing here in order to prepare for the next boss fight already.
Yeah, you have this whole time just fighting those things, and then you go right back to Numara, and then have another fight.
Yeah, I think I got everything. I'm always gonna try to make double sure on the next boss fight, because that one is incredibly bad. Okay, only got one crystal fragment, that's fine. Because the next boss fight in pretty much every run I've ever done, at least in the past couple of PBs, has always been ridiculously bad. Now, you might remember that towards the beginning of Disc 2, when we fled Numara for the first time, we were actually interrupted by one of Kakana's tanks. Yeah, that thing's going to return now. But this time it's not one tank, it's 3 tanks. And those tanks like to be super trolly. So let's just hope for the best. This is also the last boss fight where we're... Oops, wrong button. Where we're gonna use Gamble as our main means of damage. So let's hope for one last time for some good Gamble RNG.
Not too smart, eh?
The first thing we do here is we definitely need to wipe the cannon as quickly as somewhat possible, because the cannon does huge amounts of AoE damage. There's the red color. And the tanks that come along with them, they do tank charge absorb, which absorbs MP from your party. If they do that, you definitely want them to absorb from the mages, because if they absorb from Kaim, Seth, or Seth, they're gonna put their MP to 0, and therefore you're not gonna have a chance to do any gambles on this turn with this specific character that got their MP drains. But this is actually a decent start so far.
And this is where you also see the fire amulet get used quite a bit as well.
Yeah,
now
Kaim already learned the skill on the Athrosaurus fight, so he can equip it, and Seth can actually equip the accessory. Therefore, the entire front row is now immune to fire damage.
Ooh, nice hit.
So everything below 700-800 at this point is bad. That's 600, that's not so much. We should be able to get it down this turn at least. You definitely want to try to kill the cannon within the first 2 turns, because if you don't, this is the point where it's going to become really dangerous. Because as you see, we have persistence, and the persistence glitch can prevent us from dying once. But we got 3 enemies here, and some of them attack the back row several times as well. And especially the cannon, that is the one that does the biggest damage of all. So you really want to try to get rid of the cannon as quickly as somewhat possible. Nice, cannon is dead.
Nice.
Okay, if we get some good gambles on the tank now, I might actually go for the tank second. Okay, there's another $4.
$45 now.
That's a good. Okay, we're gonna go for tank B next. I'm actually getting rather lucky with the absorbs at least.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
I didn't need a single mana herb yet. That is very, very unlikely to happen. Zap, please. Yes, good. She's not gonna be pushed into persistence status yet. Those gambles, they are okay-ish. They're not necessarily bad, but I like to see 4 digits here. There you go, nice.
Nice.
This is actually a really good fight so far. Probably the best I've had in a long time. So if this keeps on like this, I'm probably gonna save 3.5 minutes on my PP on this fight alone, because my PP Kakanas was absolutely terrible. There you go, I was waiting on that to happen.
There it is.
That's fine.
Stuff going into resistance.
Really not hitting good gambles right now.
Get us 1,000 set.
There you go.
Yeah.
Called it. Ah, wait, I need to... Persistent Seth, almost forgot about that.
Tank is really low as well. There goes Ming.
But that's fine. Ming is gonna regenerate with the Crystal Fragment, more than she needs for a gamble, so I don't even need to throw a Mana Herb next turn.
Alright. Get 1,000. Yeah. Yeah, this is like I always wish for a fight like this.
4.
4.
Come on.
4.
Now the game's taunting me.
What does that put us at? 55?
No. It has 4 health left.
Oh. Okay. Close enough. I avert my eyes for 1 second and I get my hopes up.
Alright, this will definitely kill unless we get a 1. There we go.
It would have been good for charity at least.
Yeah.
Your Majesty, haven't you seen the state of the world? With pacifism as our only policy, we will never be perceived as equal to other nations. In truth, the day is coming soon when we will be forced to capitulate.
Yes, I realized after seeing the world that sometimes power is needed. But General, the power you seek is power only for yourself. That is why it is weak.
I mean, this has like full health, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is full. I don't think I ever gambled this one already. But I'm probably just going to defend with Kaiman said now. No, not really. Oh, that was a good one.
Oh, wow.
No need to throw any more mana herbs. Yeah, I was about to say, this thing's almost done now too. That was a really good fight.
Yeah.
I seriously cannot remember when the last time this fight went this well. This was one of the fights I was most afraid of. This is also going to be the fight I'm going to be most afraid of once I get there during the no gamble route. Because we rely on gamble so much in this fight. I'm really curious to see what kind of things I need to come up with. So anyways, Kakanis is finally done for good now. Numara is back. And we're gonna do a little shopping trip. And then we're gonna get the next set of ships.
And we I believe no, not yet. I always think ahead. It's to our next ship that we get. Are we getting it right now?
Getting the normal ship and the white boa for now.
Are you gonna get the couple separated or together?
What do you mean?
Oh, I always go to the right here and this couple that's
Oh, those, yeah.
yeah. I like it better when they're walking away because you're running.
I usually run into them.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do a little shopping trip here, and we're gonna get a new set of ships. And with the new ships, and with the white boa available now, we can actually go to a couple of places that we couldn't before. Now, we're not necessarily gonna use any of them, but we're going to revisit a couple of places in order to grab royal seals we haven't so far. So basically, with the exception of one royal seal, we can go everywhere now. The only seal we cannot grab is the one in Kellan Village. Now, technically, we could grab that one as well, since we get access to the white boa now, which has the ability to break through the ice. But it is actually faster to wait until we get the airship later on, because the white boa is super slow, and it takes forever to get up there. We're gonna grab that one later on, but we can grab all the other ones now. But first of all, we're gonna do a little bit of menuing. So, one groundus, one grounder.
I always got a little enjoyment out of the fact that you kind of link up your submarine ship with the white boa, so you just have a boat on your boat. Basically.
Yeah, that's basically what it is.
Yeah, I mean they do have separate purposes. You can break ice with one, whereas you go underseas, and that's really kind of the thing that I found really interesting once you finally get the Nautilus, just the ability to go under the sea. That's not something that you do in very many JRPGs. Like, again, the only one that like comes to mind offhand is FF7.
Yeah, like once you get access to the Nautilus and to the White Boa, the game opens up on all ends. Now this is actually the point where you can do pretty much all of the optional content. There are a couple of places you actually need the airship for, which we're gonna get after Grand Theft 2. After Grand Theft 1. But other than that, like, once you have the White Boa and you can break through ice, 99% of the optional content is available to go to.
So right now we're gonna get the White Boa, the fastest vehicle in the game.
Don't blink or you're gonna miss it. So anybody remember maybe in Disc 1 when we got captured and we had to flee? Yeah, that was actually the White Boa, and now we got it in our possession. Now we can actually go somewhere with it and not be captured.
And then we're coming up on another useless, unskippable cutscene right here.
Another one I always want to skip.
Yeah. So right here we're gonna do a little Titanic moment, and we're gonna meet Ming at the front of the ship. And we're doing some ring assembly here so we can get our get a little bit better attack.
Yeah, basically all of those things, all of the ring assembly parts that we bought earlier, we're gonna use now. And we used it for dinosaur rings. Dinosaur rings have enhanced damage against beast types, and a lot of the upcoming bosses are gonna be beast type. And we're gonna make an ultra ring out of them in order to make sure we're gonna hit a perfect a lot more consistent than we usually would. Because I said this earlier, I think it is a 4-frame window to hit a perfect on a normal ring. And with the Ultra Ring, it is much easier, especially during later parts of the game, where the background of the ring is actually very bright, and it is very, very hard to see where the rings are, and therefore very hard to hit perfects consistently. So you definitely want to grab an Ultra Ring in order to, like, widen that window and hit them a lot more often.
I just love so many of these shots here too in the cutscenes. You only very briefly see some of them, but like, this game visually just aged a lot better than many of its contemporaries, I would say.
Yes, definitely. Considering this game was released in 2008, 7 or 8, I'm not sure, 7 or 8.
Late
It
7
had
in
aged
Japan,
very
no
well,
8 everywhere else.
Yeah.
This was like, what, a year and a half before Final Fantasy 13?
So we
that
got
being
the
cutting
White
edge.
Ball now. But we're not actually going to use it yet, because we still have a couple of Royal Seals that we need to break through. So we're going to go back all the way to Crimson Forest. Remember Crimson Forest, last dungeon of Disc 1. Luckily this time we don't have to put anybody to sleep. We're just going to come in here. We're going to grab... party setup is screwed. We're going to grab the Royal Seal, and then we're already out of here again.
Yeah, with Ragnar doing all these Royal Seals, I've never seen any of those before, so...
Yeah, so Royal Seals is basically optional. It is like one of the very, very... well, one of a lot of optional content you can do later on. I accidentally unequipped. Oh, that's nice. Huh. Does anybody still have Turntail on? Oops. I guess we're gonna have Seth run away here.
Kel'Alon's are gonna get you.
Nope, we got away. I think, doesn't Mac have a turntail?
Probably. Mac and Cook probably got the turntail shoes.
Yep. Oh.
Or Mac and Shanson, close enough. Yeah, we're not really gonna put... Well, actually, I think I'm gonna put the turntail skill at least on 2 characters here. We don't need fireproof for now. And you don't need spirit for now. Just so we have 5 people that can actually use turntail. Also, there is a question in chat if we're doing any silver Kellons in this run, and actually no, we're not, because luckily the bosses give just enough experience to get us to the point where we're able to go through them. Silver Kellons, we talked about that a little bit earlier, are basically the metal slimes of Lost Odyssey, and they guarantee you a level up until you're like 40 or 42-ish, something like that. But in this run, luckily we don't need them. We did, yeah, we did run into one of them in the end of disc 1. We never really done anything with that. We also wouldn't have been able to kill that one, because at that point of the game we didn't have Gamble yet, and Gamble is like the most consistent way to defeat Silver Kellons. We're coming back into the Black Cave, remember the Rough Queen boss fight. We're gonna come back and go back into the room with the big holes for one more time, because there's another seal here as well. One you probably have missed when we came here earlier, because this one is actually hidden relatively well in my opinion. Just gotta watch out that I'm not dropping down into any holes here. Gonna take it a little slower.
Let's take him down.
Also, I just want to briefly mention that we're only $122 away from hitting 7,500. If we could do that until the end of the run, that would be great.
Just calm down, okay?
So the seal that we're about to grab here is number 4, I think? I think it is the 4th one.
Yeah, I believe so.
We still have 4 more to go afterwards. We still have one in Ice Canyon, one on the Craft Magic Train site, one in Kellan Village, and then the last one in Europe before we're gonna go and fight the boss. So we got the seal. Now we're back out of here, ideally without stepping into a hole or anything. So yeah, all of this what we're doing here is usually optional. This is stuff that we wouldn't do in an any % speedrun. And now, while the weapon that you get at the end, the Age of the King, is actually the strongest sword in the game with a whooping 420 attack, it's really not worth going for it in an 8% run, because the entire quest takes like 20 minutes. And there are only like 3 or 4 fights where you actually gain an advantage having such a strong sword. You maybe save like 4 or 5 minutes on the fights, but you need like 20 minutes to get them. So unfortunately, it's not really worth going for in an any % speedrun. So we're back at the place that we thought Atherosaurus earlier in Disc 3. There is also a hidden path that leads up here.
Dinosauro, not Arthrosaurus.
Dinosaur, yeah, thank you. And the funny thing is, before the persistence glitch was discovered, this seal right here was actually part of the any % route, because it gives Tolton an accessory that halves all elemental damage. So you basically had two options to decrease incoming damage, which was especially important for Luminous Magic Beast later on. But once Persistence Glitch was discovered, there was no need to grab that seal anymore. And therefore, we're gonna skip over it now. So we still have one more at the Crashed Magic Train site. And then we're off to more storyline related content again. because Gongora actually got out of the way with Grandstaff now, and now we need to chase him there.
Yeah, real quick, everybody. As previously mentioned, we are $122 away from hitting that $7,500 goal. And all money that you donate, you can put towards your incentives. So, as has been mentioned a couple times, we're just $50 away now from the running up the stairs showcase in FF7. There's a pretty amusing cutscene tied to that one. We're at $25 out of $250 for soft locking Final Fantasy VII Remake. And after that run, we have an exploits showcase for Shadowrun. It's going to be the run following that, and that is currently at $228 out of $300 needed to meet that incentive. So please get your donations in. We don't have, relatively speaking, too much longer left in this run.
I'm always ready.
Or we get that going.
So we talked earlier about how encounter RNG kind of equals itself out over the course of the game. This was actually a very good example of that. I've made it all the way through the Burning Cave and the Black Cave without getting any encounters at all. And now I just got 2 back-to-back encounters. There's also the next Royal Seal. This one is actually hidden really, really well. Because if you don't know that, like, you can tell through the poison mist that there is an item back there. But if you don't know, you're never gonna notice that there is actually another path here that leads to another secret.
Now you have to head all the way back.
Yeah, now we gotta backtrack all the way, and once we're done here, we can continue on going to the Grandstaff, and you will be exposed to the beauty of the acceleration of the White Boa.
In all of its glory.
Maybe next time.
It still feels so awkward, nice snipe. It still feels so awkward to run this cave backwards. It's something I'm totally not used to, because like I said earlier, you usually don't backtrack here for anything. So I actually when I did the routing for the Royal Seals, checking how much time it would actually take, I usually timed it like 2 or 3 times, because on the first attempt I usually got lost on the way back because I'm totally not used to actually having to backtrack here at all.
Yeah, it looks very strange.
Also, there is a question in chat. World record for this game currently is a 6:10:24. That I just said like 2.5 weeks ago, something like that. So it is still relatively new. I actually got that while practicing for this marathon run. Alright, time for the White Boa.
Just
Now
crazy
check
how much
this
you
out.
save. It's just crazy how much the loads save.
Yeah. Look at the speed.
Wonderful.
Juicy acceleration there.
Moving at a whopping 7 knots.
My favorite part of this entire thing is you actually approach the ice, and then you got the cutscene, and then you actually need to break through the ice. So you need to accelerate the White Boa from 0 again. It's gonna take even longer. They could have at least played the cutscene once we've broken through the ice. Come on, get forward!
Push!
And all of that just to break through this little piece of ice here. Because we couldn't have done that with the Nautilus. So, Grandstaff, we were talking about how complicated certain dungeons can be, like the Ancient Tunnel, the Ancient Ruins. Grandstaff can be super super confusing when you get here the first time.
Oh yeah.
Especially when you actually want to grab all the chests and or generally all the items that are hidden in here. This is a huge maze.
So as I remember it, this dungeon is considered a temporary point of no return, and that you actually can do stuff afterwards.
Right, so both times, so Grand Staff is divided into two parts. You actually have to get up the Grand Staff twice. And both time it feels like it is the point of no return, but it's not. Especially Grand Staff number 1 is actually very important to complete, because you don't get the airship until after Grand Staff 1. And literally the point of no return, I think the game actually tells you. When you go to the Tower of Mirrors, I think the game actually tells you once you enter here there is no turning back. Are you sure you want to continue or something like that? So the game is nice enough to actually let you know that if you're gonna go in now, you're gonna have to go through the finale.
So Ragnar kind of took that pipe a little bit slow there, because if you fall off, you have to climb back up a ladder there in order to get back.
I'm always taking that one slow because I've dropped down here a couple of times in the past. So I'd rather take the 1 second time loss and not fall down, because it's really not that big of a deal. It's just a couple of steps that you run over it instead of sprinting. And
Right.
maybe like a second. I don't know if it's even a second that you gain by sprinting. But if you actually fall down, you have to climb up all... Okay, this is a bad encounter. I was just about to mention that there is one encounter in here that you really don't want to get. It's this one. Because this little machine here creates 4 or 5 dolls. And as you can see, that process, it takes forever. So if you run into an encounter like this, it's automatically a 25-second time loss and you can't do anything about it. And unfortunately, this machine creature thingy, whatever it is called, it is always going to, or like in 90% of the cases, it is going to be faster than you doing turntail. So usually there is no way out if you actually get that one.
Yeah, I was gonna say one time I've managed to turntail before it made
Yeah,
the dolls.
I think I managed like once or twice in I don't know how many runs I've done of this game. Also very important, do not try to mash A through this cutscene. Because if you actually stand too close to these thingies, you operate them, you interact with them. Which means you have to fight them and you cannot run away. And those things, they actually hurt quite a bit.
Oh yeah.
I had that happen in one of my earlier runs too.
Yeah,
Yeah, we-
and if you've never played this game, you can see why it's kind of confusing, because you have to hit a bunch of different switches, going up like three times in an elevator, then going in another elevator just to hit another button, then up another elevator.
And sometimes you even have to drop down in order to get further up.
Yeah. Which becomes more complicated in Grand Staff Part 2.
Yeah, Grand Staff Part 2 is, like, both Grand Staff dungeons, they're just, like, super, super complicated.
Are you grabbing the extra power drink?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna grab it. I should be fine because I made 10 power drinks in disc 3. So I should still be fine with only getting one one additional encounter in Uragosa. But I'm still gonna grab it just to be safe. It's only like a 2 or 3 second detour. So
I grab it every time. I just grab it every time just in case.
Yeah, me usually I get too many encounters, so I'm gonna need it regardless. Because I think when you get 10 power drinks and you have one encounter, yeah, I think you need to grab it. I think you can only skip it if you get 0 encounters. Because there was another power drink that we used to have in the route that I removed though, because you don't need it if you don't get any encounters. So I'd rather just grab the additional one here.
Yeah, I don't know how I did it, but a long time ago, I managed to like glitch the system, and I got 2 power drinks off there by like mashing really fast, and it like duplicated the power drink, but I could not tell you how it happened.
That's interesting. That's something I've never heard before. I mean, it doesn't necessarily give you any additional advantage or anything,
Right.
but that's interesting. I wonder if you could duplicate that with other pots.
I
Because
don't
there are
know.
a couple of those pots that actually give good items, like the Groundless Bomb in the Ura back alley. If you can get 2 of those, that would actually make the Ice Magic Beast fight quite a bit safer.
Yeah. So right here, remember those acolytes that we fought way back in what, disc 2? We actually are going to be fighting them again, but using the bombs that we bought from the refugee camp. And the only one that's not going to be using them is Tolton, who's going to be using a spell.
We don't even have Tolton set up here anymore. We're gonna do this with Sad.
Oh, okay.
But the thing is, like Steve said, we're gonna kill a lot of them using bombs because they're weak to elements. And the important thing is, once again, bombs always have priority. So you can kill 4 of them before they even get a chance to act. And that is especially important because when you don't kill them in time, they start doing combo attacks. They start bouncing attacks off each other. And this is the point where it's gonna get really ugly. So ideally, you want to try to get rid of them as quickly as possible. And with the help of the bombs, we can actually get rid of 4 of those before they can do anything. And this makes the fight a lot easier, because this fight otherwise in a casual playthrough, this fight is really, really hard. It's gonna look super easy with the bombs that we're gonna do here, but make no mistake about it, if you do this casually without bombs, this fight can be brutal.
On the plus side, it does have one of the best boss tracks in the entire game.
The Dark Saints is probably my favorite track in the game.
It's the most Uematsu like track I think out there. It's got like the symphonic arrangement, but it's got like the rock elements and the like almost I think it's like Latin percussion in that kind of goes into like some of the portions of the track.
Okay.
It's just like it just kind of showcases his wide spectrum of influences. Yeah, cowbell, which I'm pretty sure nobody has used in music since the 70s.
I think this one and the final boss battle are probably the most Uematsu tracks on this game.
Oh
So,
yeah, that one's interesting.
we did petrify the black one. That means he's gonna be completely petrified by the next turn, anyways. And the one that is left is the golden one, and the golden one is usually weak to physical attacks, but we don't really do a lot of physical attacks here. Luckily, he also takes damage from gamble, so we're just gonna gamble the golden one to death. That's another $5.
What, 50 or 55?
50, that should be,
50.
I think.
I think you're at 50, yeah.
Or 45 before.
Yeah, it might be, 50, okay.
It's a 7-hour run. If we're down by 5 licks.
Is he gonna do all sleep now? Yes, that's my favorite part. So he's gonna put the entire party to sleep now. But it doesn't matter. Because he's petrified. So yeah, this would be the place where we'd also have to deal with the White Acolyte had we not killed him off permanently in Disc 3 earlier. So now the top part of Grandstaff is actually just flying away. And we need to chase after it.
And the best way to do that is to actually fly to it as well.
But before we're gonna do that, now that we have an airship, there is still one royal seal that we have to grab. He's going to be at Kalon Village.
Wouldn't be a Sakaguchi game without an airship. So I like how the moment you said Epsilon Village, like I don't have the stream audio playing. I just have like the shuffled version of the soundtrack, and the moment you said Epsilon Village, the track for Epsilon Village started playing at my shuffle.
So yeah, you can see on the minimap in the top left corner, there is actually a piece of ice. So we could use the white boa to get in here early before getting the airship. But that would mean having to take the white boa. Why can I not surface here? Hello? Taking the white boa, taking it all the way up here, and then breaking through the ice. And you just saw how fast the white boa was before, so you really don't want to do that.
Absolute speed demon. It's too fast, you can't control it.
So yeah, Kalon Village has another really funny optional side quest where you have to go through a tournament where you actually have to fight Cook, Mac, and your own party members. And then in the end, you have to fight the Kalon King. It's actually a really cool side quest. And not only does it have a cool side quest, it also has the last royal seal that we need here.
Kind of nice that this quest has just kind of allowed you to explore some of the lesser visited and optional areas in this game, because it is a really varied looking game. I'm always a sucker for these like neon aesthetics. Like
yeah, this was actually one of the reasons why I considered the Royal Seals as a great side quest to put in as a donation incentive, because you get to revisit a couple of places, you get to go to places where you usually wouldn't even go to. And to top it off, you actually get a decent reward at the end. So we've done all the Royal Seals now. There is still one Royal Seal that is missing that you cannot unlock unless you already unlocked all the others. And this one's waiting at the top of Ura, basically the place where we had the Ura-Gosa 3-way encounter in Disc 3. We're gonna go back there, we're gonna activate the last Royal Seal, and this is going to trigger the optional boss fight against the very first King of Ura. And we're gonna go into the mechanics of this fight once we actually start that.
Yeah, this is beyond me. I've never seen this before, so you're gonna have to explain a little bit about it. So.
You're gonna be just as surprised as everybody else in chat. That's good. So yeah, here we got the last seal. This was also the place where Gongora was standing before he mounted the Grand Staff. And now told, basically, he's still struggling. He's still not sure if he's actually a good ruler of Ura or not. And he's questioning himself. So now that all the Royal Seals are broken, the spirit of the first King of Ura is going to appear, and he's going to teach Tolton what it takes to be a proper king of a country of a kingdom like Ura. And the good thing about this boss fight is you don't even have to grind to get through it, because in order to be a king, you just gotta follow the king's orders. What that means is, basically, you only have to do what the boss tells you to do, and you're gonna be fine.
I'm excited.
Also, this boss fight you're actually doing with Solo Talton.
Oh.
And he literally tells you, show me thy power. Well, okay, we're gonna attack him. Gonna attack him again. We're gonna attack him again. We're only attacking him so often because you actually need to deal a certain amount of damage before you're entering the next phase. Die respawn rings true in my mind. Then fight me. Well, we're gonna do that. Nice skills need work, so we need to use a skill now. So it basically gives you hints about how you're supposed to approach that battle. Now he basically tells Tolton to defend himself, but this is actually a nice little thing. Usually, you're supposed to use complete defense here, which is a skill that Tolton learns on like 40 something. But we don't have access to ultimate defense yet, so using the normal defend command works as well. Funnily enough though, if you actually have ultimate defense in your skill tree, you actually need to use it or otherwise he's gonna kill you. And now we learned ultimate hit. And with that, the fight is over. So that's the Royal Seals, everybody.
Just not 100% clear on this. Persistence glitch specifically only works with the Immortals, correct?
Yes, because only the Immortals and Tolton can actually learn it. So Tolton has it from the get-go. All the Immortals, they can learn it from Tolton. And everybody else does not have persistence in their available. Since usually there are accessories that lets you use skills you otherwise wouldn't be able to learn as a mortal. But there is no accessory that gives you access to the persistence skills, so unfortunately that one is only available to Tolton and the Immortals once they learned it. So we got that thing out of the way now. That was the Royal Seal side quest. Thank you very much again for donating for that. I hope you enjoyed it. And as a reward, we also got a sword and a ring. Now, while the ring's not necessarily any useful, the sword actually is. It is, in fact, the strongest sword in the entire game, with an attack power of 420. And once we get to the next couple of bosses, you're gonna see how much difference that actually makes in damage. Because Tolton is now going to become much stronger than everybody else in the party. So with that being said, we can go to Grandstaff now.
I have to imagine you do that in all. You use that in all achievements runs, correct?
Yes, this is also part of the all achievements run. Like, all achievements also includes beautiful stuff like learning all skills with all mortals, learning all skills with all immortals, and this is actually the very, very hard part. Because there are, I don't know how many skills in this game, and you need to get every single one of them on the immortals.
Is there a level 99 achievement as well?
Luckily not level 99. It's only learn all skills. So the mortals are usually done in their mid-60s, is where they learn the last skill. But you need to grind to like the high 70s in order to get through the last couple of super bosses. And basically the all achievements run I once did. The last 2.5 hours, I was already done with literally everything. The only thing I did in the last 2.5 hours was grinding the remaining skills on the Immortals. You can imagine how exciting that was, once the run already lasted for 21 hours. So yeah, it is actually on my YouTube. I think the Twitch VOD has been deleted in the meantime, but it's still on YouTube. It's like a 23 hours, 35 minutes something. And I'm sure you can probably cut off 2.5 to 3 hours just by playing on the Series X. But right now I'm not planning to do this anymore, so if anybody is crazy enough, feel free to go at it.
There is no guide out, you just have to watch his run.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. I basically routed the entire thing myself. I am pretty sure it is not that optimized. I'm sure you can probably save quite a bit on time just by optimizing the route as well, but it was like a one-time special deal that I did. I wasn't ever considering seriously running this over a longer period of time. So yeah, if anybody's interested, it's probably a free world record if you just put the time in it, literally. Also, we get some good music now with Grand Staff too.
Yeah, so this is, like we were saying, pretty complicated. Going down ladders, hitting a certain amount of switches in order for you to be able to get to the top of Grand Staff.
Having Dark Saint play through an entire dungeon is great, because it would have been a waste if that track hadn't had only really applied to the Dark Saint fight itself.
Yeah, it would have also completely killed the mood if they would have replaced the theme with the normal battle theme if you get into an encounter.
Yeah. A very good kind of endgame scenario, and this game isn't immune to not using the track to its fullest potential. The thing a lot of people don't realize, you leave the game on the overworld menu theme, that track is 2 minutes long, and it goes hard, but you are never going to hear more than like 15 seconds of it here if you're paying any attention.
This is actually one of the reasons why I put it in the playlist for the marathon, so people can actually hear the full song for once, because usually in the overworld you hear it for like 15 or 20 seconds, but the song doesn't actually kick into the next gear until like a minute into it. So yeah, again, we're just gonna run from everything here. At this point, we are not going to fight any random encounters anymore. We don't need any of that. Now it's just getting up and getting towards the end.
If you like pushing buttons, you're in for a treat.
Yeah, we're gonna push a lot of buttons. And we're also gonna ride an elevator. Because unlike Final Fantasy VII, we don't actually take the stairs. We prefer using an elevator if there is one available.
How much do we need for those stairs anyway, Ghost?
Currently, we need $50 more for that.
I'm sure we can get that towards the end of this run. We're also only $122 off 7,500, which was actually the goal for the end of this run. So we only have about 20 minutes left, 25 minutes probably left. So now would be a good time to get towards that donation goal.
So just remember how he got up here, because he's gonna have to go back down it later.
Yeah, if you remember in the end of Disc 2, the experimental staff exploded and we had to make an escape. Well, we're gonna repeat that here.
And I've seen several runs of this game in the last 5 years. But every time I watch it, I'm just like, man, I really should just go put these discs back into my Xbox and give this another go. I really like this game. That's why I signed up to host at least part of it.
Yeah, everybody that has some access to an Xbox, doesn't matter if it's a 360, an Xbox One, or even a Series, make sure to check this game out if you like JRPGs. It is definitely one of the hidden gems in this generation of consoles. Unfortunately, since it never got out from the Xbox, a lot of people never really heard about this game or have never really seen it. But it is probably my favorite RPG from that entire generation of consoles. So definitely go check it out if you can somehow. Where am I going?
I've done the same thing so many times.
Yeah, once you're hitting like the 5 or 6 hour mark, your focus is starting to go down a little bit.
Oh yeah.
I usually, the most mistakes I usually do towards the end of the run because I just keep losing my focus. So Gongora is trapped in his chamber, but there's a magic barrier that we need to break first. Might do the equipment now already. Or else I'm gonna forget. Yeah, it doesn't actually matter what you wear. You can see how much Tolton attacks goes up here. So from the 426 he has, we're going up to 640. This is actually a huge boost. Oh, I also forgot to... Skilling, that is actually very important. We still need to learn Ultimate Analysis. And Ultimate Analysis is actually only useful for one fight, and that is literally the final boss fight.
Yeah, the final fight.
We're gonna go into more details as to why once we get there. First of all, we have another boss fight, if you will, coming up here. It's more like a scripted fight. So we need to deactivate the magic barrier. And we need to do that by actually going into the machine thingy and defeating whatever is in there. So Set's gonna be the one that is going to be responsible for handling the machines, and the Immortals need to go in and actually get rid of whatever is in there. And we're gonna split up in pairs of 2 again. And this is the boss fight with Alpha and Beta. One of them is weak to fire, the other one is weak to wind. So with that being said, you can probably guess the strategy that we're going to do here. Also at the same time on the outside, Zed actually has the chance, the opportunity to either wait or adjust the output. Which means he can control whether or not one of those generals get healed or not. And this is essentially important because we need to kill both Alpha and Beta on the same turn. If we don't kill them on the same turn, the thing's gonna explode and you're gonna game over. This is also another reason why the bombs work so perfectly fine here, because bombs always do the same amount of damage. There is no damage variation in that. So with the help of bombs, you can guarantee that you're gonna always get the kill on the same turn.
Brief announcement. We have hit the $7,500 goal.
Awesome.
Yes. Nice.
Keep going at it, everybody. On to the next one.
We're 222 away from 7777, which will bless the run.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just like a repeat sort of situation for this fight. So if you have anything that you want to say, this is the perfect time.
I got several donations coming in, actually. I had $5 from Toast Sandwich that says, doing my part and putting $5 towards the donation goal mentioned. I know who that's from, and they should feel ashamed of themselves. We had 122, which set us over that goal, and that's by Earl here. Just says, let's hit goal. $25 from Buffalo Theory, no comment. Thank you so much for your donation. And then we have $25 from Nux Tenma, just says, one of my favorite games of all time, and supporting Nami? Well, I guess I gotta donate. Thank you all so much for your very generous donations.
Yeah.
So I need to check because I think, yeah, I need to actually persistence up again. She's still fine. And you can see by watching General Beta's HP on the top left, you can see that we're actually gonna get very, very close to beating it here. But like I said earlier, luckily the bombs always do the same amount of damage, so even though it looks like we're just barely gonna make it, it is actually 100% safe and nothing can happen here. So yeah, we got 2 bombs of each left, which is just enough to do the amount of damage that we need. This is the reason why we bought 12 bombs earlier. Because we needed one for the or 11 bombs earlier, because we needed 1 for the Dark Acolytes, for the Dark Saints. And the remaining 10 bombs we needed in this fight here.
Okay.
The first one's gone. Now we're gonna switch over. We're gonna get rid of the second one. And we're done with this boss fight as well.
Okay. Okay.
There we go. And now remember this pathway that he took up here? Well,
A needless battle.
we're gonna take that exact pathway back down.
Also, I'm going to heal up a little bit.
As well as throwing on ultimate analysis.
Might actually do the menuing here already. We're gonna bring Tolton back in. I think I did pretty much all the other menuing that I need to do here, other than that. Does Ming still have the... Yeah, we're gonna put the second set of Turn-Tail shoes on Tolton. Alright, let's go back again. We already did the menuing here because we're already about to hit the next boss fight again. So now it's just gonna be total non-stop action.
Yeah, we're getting very, very close to the end of the game here.
Alright, so we're about to hit the next boss fight here, which is the Magic Beast. And remember how in the beginning of the game we resorted mostly to physical attacks, and throughout the game occasionally as well. Well, from this point on forward, physical attacks are going to be our main source of damage again. And you're quickly going to see why we crafted all of those rings earlier. First of all, we're gonna throw power drinks on all our physical damaging characters. And then we're just gonna use regular attacks. Sarah, being the highest level immortal at this point, is going to gamble to help with the damage a little bit. And you can see how much bigger the ring here actually is now that we got an Ultra Ring compared to the rings we had before. Nice.
Oh,
nice.
yeah, nice.
Tolton actually having the biggest sword in the game, but he cannot handle it. Also, this is the very last fight in the game where we're gonna use Gamble. So get our Gambles out, everybody. This is the last time we're gonna be seeing it. You can see the amount of difference it actually makes from a good to compared to perfect. And then there's Tolton.
There we go. Alright, Gamble, be good.
It's fine.
Oh, nice.
Okay, let's see if we can get the Flare Core here. You can see on the bottom left with the turn order, you can see that the Magic Beast is charging up an attack that takes 3 turns. Oh god, okay, this is not gonna work out. And this attack is the Flare Core. Now, Flare Core isn't necessarily necessarily a bad attack or anything, but it has a huge animation time, so ideally you want to get rid of Magic Beast before that happens. But considering that Tolton missed twice already, I kinda don't think that's gonna happen.
Can we go for 3 misses?
Oh, there's a crit.
Oh, okay, nice.
You might still be able to do it.
He does a good gamble here. Nice.
Okay, it's only got 2,500 left. Should be able to do this. Okay, that was slower than I wanted it to be, because usually you can kill him a turn early, even without the big sword from Tolton, but Tolton missed twice. So I'm honestly kinda satisfied we even got to kill before the Flare Core happened.
Yeah, the crit helped.
Yeah, I was about to say that the crit definitely mattered.
Hard-fought battle.
So now the barrier is gone, and we can actually go to the top of Grandstaff, where Mr. Gongora is already waiting on us.
And you know what we'd like to do when we face Gongora.
Yeah, so the same thing we did for Gongora in Disc 2, we're gonna do again, this time for a different reason though. Because Gongora, being the mean man that he is, takes control of Jansen. But we don't want to kill our buddy, right? We don't want to kill Jansen. No. Unlike in Chapter 1 where we had to put Mac to sleep though, this time we don't have to do that. Because again, this is a scripted battle. You just go through the set amount of turns, I think it's 3 turns. And then the battle automatically ends.
Real quick, we did receive a $222 donation from Java Labs. Once again, donating and raising our total to the lucky 7777. This is just as the gambles were coming through. And just with a comment that says, this run is now blessed.
Now nothing can go wrong anymore, I'm sure.
Plus, now we can try and get the 8,000 before the end of the run.
True. We still have roughly 10 to 15 minutes left in the run.
Yeah, we can make it.
Also, this run has been going a lot better than I anticipated. I actually did ask to raise my estimate, because the first estimate I gave was a 650. But once I actually noticed how long the cutscenes are going to take, I asked to raise it to 655. And it might just look that we're gonna be severely underestimated if this keeps on like that. This run has been going exceptionally well so far.
And even with him doing those cutscenes and all of this extra stuff, he still it will still be a better time than my PB.
Well, to be fair, there aren't a lot of people that are actually running on a Series X. But just the loading times already save quite a bit. But even if this was a run on the 360, that would have been a solid time, definitely. So I'm very happy with how the run went until here.
Alright, now we need to get out of here.
Yeah, we had the escape sequence once in Experimental Staff in Chapter 2. I also like how calm and casually Kaim walks into that elevator, considering the whole thing is about to blow up in a couple of minutes.
Cool guys don't look at explosions, what are you talking about?
Yeah, that's true.
Look, man, the only way they could have made Kaim cooler is if they cut that one loose hanging bang on his forehead.
That's for the extra drama. So yeah, we got up with ladders, so we're gonna go down with ladders again. And remember the elevator that we rode a couple of minutes ago? Yeah, we're gonna use that one again. Because unlike in the real world, we can use elevators here even when the thing's on fire.
Seems like a nasty safety hazard. Also seems like something that would absolutely not be the concern of Gongora, an immortal who does not care about anyone.
Yep. Let's see if we can get Encounterless Escape here. It would be nice if we got Encounterless Escape, because this is actually the last part of the game where we can get a random encounter.
It is, yeah.
Because once we're done here, the only thing we do is we're gonna go back to Numara one more time. Gonna do a little shopping trip. And then we're off into the last portion of the game.
Where once again things can get a little bit complicated. A couple more things to climb up.
Again, we're gonna use elevator because who needs safety? We're lazy. Why take stairs if you can take an elevator? Unless people donate for it. Just saying.
Oh, encounterless? Oh!
That's literally like 4 or 5 steps before getting out of there.
Guess we have no choice.
I need Turntail one more time.
Hopefully last Turntails.
Maybe next time.
Yep, look at how close we were. Hey, you didn't try and skip that cutscene.
Yeah, I usually always do.
That cutscene always cracks me up too, just the noises that he makes.
Yeah, and also the text underneath is
Yeah.
making things even better. So yeah, this is the Tower of Miros. We're gonna do a last safety save here. And this is basically the point of no return. And this is the point where the game casually also tells you, hey, are you sure you've done everything you wanted to do? And we haven't, so we're gonna go back to Numara one more time to do the last bit of shopping we need to do. We don't want this run to end yet.
Yeah, going up there, we don't have to try and dodge like Kid anymore.
That's true, yeah. So the last shopping trip is actually relatively simple. The only thing we do now is buy bombs. And the reason why we didn't buy bombs before is we just didn't have the amount of money. Old variations of this game and old route actually used to do the Gambler side quest in Disc 3 where you get 50,000 gold. And then they did all the menuing in Numara at once. But this little mini game there, it takes like 4 or 5 minutes to set up. It takes forever. So it's just faster to split the shopping up on two thingies. So we need at least 16 of every level 3 bomb. And I'm going to go into details why once we actually get to the final boss. Okay, so we got that set up. Okay, skill setting, very important. Nobody is allowed to have any kind of damaging attacks in there. Double item persistence, anti-petrify. Persistence double item, anti-petrify. Persistence double item, anti-petrify. That should be all.
Yeah, every immortal you want to have anti-petrify.
Yeah, the three skills that are mandatory for the speedrun variation of the final boss fight are double item, anti-petrify, and persistence. So technically you don't need to collect any slot. Technically you only need to collect one slot seed throughout the entire game, because you need somebody with ultimate analysis as well. But other than that, technically you don't need to collect any slot seeds at all throughout the entire run. But having a couple of more slots available for skills just makes it easier to menu most of the time. And you don't have to menu as often.
Alright.
Alrighty everybody, this is it.
Yep.
Time for the Tower of Miros. 2 boss fights up in the game.
Get your donations in. Let's see if we can 8,000 before he finishes the run. So here at the very end of the game, Gongora has gone into the Tower of Mirrors here, and he realizes that once he opens up this portal here in between the immortal world and the real world, once he opens it up, he's able to actually kill off the immortals because they are weakened at that point. So instead of them being able to heal if they get downed, then they wouldn't be able to heal back up.
Yeah, so Gongora summons the luminous magic beast that we have to go through first. And Sarah's only job in this fight is literally to throw power drinks, because luminous magic beast absorbs all magic, so there's literally nothing she can actually do to help in that battle other than throw power drinks in the very first turn.
once again getting one final reprisal of Dark Saints. This fitting theme to use. Feels like Uematsu composed it midway through, and he's like, I really like this. Let's use this a lot.
Yeah, I like the song after this.
Yeah, that one's interesting.
Final boss theme is definitely a banger, but I would actually prefer Dark Saints, like I said earlier, is probably my favorite soundtrack in the game. Ah, that was a bad one. And you can see the background here. This is what I was talking about earlier. The background is very, very bright. So if you don't have the Ultra Rings, you're gonna have a very hard time consistently hitting perfects here. So this is actually one of the main reasons why we grabbed the Ultra Rings here, because it is just so much easier to hit a perfect that way.
Yeah, sometimes even when I'm like not paying attention that much after like a long run like this, you can still hit the perfects without like major focus.
So if I had to take a guess, we're probably gonna have the ultimate Ray Charge next turn, since he charged up for that. I hope it's not. He can also do all elemental attacks, and if he does, I'm hoping for all Flares. Because in this fight, you want to try to keep Akara. It might actually survive that. Because in this fight, since Zed is the only one that doesn't have persistence, you want to try to keep Zed alive as long as possible, since he's the highest level and therefore does one of the most damage from all the party members. But it's not really worth trying to revive him and keep him alive, so you're just gonna use him as long as he's alive. And once he's down, you're just gonna continue with the other three characters. And the reason why I wanted him to use all Flares here, okay, there's Ultimate Ray, there goes Zed, is because we actually put the Blazing Fire Amulet on Zed that we had earlier, so he nullifies fire damage. And you can see, if it wasn't for persistence, everybody would be dead now. So again, we're gonna make a lot of use of the persistence glitch.
Yeah, this is the main time that we're going to be using it.
This was also the boss fight that gave the biggest time save the moment the persistence glitch was allowed. Because there was so many items and setups that Potato Handler used to have to go through just in order to get through this boss fight. There's all Flares, thanks. It's a little late. So we're gonna let Sarah die here, because she literally doesn't have any use anymore. And since we're in the Tower of Mirrors, where the Immortals actually are not immortal, Sarah is not gonna come back up after 3 turns too, so she's just gonna stay down for the rest of the fight here. Yeah, I think we're almost done with this one. Oh, a nice crit to finish.
Wow.
That was a big shot. Alright everybody, final boss battle coming up. Now we're finally fighting Gongora, this time without having to defend though. We're gonna go back to the same strat that we used to start the game with. If you remember, we bought bombs. We're gonna use those bombs. Maybe not composite magic. Maybe do something that doesn't do anything. Okay, fire. So we're gonna start with water here.
Yeah, we're gonna be using the he changes up, hopefully changes up his magical style that he uses, and we're gonna be using the advantage or the wow.
Okay. The bombs.
Yeah, the bombs that are strong against his.
Basically, what Gongora does is he changes his enemy type and elemental weakness every single turn, and the only way to read his stats is actually with ultimate analysis that we learned earlier. So in order to tell his weakness, you need ultimate analysis. And this is also the reason why we bought 16 of each bomb, because you need each 8 bombs each turns. And you can end phase 1 by throwing the right bombs for 2 turns. So even if he stays on the same element, as long as you have 16 of each bomb, and there you go, there you have it, you can guarantee that you can end the first phase within 2 turns. Okay, this is bad for phase 2, but that's fine, I guess.
Oh,
There's
another...
we talked about earlier, so this is the point where the game checks if you actually have anti-petrify on everybody, and if you don't, this is an instant game over.
If I'm not mistaken, he has something like 50,000 health here.
Actually, no, it's much less. Phase 1 has... Let me quickly... It is basically 16 times 1,700. So he's gotta have roughly 23,000 or so. Because the thing is, if you hit the weakness for 2 full turns, you're gonna guarantee a turn 2 phase 1. But if you have less than 16 bombs, you actually have to throw 2 additional bombs on the 3rd turn. So it's gotta be somewhere in that range. Yeah, somebody in chat did math, thank you. So he's supposedly, if I had to take a guess, he probably has 27,000 HP. So from this point on forward, we're actually done with phase 1. So the only thing we're gonna do now is wait for his scripted attacks to go off, and then hit phase 2.
Right, it's the last phase that has 50,000, that's what I'm remembering.
Because this is the point where the scripted attacks start to happen, where he's gonna do something, and then some of the mortals are actually going to support the immortals, because as you might have noticed, only the immortals are actually able to fight Gongora in this battle. And everybody else is standing on the outside, trying to help. There's Pain Surge, if you remember, that was the attack that wiped us on this 2 in Experimental Staff. We can tank that, no problem, we've gotten stronger. And there's the big meteor again.
Yep. Now
I
we're
wish
going
there was a
on.
way to actually teach that to your party.
Now we are going on to the final phase of the game. And you're just going to be using the bombs as usual.
So yeah, actually the entire party gets wiped after the meteor, but we still have chance to support, and he just revives everybody with full HP, even though he never even learned White Magic level 4. Or anything like that. So now he's doing the Light Absorb, and now second phase is going to start. And second phase is a little more RNG heavy, not in terms of actually killing me, but in terms of how fast this battle can go. He can do a certain amount of stuff. He can't do the same things that he did in phase 1. He also has the option though to manipulate a party member, and this is why I was actually looking for if nobody has any damaging magic on them equipped, because I actually once had a run where Ming accidentally had composite magic equipped with an accessory, and he put everybody into persistence, manipulated Ming, and Ming did all ground and wiped the entire party with that. Okay, we're starting off with wind, so we're gonna go with Flare's bombs.
Yeah, see, this is where I get confused. I never remember the weaknesses, except for... because I thought it was ground. I thought wind was ground.
Ground is strong against water. It's like it's basically a cycle. Water is strong against fire, fire is strong against wind, wind is strong against ground, and ground is strong against water. So yeah, ideally he's gonna change up his weakness every turn now, so we can hit the right bombs that do more damage. A bomb that doesn't hit a weakness does 50% less damage, or like more, or let's put it that way, a bomb with a weakness does 50% more damage. So it's 1800 on the right bombs and 1200 on bombs that don't hit the weakness. Okay, let's see how he's gonna start off. The worst possible things to start off would be Def or Manipulate. Okay, Wall Break is actually, that is a free turn, that is beautiful. That's what we want to see. Stuff like wall break, all stillness, those are the attacks we want to see. Okay, we got water, so grounds.
So far, so good.
If we get lucky, we can get a 4-turn fight here.
We just don't want to
Usually
see. We don't want to see fire.
Yeah, everything but fire at this point is still fine. Okay, come on, do something useless now. Do all stillness. That would be amazing. I actually lost over a minute in my PB here because I accidentally didn't have anti-petrify on Seth, which made things a lot harder. It's probably gonna do either death or manipulate, probably. Yeah, there's manipulate. I was waiting. It's probably gonna follow up with death next turn. So now Seth is manipulated and I cannot control her anymore. There's the fire, of course there is. I'm gonna throw wind bombs here. And this is the reason, like I said earlier, you want to make sure that you don't have any magic attacks on your party, because that way she only does a single target attack. And like I said, if you actually have magic on them, they're probably gonna cast it. And I had a run where Gongora did, like, I think it was either Members or something, put everybody to 1 HP. And then the manipulated Ming did all ground on the party, and Persistence didn't kick in anymore because everybody already was on 1 HP, and it just wiped me there. I mean, that was a long time ago, but it was burned in my brain enough to always try to double check that. Okay, there's all stillness, that's beautiful. It's another free turn. Don't need to do any persistence glitching here at all. Water, some more grounds. Okay, this might actually be the last turn already if we're gonna get lucky, so get ready on time. It might be over soon. We're gonna see if this one's gonna be enough or not. Might not be, considering we couldn't hit the weakness the last turn. You gotta watch the sound, because you can actually hear when Gongora goes down.
Yeah, you'll hear him scream.
Yeah, it's gonna be one more turn. It's gonna do death now. All stone is
wow.
Getting
no
the attacks here.
No persistence.
On more water. Okay, we're gonna throw the last couple of groundless bombs. This is definitely going to be the last turn. You can see that he's already in his idle animation, like almost down. Yep, that's it. We're gonna wait until the Scream Foliage out and Tam.
EG.
That was a really good Gongora fight.
That was a really good run. Just going off the layout here, the time was a very low 6:41, which with all the side content, that's a really good time.
That is a really, really good time.
Like I think that's still technically second place on the leaderboard by a comfy margin.
Yeah, it actually is. Yeah. But like, just considering, we did the double cutscenes, the 2 cutscenes, and the side quest, which in total take up roughly 28 minutes. So without that, it would have been a 6:13, a low 6:13, which is only 2.5 minutes slower than my world record. And you have to consider I probably saved like 5 or 6 times throughout that run, and those cost like 20 to 25 seconds each. So this one, without the incentives and without saving, is probably pretty on par with my PB. So that was a really, really good run. I'm super happy with how that went. I had like all kinds of scenarios in my head how the run could like break apart piece by piece, but it really worked out perfectly fine. I'm really happy about that. I don't know if we still have time since we were underestimated so much, or if we're just gonna cut it here. Maybe you know more about that, Ghost?
That's up to Tech. I guess that one's up to Magus. Very, very quickly, we actually got a donation of $256 by Vaxherd. It says, apparently all these low gamble rolls were damaging my wallet instead. Oh well, all for a good cause. And that tipped us quite a bit over the $8,000 mark. So huge thank you for that donation.
Nice.
It was a really good run. We got a lot. Shoutouts to everybody that donated through the run. We started the run at like, I don't know, 6,700 or something.
Yeah, we raised over $1,000.
Yeah, we raised over $1,000 on this run. So huge shoutouts to everybody that donated. Keep going on like that. Push forward. Together we can do it. Also, there is going to be another $50 donation coming in shortly from me because, like I said, we're actually hitting all the gambles. We didn't get the 1. We did get, I think, what was the lowest? A 6?
8.
We had 1 single digit, right? Or an 8, something like that.
So yeah,
Yeah.
Magus is giving us the cue. You can have a few extra minutes if you'd like.
Okay, we got a 3 extra minutes. So, I'm actually thinking if there is anything I can still show off.
Wow, the final cutscene.
Yeah, I was about to say we can actually watch the final cutscene. We're gonna skip this part here because this is a sad part. Okay, we can actually watch this part here. So what happens is Gongora, obviously since we're still in the real world, the people are still immortal. And the mirrors that we had here, those were the portal that got the immortals back into their world. Because the explanation actually is that the immortals aren't necessarily immortal, but it's just that 1 year in their world equals 1,000 years in this world. So basically every 1,000 years they only age by 1 year. And Gongora wanted to destroy the mirrors, so they're basically stuck in this world for all eternity, and he can take over the world eventually. But Kain broke the mirror using Gongora's staff, and now Saf is trying to push him in to get rid of Gongora for good, but unfortunately, that way she also has to go through the mirrors, disappearing forever. Okay, we can skip that part again, because there is one more that we can probably show off. So yeah, the party barely makes it out of the Tower of Mirrors, of course, because this is a JRPG and it wouldn't be fun if all the people almost didn't die right at the end. Can skip the Ura part as well. I think I skipped everything now. Okay, I thought it wouldn't jump that far. Okay, so unfortunately it skipped a little too far. So what we missed now is Ming and Jansen are actually getting married in Numara, and King Tolton is gonna be the priest that is gonna get them married. And towards the end, Kaim and Sarah are happily reunited and are gonna live a normal life like they always wanted to with their grandchildren.
That allowed me to love Kaim. I have no desire to reject these thoughts. You remember Cook and Mac?
Yeah, I think is there not another skip here?
These sweet jewels to Kaim and me.
We can skip to the credits. I think that's pretty much all.
No, this is the wedding right here.
Oh, the wedding. Okay, I actually thought the wedding was going to be afterward.
Oh, no, there's one more. There's one more you can skip, I believe.
I actually have no idea about the cutscenes at this point because I usually just let the credits run up. There you go.
Yeah, here's the wedding. Yep.
We can still watch that.
Yeah, because I know this is the like cutscene that just you can't skip.
Oh, you cannot actually skip. I never even tried that out.
Yeah, you can't skip this.
There's also a nice little detail there on the side, which I can't quickly explain because we unfortunately skipped over the cutscene in the actual game. There are a couple of girls standing on the side, kinda happy and kinda sad that Jansen is getting married. They should come into the place somewhat soon. Or I think it's actually after the kiss. I usually don't pay attention at this part anymore after speedrunning this game for over 6 hours.
The part of the run where you're just commenting about, you know, what went well, what didn't, etc.
Yeah, that's usually the part where I complain how badly RNG screwed me over.
I feel like it's inevitable in a run where, what, like a third of the boss fights, you play a slot machine.
The bride and groom shall step forward. Jensen Freed, do you take Ming Numara as your wife, promising to love her for all eternity?
I do.
Ming Numara, do you take Jensen Freed as your husband, promising to love him for all eternity?
And for eternity, he literally means eternity for her.
I was just about to say the same thing.
Wow.
Got the cue that we're free to cut whenever.
Okay, good. We're still gonna watch the kiss, and then we can cut it. So yeah, I'm already gonna say thank you so much for having me, guys. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you all enjoyed the run. Thank you so much for everybody that stuck with us here throughout the last almost 7 hours. If you got interested in running Lost Odyssey, hit me up either on my Twitch, Discord, Twitter, whatever it is. This game needs more people that run it. And yeah, thanks so much for having me. Have a good marathon. Take care, everybody. I hope I'll see us a few more donations. 8,000 is only the start. I know we can go much higher. And until next time, thanks, everybody.
Yeah, it was fun.
I will do my best to restore the world to its native state, filled with love and mercy.